Bone Orchard, a classic Western adventure. Rip Campbell, Book 2. Written by Curtis Long. Narrated by David Gann. Chapter 1. He had remembered this land with longing through the 1,000 days since last he had looked upon it. He hungered for flatness and tawny desolation, and unending emptiness and the tang of sage. He even dreamed of them sometimes. Across these last miles he had craned his neck often from the day coach's window, seeing the prairie's lean and hungry look, seeing the burned-out dryness of it, and wondering how the reality could differ so greatly from the dream. Jax had written of the drought, of course, and so had Martha. Even the high ramparts of the rimfires were changed. They had no snow upon their peaks. He could remember no time when the mountains had looked so bald. Such cattle as he had seen from the train had been spiritless beasts, scrawny and dejected. He had shaken his head at the sight of them, wondering what had come over the land and feeling cheated because his homecoming was not as he would imagine it. He climbed down from the coach at Campbellton and paused for a moment at the last step. His eyes roamed round the town, and it, too, differed from his remembrance. Sometimes, when he'd been cramming for an examination and his mind had grown fuzzy, he had tried to bring himself awake by remembering the single rutted street and those 2 rows of false fronts, and he'd been able to visualize each building in its proper place. They were that way now. The juice had been sucked from Campbellton. It felt a stupid sort of town, spiritless and dejected like those cattle glimpsed from the train. He swung down and stood upon the depot platform, which was so hot that he could feel it through the soles of his shoes. He placed his telescope valise beside him, thumbed back his hat, and mopped at his face with his handkerchief. He was a tall man, with a rider's looseness giving him an easy grace, and he might have looked as though he belonged to this land, in spite of the black suit he wore, if the eastern years had not taken the brown from his skin and the squint from his gray eyes. He had a dreamer's face, thin and sensitive, his hair, thick and black, swept back from his forehead, making his brow higher. He stood there till he saw the buckboard round the depot and come to a halt. And the surprising thing to him was that the riders pocketed the buckboard, and all of them wore guns. He saw Jax upon the buckboard seat, and he watched his brother wrap the reins around the whipstock and come down to the ground. And he saw that all of Jax's motions were slow and studied, and he wondered if the drought did that to people too, sucking the juice from them and making them mechanical. He did a quick calculation and remembered that Jax was only 36, 12 years older than himself, but still too young to be so jaded, so burned out looking. There was a stoop to Jax's shoulders, and even his thin, sandy mustache looked tired. Moving towards Jax, he thrust out his hand and said, "Hello, feller." Jax took the hand and said, 3 days running we've met the train. You could have been more definite, Rip. There was some work I wanted to make up, Jax. I didn't know how long it would take. The riders were piling out of saddles. Bat Wallace was the first of them to reach Rip. He was a little man, Wallace, short and stocky and warped by too much riding. He had been Hourglass's foreman as long as Rip could remember, and he came forward now with a whoop and a holler and pounded Rip's back. The other of the Hourglass crew spilled around Rip and made their exuberant greeting. Rip looked about for Martha, and remembered there was no way of her knowing this would be the day, yet her absence bit into the man pride of him. He said, to cover some awkwardness that bore no name, "I've got a trunks, Jax. I see they've unloaded it." Bat Wallace said, "We'll take care of the trunk, Rip. It won't walk off meanwhile. This calls for a drink. Have you forgotten what the inside of the Rialto looks like?" Rip looked again at the guns they wore and wondered about that. This was not the 1870s, when cattle, lean-flanked and long-horned, came spilling up the trail from Texas to Montana's virgin grays, and every man carried his law at his hip. He thought there was no need for all of them to come to meet me, but they did. 3 days in a row. And they came gun-hung. What in the name of sense has happened to this range while I've been gone? But all he said was, "How's Granddad Jax?" Jax Campbell shrugged. "No better, no worse. 3 years older than when you saw him last. I asked him if he wanted the ride into town, and he cussed me out." Bat Wallace said, "Do we have that drink, or don't we?" and dragged at Rip Campbell's elbow. They came around the corner of the depot, a compact, spur-jangling knot of men, and they crossed a short openness to the board and tramped upon it. The smell of dust was heavy in the air. The unpainted siding of frame structures reflected the heat and beat it back in steady waves. Flies buzzed above the Chinese man's screen doorway. The heat before the restaurant was like a blast from a furnace, and the odor of a sizzling steak smote a man like a club. They passed this establishment, and the Mercantile, and Lily Greer's Millinery, and Rowdy Price's Land and Loan Office, which had a "Back Soon" sign suspended from its doorknob. All of this became familiar to Campbell again, dissolving the 1,000 days between. There were few horses at the hitch rails, and few people in the street, yet Rip shook hands 3 times before they reached the Rialto. The saloon's hitch rail held 6 horses, which stood with drooping heads, all of them bearing the Tomahawk brand. When the Hourglass men set their feet to the warped steps leading to the porch beneath the wooden awning, the Batwings spewed 6 riders. At Rip's elbow, Jax drew in a long, hard breath, and Rip felt the rigidity that laid hold on his brother. Whatever else had changed, Old Man Cobb hadn't, except that the ragged black beard, which fell to his second shirt button now, had a sprinkling of gray in it. He was a powerful man, thick of shoulder and thick of arm, with a barrel of a body mounted upon mighty legs. His 5 sons were at his back, and each cast from the mold of Old Man Cobb. They were Ray and Nick and Mace and Ring and Hob, hill ranchers from the heights of the rimfires, wild as that mass of mountains, untamed as the rivers that were born there. They held silent, leaving the speaking to their father, and that too was as it had been before. Old Man Cobb had had more than a sociable drink, and the whiskey blurred his tongue. He squinted hard against the blinding light and said, "Well, Rip, so you've come back to Campbellton. Looks like they made a dude out of you back east." Rip said, "I wonder." "Your book learned now, they tell it," Cobb said. "Maybe you'll be able to pound some sense into Jax's head." His squinted glance moved to the older brother. "You've got less than 3 days left," Cobb said. "Saturday night is still the deadline." Cobb moved forward then, his sons trailing after him. They brushed hard against Rip in passing, and Rip knew a heady anger and fought it down. No one of this wild brood offered his hand, and that built a question in Rip's mind, for there'd never been trouble between the Hourglass and the Tomahawk. You didn't make trouble for Campbell in Campbellton. He saw the 6 pile into saddles and ruthlessly spur their horses to life. He saw them whirl the mounts and go thundering up the street, shouting raucously. He had watched that spectacle a score of times in other days, but it had a new significance for him now. Why, they were a bunch of atavists. A throwback to the cave when a man did his hunting with a club and dragged his woman by the hair. The anger went out of him and he smiled, wondering what Bat Wallace would have thought if the book-learned thought had been voiced. The saloon was musty dark and smelled sour, and when the Hourglass lined up at the bartender dragged his right hand across his apron and extended this moist paw to Rip. "Glad to see you back, Mr. Campbell," he said, and smiled a patronizing smile. "The drinks are on the house." Rip tilted the bottle when it was passed to him and said, "Jax, what's this about a Saturday night deadline?" Jax gave a look around. 2 men played a listless game of cards at a far table. Against the wall, another sat with a chair tilted back, his sombrero over his eyes. "It will keep until later, Rip. This is no place for talking." Bat Wallace said, "Here's mud in your eye," and hoisted his drink. The whiskey tasted raw and savage to Rip. He felt out of tune with the place and the occasion. He wondered then if this is how it would be from here on, this feeling alien and removed from the things that had once been. Maybe now the dream of an endless, eternal land would be replaced by the remembrance of a campus and ancient halls and shade trees. Maybe the 3 years had sunk new roots down for him, and there would be no transplanting, not again. Then he remembered the dreams and plans that were to come true because of those 3 years. And he remembered Martha and tomorrow. And he remembered, too, the warm sincerity of the Hourglass's greeting at the depot. And he reached for the bottle again. "Boys, it's damn nice to be with ya." But his toast was lost in the creak of the batwings, and there was something so compelling about the man who entered that he drew Rip's eye and held it. He was tall, and he was whiplash lean, this newcomer. He wore range garb and a flat-topped sombrero, such as they favored in Utah. His guns were thonged down against his thighs. He was young, no more than Rip's own 24, and there was a wild recklessness in him. All his features had a solidness to them, and his eyes were bleak and half-veiled. He approached the bar with the quick stride of a man whose purpose is cut out for him, and he said, "You'd be Rip Campbell, eh? The pride of the tribe they named this town after. I'm Mike Garrett." "Is that supposed to mean something to me?" Rip said. Garrett's smile was a brief skinning of his lips from teeth that were startlingly white and perfect. "I'll grow on you," he said, "if you live long enough. And you will. Your kind always dies in bed. I see you don't wear a gun." The anger that old man Cobb had inspired burst upward like a smoldering flame. "I could borrow one," Rip said. One of Garrett's eyebrows twitched. "A Campbell with guts," he said. "I wouldn't have believed it. Or do you just talk big?" Beside Rip, Jax again drew in a long, hard breath and turned rigid. And it was Rip's thought that this was like a nightmare, horror-filled, lacking reality. A minute ago he'd not known of this Garrett's existence, yet now they stood parrying words that could lead to only one ending. And with the realization that there'd been a studied intent to Garrett's talk, a deliberate baiting, he knew also that there could be no sidestepping the issue. It was more than his anger that made this so. The inevitability was compounded of many things, but a man's pride was the greatest ingredient. 3 years hadn't changed that. "When a man fetches me a fight, I expect him to fetch a good reason with it. I take it you've got your reason." "Bat, pass me your gun," Rip said. "Rip," Jack cried in a stricken voice. "My gun's in my hand," Bat Wallace said coldly. "And it's lined on your brisket, Garrett. You were told to get off the Hourglass and stay off. Now I'm telling you to lay off us when we're in town. Now get!" Garrett looked beyond Rip and along the bar to where Wallace had stepped a pace away from the railing. Hourglass's foreman held his gun rigid. Garrett smiled again. It didn't touch his cold eyes. "I should have known I'd have the whole crew to buck. I'll see you later, Campbell." He turned and walked easily toward the batwings, and they creaked with his departure. After that, there was a long, heavy silence. Even the pair at the table had ceased their card playing. Rip shook his head. Did I dream it? Or did it happen? What made him pick on me? Jack said quickly, "Come on, boys. Let's get out of here." They pushed to the swinging doors and came through them and blinked in the strong sunshine, then stepped down to the boardwalk. Mike Garrett had disappeared. A dog was picking his way from the far boardwalk, cutting diagonally across the street. In its exact center, the dog chose to curl up and fall asleep. There was a naturalness to that little tableau that was somehow reassuring. Yet he plucked at Jack's elbow and said, "You didn't answer my question about Garrett." Irritation edged Jax's voice. What can I tell you? He's some drifting gun hand who hires out of whoever would pay him. He came to the Hourglass and offered me his services. Bat ran him off the place. He's been sore at the outfit since. When he heard you'd come back, I suppose he saw a chance to make trouble. But why should he have tried to hire out to the Hourglass? We run a cattle ranch, not a shooting gallery. Jack said, There's Martha. He had lifted his eyes, and Rip, following his gaze, saw the row of windows above the bank, the only two-storied building in town, and he saw the one window that bore the legend, William Church, M.D. The window had been raised, and Martha was leaning from it. She said, Hello, Rip, softly and sweetly. He swept his hat away and held it in his hands and stood there, his eyes lifted and the sunlight strong in his face. Jax and the others ceased to be for him. Jack said, I'll meet you at the buckboard. Rip crossed the street, his eyes still upturned, and he stumbled at the far boardwalk, then was into the covered stairway that clung to the side of the building. It was dark in here. The steps creaked with his weight, and he took them two at a time and burst into Doc Carson's anteroom, and Martha framed herself in the doorway of her father's office. He said, Martha, and came toward her with his arms open. Behind her, Doc Carson coughed discreetly. Rowdy Price said, I'll be getting along. In that first moment, Rip had been aware of nobody but her. She wore a long, trailing dress of some rustling stuff that made her taller. These years had given her a filled-out roundness that stirred him deeply. Her bonnet dangled from her fingers, and her chin was high. The golden glory of her hair was drawn back from her face into a neat bun at the nape of her neck. He had told her once, long ago, that she looked like something stamped on an old coin, and this thought was strong in him. Her features were a perfection of molding. She was coolness in a parched land, minted gold to an impoverished lover. She said, It's good to see you again, Rip. She was moving toward him. His lips went hunting hers, and he managed to brush a kiss against her cheek. She linked her arm in his and drew him into the office. It was as he had remembered it, a museum place of horsehair furniture, with a roll-top desk and a creaking swivel chair, and the smell of medicines and disinfectants. Doc Carson had put on weight, and his mutton-chop whiskers had gotten grayer. He hoisted himself out of the chair and thrust a plump hand toward Rip and said, It's good to have you back here with us, boy. You remember Rowdy Price? Price stood leaning against the roll-top desk. He disengaged himself and offered his hand. It's time you got here, Campbell, he said. You should have wired that you were coming. Martha's had her best dress on every day of this week. Rip said, You're looking well, Price. The man shrugged. He was as tall as Rip and as lean, but he was nearer Jax's age. He, too, wore a black suit, and it fitted him well, and there was a heavy gold watch chain stretched across his vest. His face was sensuously handsome, and there was a studied affability to him. He said again, I'll be getting along. You're kept busy these days, Price smiled. With 60 rainless days to dry up everything but Campbell Springs? No, the bottom hasn't dropped out of the land business. Everybody wants to sell. Nobody wants to buy. Rip said, I'm sorry about not getting here sooner, Martha. I should have wired, I suppose, but I wasn't sure of the day until the last minute. We can rearrange plans since I got in so late. Tomorrow's the 10th, Rip, she said, her hand gentle on his arm. That's the day we said in our letters last spring. Everything is arranged. The church, Reverend Davidson, the invitations. You'll have Jax for best man, of course. No, we'll be getting married tomorrow, just as we planned. You see, Campbell, you're getting the most priceless of possessions, an efficient woman. You have my congratulations, Price said. Thanks, Rip said. But suddenly the glory had dropped out of this moment. With Wallace and the others, he had felt alien. There was a chasm of books and learning between the Rip they'd known and the Rip he had become. Yet now he felt boorish and awkward, and he was aware of the whiskey smell that must be on his breath. and he wondered if that was why Martha had turned her cheek to him. And because there was nothing else he could find to say, he said, "Jax is waiting for me at the depot." "You're tired, of course," Martha said, "and probably hot and hungry, and you must be anxious to see Granddad. Run along now. We've got the rest of our lives for seeing each other." Price had spoken twice of going, but still he stood beside the desk. What in hell was keeping him here, Rip wondered irritably. Didn't he suppose they'd want this moment to themselves? He drew the girl to him and kissed her. Price directed his attention to a corner of the room, and Doc fumbled with some papers on his desk. The kiss was fiercer than Rip had intended it to be. It was reaching out, a yearning toward something he had wanted in this reunion and not found. Martha laughed and said, "What a bear you are, Rip. Look at what you've done to my hair." He found himself glad to be out of the room and into the stairway. When he reached the boardwalk, Bat Wallace disengaged himself from a hitch rail where he'd been seated. The others went on to the depot, Wallace said briefly. And Wallace had stayed behind to make sure there would be at least one gun guarding him, Rip realized. Why was that? They found Jack seated in the buckboard, the reins in his hands. The others were up into the saddles. The trunk had been loaded in the wagon. "Took two of us to lift it," Jack said. "What are you carrying, Rip? Rocks?" "Books," Rip said. "All the way to the bottom." He climbed to the seat beside Jack's. His brother clucked the team into motion and brought the buckboard around. Rip said then, "I think the time has come for talking, Jax, and I think you've got an awful lot to tell me." Chapter 2. The land ran flat in all directions, a sea of sage and yellowed grass made undulant by the haze of heat waves. To the north, the road snaked toward the lift of the rimfires, the mountains standing brown and drab, and seeming always to recede. Though on a day like this, a man got the feeling that he could reach and touch the peaks with his hands. After the first mile, the Hourglass crew strung out, filing behind the buckboard and ahead of it, leaving the brothers in a pocket of dusty isolation. Jax had kept his silence. He sat hunched upon the seat, looking old and tired, and to Rip's patience, he gave then this brief reply. "You want to know what the trouble's about? No rain. That's your answer." "There's been nothing like it in our time," Rip said. Jack's shoulders twitched. He had never known Rip's quickness of thought, nor Rip's quickness of temper. But he had become a man drawn fine by adversity, and there was a fiddle-string quality to him. He said, "About that Saturday night deadline. Old man Cobb wants to buy or lease Campbell Springs. He's given us until then to make up our minds." Rip said thoughtfully, "So, it used to be that if any ultimatums were made on this range, the Campbells made them. Dad was alive then, and Granddad was able to sit saddle. But nothing's changed really, Jax. The outfit that controls the water controls the range." "Cobb can see that too," Jack said with sudden savagery. "Add up the situation for yourself, Rip. We've got a river cutting down from the rimfires, and it's the most useless river in creation, with those cliffs pocketing it so a man can't haze his cattle to drink. We've got creeks, but all of them are dried up this season. And we've got Campbell Springs, and that's the only hope for everybody." "Purgatory River has been on my mind many times," Rip said. "There's no sense in that water going to waste. There must be a way of raising it and piping it to the Purgatory ranchers. I went into that matter in school. I've got plans, Jax." "And what good will they do us now?" "Who cares about now? If Campbell Springs can weather the range through, we can plan for another season. There will be other dry years." "And here's the point," Jack said. "Campbell Springs can't take care of everybody. Yet if it's shared and shared alike, all the ranchers will have cattle to ship come fall. I had Bat fence the springs off, Rip. I've been letting each of the ranchers water so many head a day. But that isn't good enough for the Cobbs. Old man Cobb wants all his cows on their feet come fall roundup. So he wants to own the springs. Yes, he's willing to put it on paper that the water will be shared even Steven with the Hourglass, but it will be shut off to the rest of the ranchers. Cobb isn't that wide across the britches, Jax. But he is, Rip. That's the thing that's changed. Granddad and Dad were the first ranchers on the flats, you know that. They brought longhorns up from Texas after the war. Old Man Cobb was the first rancher in the hills. He had a shirt-tail outfit to start with, but he built fast. Maybe a lot of Hourglass calves went into his gather in the old days. Granddad used to think so. But the point is that the tomahawk is as big as we are, and Cobb's got 5 sons. Once they were just so many hungry mouths to feed. Now he's got 5 fighting men at his back. You saw him in town. He isn't bowing and scraping before the Campbells these days. Rip whistled softly. So that's why a drifting gunhawk thought there might be work for him at the Hourglass. It's got the shape of a fight, Jax admitted. Garrett could have heard about that. And who's he hired out to now, Jax? The Cobbs? Is that why he picked on me and the Rialto? Was I supposed to learn right off that the Campbells no longer walked high and mighty in this range? I wouldn't know, Rip. Jax looked away, avoiding Rip's eyes. They fell silent. Off to the right of the road was a prairie dog village, but a whistling sentry had done his duty at first sight of an Hourglass rider, and there were only so many mounds to be seen as they passed the spot. The land ran on endlessly before them, the tilt in it so slight as to be hardly discernible. The sky arched above, blue and cloudless. Where Rip had been these past 3 years, a man forgot how a sky could look. The team stirred up small explosions of dust. It rose and became stifling, and Rip used his handkerchief again to mop his face. I could have put a great deal more than the drought into my letters, Rip, but you sounded like you were working hard this summer, and the trouble could keep. I'm glad you're back, kid, Jack said. Rowdy Price, is he up to Doc Carson's a lot? Jax kept his eyes ahead. Maybe he's ailin', Rip. He looked healthy enough to me, and prosperous, too. Let's see, he came here about 2 years before I left. That makes him 5 years in Campbellton. He's grown, Jax. Jax held silent. She's marrying you, just like the 2 of you planned, eh, Rip? Tomorrow, Jax. I supposed you knew. Then there's your answer, Rip. Yes, Price squared her a few places while you were gone. There aren't many people in Campbellton with the kind of background Doc's given Martha. You can't blame her for that, kid. Just remember it's you she's marrying. I wasn't worried. You plan on going ahead with the wedding, Rip? Why not? Jax made a flat gesture with his hand. This trouble? The drought has made all of you a little crazy. The trouble's not as big as you think. Of course we're going ahead with the wedding, Rip laughed. Out of the silence that fell, Jack said a mile later, we're nearly home. Bat Wallace wheeled his horse and came back beside the buckboard, riding close to it and saying nothing. And then, suddenly the land was falling away to a long reach below them. The slope had a capped rock rim and was shale mottled, and both Jax and Rip had learned early gun accuracy on the badgers that burrowed there. The Hourglass buildings were at the bottom of this slope, sheltered from the blizzard winds of winter. There was the high red barn and the long low bunkhouse, and the muddy sheen of a reservoir that had dwindled to almost nothing. Corrals made from poles hauled from the hills flanked the barn on either side. To the front stood the house, frame and 2-storied, and needing a coat of paint. A gallery ran the width of it along one side. Looking, Rip thought, now I'm home. The slope was gentle. They wheeled down it and pulled to a stop before the ranch house. And when they leaped to the ground, one of the Hourglass hands led the team for the unharnessing and the storing of the rig in the wagon shed. An ageless Chinese man came to the cookhouse door, and Rip said, Charlie, you old sinner, and ran to him and caught him up and lifted him above his head. Charlie beamed and said, I think you growed up some, Rip. 2 dogs had come running, making a barking fury as the wagon wheeled into the yard. and one Rip remembered. He said, "Down, Ring! This is the only suit I've got, and there's a wedding tomorrow." "Where did this other fella come from, Jax? He's got a fine head on him." "You remember Sam Martin's girlie? She had 3 others just like him. Sam gave me the pick of the lot. I wrote you that Sam sold out, didn't I?" Rip crossed to the gallery and climbed its step and opened the door. The big room into which he walked had a cavernous fireplace at its far end and huge hewn rafters overhead. There was a scattering of hooked rugs and homemade furniture, some of it older than either of the brothers. These were the familiar, remembered things that made of a house a home. Even the centering table seemed to have the same stockman's journals scattered upon it. Jax at his elbow said, "We don't do bad for a bunch of bachelors." "Where's Granddad?" Rip asked. "Up in his room, I reckon." Rip took the big stairs 2 at a time, and then stepped back to one certain spot he had skipped in his rapid passage. It still creaked. He smiled, and smiling came into the upstairs hallway and turned towards Granddad's room. The door was ajar, and he pushed at it with his hand and stepped inside. There were the bed and the chair and the same sort of hooked rugs, and there was the man in the chair. Rip said softly, "Hello, Granddad." He realized now that this was the one person above all that he had wanted to see on coming home. And that was strange, for he'd not known it until this moment. "Rip," said Granddad Campbell and scowled. "What in hell did they do to you back there?" They were alike, these 2 Campbells, far more alike than Rip and Jax. They both had the tallness and the looseness and the thinness of face and the height of forehead. But Granddad's hair was snowy white and so thin as to be an illusion of hair. The old man wore a fringed buckskin shirt open at the throat, and his legs were wrapped in a blanket, and a cane leaned beside him. Rip said, "Jax wrote that you hurt yourself taking the rough off a cayuse. Are you able to get around?" "Fair to middlin' with the cane," Granddad said. "Come closer, boy." "Shoes! Are you too tender-footed for riding boots?" "A pair of Justins wouldn't be much good for standing up in the aisle of a day coach," Granddad Rip said. He saw now that his grandfather was older, much older. There was a grayness to those seamed, leathery features, a tiredness that was more than physical. He said, "It's mighty good to see you again, Granddad." "And I suppose I ought to say it's good to see you. But it isn't. Look at you. What have you been doing frittering away all this time? 3 years. Rip said patiently, "You know our plans, Granddad. We've wanted to make something bigger out of the Hourglass, taking up where you and Dad left off. That's why one of us had to get schooling." "How much of a damn alphabet did they tack onto your name?" "I wasn't after a degree, Granddad, and I didn't get one. I took special courses and crammed 4 years of studying into 3 by staying through the summers. We're going to breed up better cattle, Granddad. I've learned all about that. I had one course in ranch accounting and another in veterinarian's work. No, I don't qualify as a vet, but I'll bet I can cut down the percentage of loss we have from ailing cattle. Wait and see." "Ah," said Granddad, "quit talking to me like I was a 4-year-old kid or the town half-wit. Can you cure an ailing range of the trouble that's eating at it?" "The trouble will vanish with the first rain, Granddad. You're all too excited about that. Cobb's bluffing. This isn't the day of the open range and the 6-shooter. Old man Cobb can't turn back the clock." "Right up and tell him that," Grandpa snapped. "Tell him he's out of tune with the times. And tell those 5 giants he brung up the same thing. They'll behave themselves once they learn that what they're doing ain't according to the books you've studied." It had killed Granddad to be tied here to a chair, Rip decided. That was it. Granddad never could stand inactivity, so he'd sat here and thought a lot of thoughts, and all of them had been bitter. The old fellow was glad to see him, of course he was. Granddad was just too die-hard stubborn to admit it. Rip said, "I'm getting married tomorrow, Granddad. We'll fetch you to town to see it." "Married?" Granddad said. "To the Carson girl, I suppose. Why didn't you marry her 3 years ago before you left? You were old enough, weren't you?" If either of you gave a hoop about the other, you wouldn't have waited. You wouldn't have been able to. The schooling had been planned for me, Rip said. It was Jax's idea. Martha thought it was a good notion. We've got the rest of our lives ahead of us. Ah, Granddad said, you've never lived, and you never will. The Campbells are dying out. You'll live to see a great-grandson, Rip said. One bearing the Campbell name, yes? But it won't have the Campbell guts. This range saw the last of those when your father died in the blizzard of '87. But maybe it ain't your fault, or Jax's. Maybe the guts have died out of the land, and that's what makes the difference. Well, you're book-learned. You'll get married and raise spineless children, and 1 year will be like another to you. You'll produce a better breed of cattle and a poorer breed of men. And you'll die at the end of it. And they'll tote you out to the Campbellton cemetery and give you a hell of a good funeral. And you'll never even know what you missed. But maybe in the meanwhile, Old Man Cobb will change all that for you. Jax will sell the springs to him because Jax hasn't got the guts to buck him. And next he'll want one slice of our acreage and another. And he'll get those too. Did you learn anything in your books about stopping Cobb? I don't suppose you touched a gun all the time you were gone. Rip smiled. I've got one in my trunk. I practice every chance I got. You made that habit with me. But gun skill won't matter. Listen, Granddad. No, you listen. And come closer. I want to find out something. 2 steps brought Rip before the chair. And it happened then. So suddenly there was no preparing for it. No warning. The cane had been clutched tightly in Granddad's hand. It raised with startling quickness and came down hard across Rip's shoulder. A vicious blow. He stepped back instinctively, his hand going to his shoulder, and in him the fire of anger blazed brightly. But there was a sickness, too. A sickness of heart and soul. He thought, he's gone crazy. That's it. He's an old man, and this heat cracked him. That took the anger out of him and left only sadness, and he stood limply, his hands at his side. Ah, Rip, Granddad said, and his face softened. Just for a second you were mad enough to put your hands on my throat and choke the life out of me. Maybe there's hope for the Campbells yet. I had to find out, and there was only one ding-blasted way. I never laid a hand or a stick on you or Jax before. I'm sorry. And yet I'm glad. Forget it, Granddad. I'd take it from you any day. The softness faded from the old man's face. I guess it proved nothing, he said. He held silent a moment. Don't marry her, Rip, he said then. I'm in love with her, Granddad, Rip answered. Are you? What in blazes do you know about love? 50-odd years ago, I was a trader on the Santa Fe Trail. One night, a bunch of Comanches run off my horses. I trailed them to their camp and watched them from a ridge. They had a girl, no more than 15, a prisoner from a wagon train massacre. She was a slave to some buck, and in another year or so they'd have married her off to one of them. I took one look, and I knew what I had to do. I got her out of the camp that night, never mind how, and we were married by a black-robed padre the evening we hit Santa Fe. That's how a man behaves when he's in love. And the hell of it is, Rip, that sometimes when I look at you, I see her. You've got her black hair and her quick ways. It might have been that way with Martha and me, Granddad, but there was no Santa Fe Trail and no Comanches. Granddad shook his head. You don't even know what I'm talking about. If a girl's worth marrying, no man makes her wait 3 years. You haven't lived, Rip. You haven't known what it is to want a woman the minute you lay eyes on her, and to know that nothing could be more important than marrying her pronto. You haven't loved, and you haven't hated. Did you ever hate a man so much that nothing would satisfy you but to lay your bare hands on him? Just for a second you felt that way when I used the cane on you, but it didn't last. And you don't know what it is to believe in something. A cause, for instance. A cause so great that it's more important to you than living or dying. The hourglass means something to me, Granddad. The hourglass? Then Bat Wallace could have given you a better lesson than any you got from your Eastern teachers. He's out in the bunkhouse these days, eating his heart out because the spread he worked for would rather sidestep than fight Cobb. Now do you see what I've had to sit here and watch day after day? The Campbell blood turned to water. The Campbell way of doing things lost forever. And you were the last hope I had. You're thinking backwards, Granddad, and looking backwards, too. We've still a fight to make, and in my own way I've trained for that fight. There's Blackleg to combat, and Drought, and cattle losses. Granddad turned his head and waved one hand. Go away, Rip, he said. Get out of my sight. Downstairs, Jack said with a wry grin, I suppose you found him in his usual good humor. You look tired, Rip. Charlie's got food on the stove, and your old room's ready for you. Rip said, I'll pass up the grub. I had something on the train. The wedding stole your appetite, Rip. By this time tomorrow it will be over and done with. The room was as Rip remembered it, and it was like Granddad's, but the bed somehow was not tempting. Nor was his trunk, which had been moved here. There were shelves for the books, and he might have unpacked. Instead, he moved his chair to the window and sat with his elbows propped on the sill, his chin cupped in his hands. The night came down from the rim fires, the shadows running long and cool and purple, but the day's heat still clung to the house. The evening passed, and the lights bobbed out of cook shack and bunkhouse, but still Rip sat. A great moon rose to the east and made the yard day bright. Bat Wallace came out of the bunkhouse, clad only in the long underwear he wore at all seasons. Hourglass's foreman had a drink at the pump, then sat beside it for a long time, and Rip wondered what it was that came between Wallace and his sleep until he remembered what Granddad had said about the man. Perhaps Rip dozed then. He had no remembrance of seeing Wallace return to the bunkhouse. But if he dozed, he also awoke to doze again, and he stayed at the window and was there when the sun burst upon his wedding day. Chapter 3. All the old familiar sounds tore the morning silence asunder and brought Rip awake. The rattle of stove lids in the cook shack, the crackle of the first fire, the intermittent creaking of the pump in the yard, the laughter and the banter of a crew jostling as they washed up. Hey, cowboy, somebody called. Don't hog the soap. It ain't you that's getting married. Horses stomped in the corral. One nickered softly. The scuffling of the crew aroused one of the dogs to a frenzy of barking. Sure, you can borrow my best shirt, Pete, someone said distinctly. You can just help yourself to it. Over my dead body. The pump began creaking again, and further talk was lost. The great house still held tonight's hush. Rip came downstairs to find Jack burrowed in one of the chairs in the big living room. Jack said, Morning, Rip. I didn't call you, figuring you needed the rest. Man, you look like you slept in your clothes. Rip combed his hair with his fingers. They were long fingers, and when their mother had been alive, she had talked of a piano and lessons. But there'd been a lean year or two, and the talk had been forgotten. Rip said, When Charlie gets the crew fed, I'd like him to heat enough water for a bath. While I'm taking it, he can run an iron over this suit. He breakfasted alone. Jax had already eaten, and Jax busied himself out in the yard. Charlie got the big tin bathtub from a shed and placed it on the kitchen floor. Rip stripped down and eased himself into the water. He could hear Charlie in the next room toiling with his ironing board and singing lustily. Rip worked to lather out of the harsh homemade soap. Charlie sang, Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. Rip had forgotten how hard Montana's water was, but at least it took the grime off of him and the tiredness out of his muscles. Splashing, he reflected that here was the stuff that caused all the trouble. You drank it, and you bathed in it, and you fought over it. And then he had to grin at his next thought. You were supposed to hope for a sunny, cloudless day for your wedding, and he was wishing it would rain. Jax came in when Rip had got dressed again. Jack said, I had the buckboard hitched. You and me will ride in it. The crew will come by saddle horse. Wearing guns? Jack said, We figure it best, kid, till this matter gets settled with Cobb, And there's Mike Garrett, too, remember? No guns, Rip said firmly. Martha wouldn't like it. Is Granddad coming along? I asked him this morning, Jack said forlornly. He cussed me out. Is that all? No, he said something foolish. He said there were two things he couldn't abide: fancy weddings and fancy funerals. And this affair, in his opinion, is both. You mustn't mind him, Rip. He makes very little sense these days. I wonder, Rip said. Jack shrugged. You look all shined and proper, kid. Best-looking groom in a month of Sundays. I hope I don't fumble the ring. Ring? Jax, I didn't get a ring. Do you suppose I can buy one in Campbellton? Martha got the ring, kid. She said it would be just like you to forget. I've been toting it for a week. But you'd better switch back to those shoes you were wearing yesterday. You won't need riding boots in the buckboard. These feel more comfortable, Jax. I had Charlie dig 'em out of my room. At least my feet haven't grown since I left. Jack shrugged again. He, too, was wearing store clothes today, but that stoop was still in his shoulders and the tiredness was still in his face. And from the sight of him there was born a quick sympathy in Rip, and for a moment they were close, very close. Rip said, I forgot to find out the time of the wedding, too. I guess no groom ever needed a best man worse than I do. High noon, Jack said. We better get going. I'll tell the boys about the guns. Come along when you're ready. The buckboard had been fetched before the house. When Rip climbed to the seat, he said, Let me handle the reins today. I don't think I've lost the knack. He kicked off the brake, and they went clattering up the slope. Remember how Granddad used to bring us here and have us bang away at the badgers? It's a wonder we didn't grow up lopsided from carrying the weight of six-shooters before we were knee-high to the pump. Seems kind of crazy now. But Rip wasn't so sure. They'd got to be men themselves, and they figured Granddad for an old fool who didn't know that yesterday was forever gone. But maybe he'd seen all this coming, seen it a way off. Maybe that was why he had schooled his grandsons the way he had. The road leveled off, and he let the horses gait themselves to a gallop. It was good to feel the tug of them against the reins, to sense the power a man commanded when he governed a team of horses. Strong light gave a sharpness to the range. Dew bediamonded the brown grass, and they could see Campbellton across the distance, etched clearly in the first sunlight. They came again to the prairie dog village, and again the rodents were gone from sight. Behind the wagon, the crew strung out. There was an early morning zest in men and horses, but the sun climbed higher and took on heat, and Rip slackened the pace of the team. Now the dust began rising, and across the endless flatness they could see where other roads converged upon the town. Dust laid its plumes all along these roads. Everybody's turning out for the wedding, looks like, Jack said. Martha must have sent a lot of invitations. She talked to me about that, Jack said. She didn't invite the Cobbs, or the new fellow who took over Sam Martin's place. Chapter 4. Barney Partridge came galloping up beside the buckboard and shouted something that was lost in the rattle of wheel and hoof. He was freshly shaved today, wearing his Sunday best, but beneath the skirt of a coat that had once been black and had turned bottle green with age, the handle of his six-shooter peeped. Seeing this, Rip frowned, and Jack spread his hands in a flat gesture. I told them, Jack said. Most of them went back to the bunkhouse and shucked their guns. I guess Bat didn't hear me. He heard you, Rip said. All this was lost upon Wallace. He grinned a wide grin and went galloping up ahead and led the way into Campbellton. The town had taken on an election day look. Every hitch rail was crowded to capacity, and buckboards and buggies lined the street, sometimes too deep, choking the narrow way. The boardwalks were banked with people, some merely standing and waiting, some milling aimlessly. Rip steered the buckboard between Shelley Grant's blacksmith shop and the White Elephant livery stable, finding an empty space in this weedy lot. We can walk to the church from here, he said. The crew had dispersed, each man seeking out a hitch rail for himself. They gathered again as the brothers reached the boardwalk. They pocketed the two, and the group moved up the street. Rip found himself seeking a glimpse of Martha. He raised his eyes to the window of Doc Carson's office, but that window was blank today. She would be at the church, he supposed. Wasn't there some superstition about bride and groom seeing each other before the wedding? Yesterday's fleeting hunger was in him. He wanted the nearness of her, yet there was a faint shadow of uncertainty now, and Granddad Campbell had cast that shadow. And thinking of this, Rip found himself appraising for the first time his real attitude towards Martha, and wondering what inexorable steps had brought him here today. Martha had long been a part of his life. He had liked her, and a few years ago he had fancied himself as her pursuer. Yet it had been Martha who first mentioned marriage. Thereafter the match had somehow become a settled matter. Though once a townsman had intimated that a girl was no fool who married a half-interest in the Hourglass, and Rip had struck him, making this violent reply to the insinuation that Martha was shrewd and calculating. Loyalty was ingrained in him, but now he wondered if loyalty, rather than love, was sending him to the altar, and if his eagerness for her yesterday had merely been that time had turned backward at first sight of her. Would he feel differently now if Rowdy Price weren't so obviously interested in Martha? Bat Wallace said, "Time enough for a drink from the looks of the sun. Yonder's the Rialto. Come on, Rip, we'll get you something to take the shakes out of your knees." It was in Rip to make an easy refusal. He was still remembering yesterday and how Martha had turned her lips away from him because the smell of whiskey was on his breath. And then suddenly, he sensed that all the rest of his life would be this way, choosing between the man he had been and the man he had become once the wedding ceremony was performed. And because there were many things to which a man had to remain true, he said, "Just one, Bat, and we'll have to down it quick." "Yippee!" Bat shouted, and cut diagonally across the dust towards the saloon, the others following him. And that was how Rip came face to face with Mike Garrett, who leaned indolently against one of the posts supporting the wooden awning fronting the Rialto saloon. There was that easy grace to Garrett, and that wild recklessness, too. His eyes were as bleak as before and half-veiled, but there was a mocking devil in them. He was like some great tawny cat, taking its ease in the sun. He showed those teeth of his, so startlingly white, so startlingly perfect, and he said, "Happy the groom the sun shines on today, Campbell. You look as polished as a new spur. She'll be getting quite a man, quite a man." Rip said, "Garrett, I want no trouble today." Garrett detached himself from the support and removed his flat-top sombrero and made a sweeping bow. "A Campbell has spoken," he said, "and that makes it law in this town, eh? But here's a little wedding present for you." He worked his lower lip quickly and spat upon the toe of Rip's right boot. And suddenly there was silence all around, silence and immobility, the talk dying among those who lounged within hearing distance, and every man growing roots where he stood. And the anger that burned in Rip was first quick flame, searing, all-consuming, and then it was a cold flame, leaving ice in him and a feeling as though he were detached from himself. He said in a voice that sounded like someone else's, "Bat, give me your gun and belt." Wallace said hoarsely, "He's stepped too far this time. He'll ride out of here on a rail wearing a coat of tar and feathers. Bat, give me your gun." Abe Strand came shouldering through the crowd. He was Campbellton's town marshal, a big and ponderous man, made more ponderous by the badge he wore. He had held this position as long as Rip could remember, and it had been 3 years since they'd seen each other. But this was no time for greetings. Strand's florid face showed the weight of his anger. He said, "I saw it. I saw it all. He'll get 30 days for disturbing the peace." Garrett measured Strand with a cool scorn. "And who'll make the arrest, fat man?" Strand shrank visibly, then found a source of courage. I can make a deputy out of every man on the street." Garrett said, "You're well covered, Campbell. Yesterday it was your crew behind you. Today it'll be the whole town. Yes, she'll be getting quite a man." "The gun, Bat," Rip said. He reached out with his right arm, never taking his eyes from Garrett, and Wallace unlatched his gun belt and passed it over. And Rip swung it around his waist and hooked it in place and patted the gun into position against his thigh. "Rip, you don't have to do this," Jack said. "Yes, I do, Jax." That was his thought. He had to do this because if he didn't stand up to Garrett today, he'd have to face him tomorrow, or the day after, or the shadow of Garrett would be over him all the days to come. He had to do this because somebody wanted it done. This man before him or some other man who was behind him, whispering in Garrett's ear. There wasn't any choice. He fell back a step, making a spreading gesture with his hands, and the crowd began dissolving, leaving him a breath of space as men hurried to the cover of doorways. He fell back another step, and another, still keeping his eyes on Garrett, and yet there was an awareness in him that all the others had put themselves at a safe distance, and that was the way he wanted it. He kept backing until the calves of his legs struck the edge of the far boardwalk. He looked across the intervening space at Garrett and said, "This should be about right," and let his hands dangle limply at his sides. Garrett had put on his hat and slanted it against the sun and taken a spread-leg stand on the porch of the Rialto. The grin was gone, and the mockery was no longer in the man's eyes. He was all business now, and it was deadly business. And with the two of them thus, each ready to kill the other, Rip sensed again his own detachment from all this, and he wondered if this was what Granddad had meant about hating a man so much that you wanted to lay your bare hands on him. Yet there was not hate in Rip, not really. And when he saw the flicker of Garrett's eyes, he knew the signal for what it meant. He merely let his hand reach toward his right hip, remembering Granddad and the Badgers then, and being thankful for the stolen hours of practice at school. He got the gun out and eared the hammer back all in the same motion. He heard the roar of Garrett's gun, but Garrett was just a shade too confident, and that was why the bullet merely whispered past Rip's ear. Then Rip was firing. No, there was no hate. That was why, at the last moment, he tilted the gun a little to the left and raised it a fraction of an inch. He felt the buck of it against his palm. He saw Garrett go spinning about, the gun falling from the man's fingers as shock took its hard hold on him. He saw Garrett's hand go to his right shoulder, and the blood come seeping between his fingers. Abe Strand moved fast for a fat man. He had posted himself at the far end of the Rialto's porch. He came running now and kicked at Garrett's gun and sent it spinning and dragged Garrett's left-hand gun from his holster and threw it after the fallen gun. Then he got a hold on Garrett's elbow and hustled the man down the steps. The crowd came converging from everywhere. There was anger in the air, and it manifested itself in shouted curses and lifted fists. "Back, everybody! He's the law's prisoner," Strand shouted. He beat a lane for himself, dragging the stunned Garrett behind him. Bat Wallace scooped up Garrett's fallen guns and was there helping Strand. Jax reached Rip's elbow. "You'd better get up to the church, to Martha. The news will have got ahead of you." Somebody said, "She's already heard it." Rip moved blindly up the streets, his boots raising little geysers of dust. Men spoke to him, and he shook his head, not always comprehending. Someone came running and said, "Miss Carson fainted. They've carried her to her father's office." Rip turned and headed towards the covered stairway, and Jax went with him. They climbed the stairs together, and when they reached the office, Martha lay stretched upon the horsehair sofa, her long white dress in disarray, her veil thrown back, her eyes still closed. Doc Carson was fussing over her, and Rowdy Price stood in attention. He was the one who'd carried Martha here, Rip guessed, and he wondered then if the man would always be underfoot. A great annoyance gave a petulant cast to Price's face. "Campbell? Couldn't this thing have been avoided today of all days?" "No, it couldn't." Doc Carson was passing smelling salts beneath Martha's nose. Her eyelids fluttered and lifted. She saw Rip and closed her eyes again, tightly. He stepped nearer and said, "It's all right, Martha. It's all over now, and I'm still in one piece." Her bouquet had fallen to the floor beside the sofa. It was a big bouquet, full and rich and many-colored, and these were flowers foreign to this soil. Rip wondered where they had come from until he realized they were made of paper. Artificial. Doc Carson was perspiring, and his wing collar and tie were awry. "I'm afraid the sight of you brings back the shock, Rip. She'll be all right shortly. We can tell the crowd the wedding will be delayed an hour or so." "You're going through with it?" Price demanded. "If Martha wishes it." "She'll wish it. She's that kind of thoroughbred, Campbell. Yes, she'll marry you, even if that kill-crazy fellow is out of jail in 30 days and makes a widow of her." Rip said wearily, "Jax, go tell the crowd the wedding's been postponed. Indefinitely." "It doesn't have to be that way, kid," Jax said gently. "Yes, it does," Rip said. "Price is right. I can't marry her as long as there seems to be some kind of curse hanging over me. I can't do that to her, even though she had been willing. Go tell the folks, Jax." Jax turned and left. Rip said then futilely, "I guess I'll be going too. Back to the ranch, probably. Tell her I'll ride in and see her later. Maybe tonight." Price said, "You'd better get that thing out of sight. That's what scared her when she opened her eyes." Only then did Rip realize he was still clutching Bat Wallace's six-shooter in his right hand. He slid the weapon into the holster and turned towards the stairs. Chapter 5. They sat in rawhide-bottomed chairs upon the gallery, the two of them, Jax and Rip. They had been here since supper time. They had seen the shadows come down from the hills and engulf the Hourglass. The day had lost its heat, and all things had turned hazy and out of focus. A breeze still ran over the land, but lazily and without malice, having a coolness in it now, having a caress. Jax kept Durham and papers in his pocket, and Rip had again tried his hand at the fashioning of a cigarette, and found an old skill still in his fingers. He had favored a pipe at school. He was like an Indian, he reflected, educated and returned to the reservation and gone native overnight. But he smiled at the thought. Ring came padding up on the gallery and approached Rip, and asked in subtle, silent ways to be nuzzled. The two cigarettes made pinpoints of light against the gathering night. Jax said with a tired sigh, "It was quite a day, quite a day." "I think I'll ride in," Rip said. "There's this thing to talk over with Martha, and I'd like a word with Mike Garrett. But it'll be wasted jaw-wagging. I reckon he'll never tell who hired his gun." "The Cobbs," Jax said, but not with conviction. "I wonder, Jax. They've got guns of their own. There'd be that kind of pride in old man Cobb, the kind that would make him keep a fight in his own family." "He'll be down soon for his answer, kid." There was a question in that statement, a question and an appeal. And Rip knew now that Jax had waited for his return, wanting his backing and his judgment. And that seemed odd. It was as though an older brother had suddenly become a younger one. Yet because this was still unbelievable, Rip said, "And what's going to be your answer, Jax?" Jax carefully ground out his cigarette, seeing his heel upon it and making sure the last spark was extinguished. He made a ritual of this. "The whole range is counting on Campbell Springs," he said then. "But are we always going to have to play godfather to every 2-bit spread in the basin? We've shared the water, sure, but this is a season where every man's for himself. There'd be enough for us and Cobb if we make a dicker with Cobb. That would be straight business. The little fella might not like it, but they couldn't blame us." "And that's how you see it," Rip said softly. "It's that or fight, Rip. Maybe we should have hired Garrett after all. Maybe it isn't too late. Unless you want to make some kind of charge against him, he won't draw more than 30 days for disturbing the peace. And who would we be fighting for when it comes right down to it? Ourselves? Cobb would share alike with us. Why should the Hourglass keep on riding gun-hung so we can have the privilege of giving our water away to all the others? And if we lease the Springs to Cobb, Rip said, what next? He'll be after a slice of our acreage, and he'll get that too. And then he'll be after another. It came to him suddenly that he was saying the very thing Granddad had said, and remembering that, he added, Granddad has a vote in this too, Jax, which could make it 2 against 1. You and Granddad against me. I think he's been counting on that ever since you started home. He'll vote to tell Cobb to go to hell and to fight the tomahawk if they don't like it. You know better than that, Rip. The day of the gun is gone. Is it? Rip said, and remembered the silent street and the breadth of space and the noon sun strong in his face and that flicker in Garrett's eyes. Today, Jack scoffed. There will always be a few like Garrett until time stamps out the last of them. Shall we tell Cobb that? Rip asked, not meaning to put a harsh edge to his voice. Shh, Jack said suddenly, and his fingers closing on Rip's arm compelled silence. Rip heard it too, the sound of a walking horse, the jingle of a bit chain out there in the darkness, the creak of saddle leather. Jax was leaning forward, a rigidity to his body, and it came now to Rip that fear was strong in Jax, and it had been with him for a long time. One of our crew, likely, Rip said. No. They'll be coming in a bunch. They had themselves primed to celebrate a wedding, you know. When it was called off, I told them to spend the day in town anyway. We'll see none of them before midnight. Out yonder, saddle leather creaked again, and a man dismounted and shaped up in the yard. He was a tall man, thin and built along angular lines. He came towards the house with a sureness in his step. He wore bibless overalls with crisscrossing suspenders, and a sombrero was shoved back on his head, and there was a rifle in the crook of his arm. His face was clean-shaven, and the sun had done little to him. There was a strained grayness to his face, and his lips were thin and bloodless. His nose was an aristocrat's nose, and his eyes were coldly intelligent. He stood at the foot of the steps, revealed in a splash of lamplight from the open doorway behind Jack's, and he said, "Good evening, gentlemen." His voice was the most astonishing thing of all, softly modulated, cultured. "Good evening. Do I place you right? You're Stone, the fellow who took over Sam Martin's outfit up by the pass," Jack said. "Clayton Stone," the man said. "I've never had the pleasure of your acquaintance. But you're Jax Campbell, of course. And this is your brother Rip, I presume?" His tone was sardonic, making a mockery of the courtliness of his words. He didn't step forward to offer his hand. "Come on up and have a chair, Stone. What can we do for you?" Jack said. Stone lowered the rifle and leaned upon it, making no other move than that. "I'm looking for my daughter. We'll dispense with the arty sparring with words, gentlemen. Is she here?" Jack spread his hands in a gesture of bewilderment. "I didn't even know you had a daughter. Why should she be here?" "Because there are men here. You have a large crew, Mr. Campbell, and then there are yourselves, gentlemen." Jax frowned. "I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but I don't think I like it. We've seen nothing of your daughter. What does she look like?" "She's 19. Usually she wears Levi's and a shirt, and she might pass for a boy, but only at a distance. Her hair is black and hangs to her shoulders. Her eyes are black. She's pretty. As pretty as the devil's daughter would be if he had one. If she shows up, we'll let her know you're hunting for her. In the meantime," Stone said, "I'll have a look in your bunkhouse if you don't mind." "In our bunkhouse? What in hell for?" "For her, of course. Maybe your men have hidden her out. She could twist any man around her finger." His eyes were suddenly savage. "It's an inherited trait," he rasped. "Look in the bunkhouse and be damned to you if it will make you feel any better. What kind of ranch do you think we run here?" Jack said hotly. Stone dipped his head. "My apologies," he said. "If I make them with a reservation, it's because I realize you don't know April." "Most of the range folks were in town today. A lot of them stayed. Maybe your girl's there," Rip said quietly. Something touched Stone's lips that might have been a smile. I've already heard about your wedding and its postponement. Be wise and postpone it indefinitely, Mr. Campbell." Rip came to a quick stand, his hands making fists. "Now see here," he declared. Stone moved the rifle back to the crook of his arm. "I meant no personal offense," he said. "I'd never met Miss Carson, but I'm told she's most reputable. My views on marriage are my own. You're young, Mr. Campbell. Someday you'll remember my words and understand them." He turned and headed back toward his horse. He took 3 steps and paused, swinging about on his heel. "Your north line fence has a hole in it," he said. "Some of your stock drifted over onto my land. I hazed them back and patched the fence as best I could. I'm not very adept at that sort of thing. You'd better have it attended to properly. I'll get a man up there soon. And thanks, Stone. If it happens again, just get word to us. We'll save you the bother of having to round up our stock," Jack said. "It wasn't a favor to you," Stone said. "I just didn't want your crew swarming over my land. But I've forgotten. You don't know my daughter, do you?" He went on to his horse. They heard him climb into the saddle and wheel the mount about. The man and beast became shapeless and were lost in the night, only the hoofbeats reaching back to the brothers. Rip sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or be angry. "Now where in thunder did he come from?" he demanded. "And what eats him? For a while I thought he was drunk, but his eyes were too clear and his step too steady. He took over Martin's place this spring. He's no rancher, not by a long shot, though he runs a little stock back in the hills. Minds his own business strictly. This is the first time I've ever come face to face with him, though he was pointed out to me once in town. He comes down every 30 days or so for supplies, pays cash and talks to nobody. I never even knew he had a daughter, and I don't think many others knew it either," Jack said. Rip said thoughtfully, "The Martin place. That wedges between us and the Tomahawk, and it overlooks Tomahawk Pass. How are you betting Clayton Stone will line up if it comes to war?" "I don't know," Jack said. "I just don't know." Rip shrugged the matter aside. "Pass me over those makings again," he said. "One more smoke and I'm saddling up to ride into town." He took the sack and let a pinch of tobacco dribble onto the paper. "Was a time when my biggest ambition was to be able to do this with one hand, like Granddad could." "He's getting worse," Jack said. "Now he's throwing things. I went upstairs after Charlie fetched him his supper. I thought he'd like to hear about today. He shied a boot at me." "Stone's coming back," Rip said very quietly. They could see a horse shaping up at the gate. The stars were beginning to show now, and it was lighter. And on the heels of his own words, Rip knew his mistake. That short and stocky form was Bat Wallace's. Hourglass's foreman came to the gallery and squatted upon the steps. "Getting too old to stand the pace, Bat? Time was when you fetched the crew home and put them to bed, then headed back to town to finish your own liquoring," Jack said. Wallace silently extended his hand, and Rip passed him the makings. He tilted the sack, spilling never a crumb. He twisted the cigarette into shape and ran his tongue along it. He fished for a match, raised a leg and drew the match along the seat of his trousers. For a moment his face was painted brightly against the gloom. He got the tobacco burning. "They're fixing to lynch him good and proper." "Lynch who?" Rip demanded. "Garrett." "Garrett!" Rip came to his feet again. "Who's talking of lynching him?" "The whole town, or them that are liquored enough to be of a mind for it. I heard the talk grow all afternoon. First it was of tar and feathers and a rail. You'll mind that I mentioned something of the sort this morning myself. Then it turned to talk of a battering ram for the jail door, and a rope and a cottonwood and a quicker death." Jack said hoarsely, "A lynching in Campbellton?" "Folks set a store in the family," Wallace said. "They're beholden to the Campbells for all the things over all the years. Right now they're especially beholden with no water on this range but Campbell Springs. They figure Rip got himself cheated out of a wedding because of Garrett. They figure a funeral might square that." Rip said, "You've all gone crazy. Do you hear? You've all turned loco. A lynching? A good sprinkle to settle the dust, and this craziness would be washed out of you. He vaulted over the rail, landing hard. Jax came to a stand then. Where you going, Rip? To town, Rip said, just as fast as I can saddle up. Do you think I want to spend the rest of my life remembering a man dead because of something that happened between him and me? I'm going to talk some sense into those misguided fools. The time for that is past, I reckon, Bat Wallace said. Hours past. Whiskey bottles past. You've never seen a lynch mob, Rip. There was tension born of certainty in his voice. He knew what terror the maddened instincts of an aroused lynch mob could produce. Then here's one I'm going to see. And stop. I want Garrett alive. I want to get the truth out of him that will maybe put an end to whatever it is that's hanging over my head. But it isn't Garrett that matters, not tonight. Can't the two of you see what this really means? The drought has made some folks crazy enough to be thinking of a lynching. But if Garrett's hanged tonight, that will just be a start. Supposing Cobb's behind the man, do you think he'll let the lynching be the end of it? This is just the spark. It's the powder keg I'm thinking of, Rip said. He went running toward the corral. Behind him, Wallace's voice reached out through the night. Hold up a minute, Rip. If you're fool enough to try stopping it, I'm fool enough to ride along and help you. Wait till I get me a fresh horse. Wallace trotted into the darkness, leading his spent saddler toward the corral. He peeled the saddle from the mount and let the tack lie, and he turned the horse into the corral and lifted his lariat from the tangle of heaped gear. You still got my gun, Rip? Better fetch it and one for yourself. Some in town are your friends wanting to square the insult that was tossed at you. Some are soreheads, grabbing this as a chance to see how a man looks at the end of a rope. We can't stand up to them with our own bare hands. Rip did some rummaging in the bunkhouse and found a pair of spurs which he fastened to his heels. He fetched 2 gun belts, the one around his middle, the other in his hand. Wallace had laid his loop on 2 horses and got his own saddle onto one of them, and was fetching another tack from the harness shed. He slapped this saddle across the back of a bay gelding. I hand-picked this one for you, Rip. He said if you're 3 years out of practice, you'll want an easy handful the first time. Is he fast? That's all I care about. He'll get you there and back, Wallace said. They stepped up into saddles, and Rip put his weight in the middle and was glad to know that he still wore riding boots. He'd have had to give use to this all over again. He'd be stiffer than a board tomorrow. But it was good being back in the saddle again. It was good to have a horse under you. It gave you wings and made you look down on lesser men. If you were born to it, you never got it out of your blood. Back east, they were talking about those new horseless carriages, and some said that in a few more years the horse would be gone. It wouldn't be so, Rip reflected, not as long as there were Campbells. Hourglass's foreman leaned and closed the corral gate. They wheeled their mounts and lifted them to a gallop, and crossed before the ranch house as they headed south. Jack still stood on the gallery. He shouted something at them, but it was lost in the rising thunder of hoofbeats. Jax had made no move to come along. He wanted no part of violence, Rip decided. He closed his eyes to it and pretended it didn't exist. They humped over the top of the slant, and the prairie ran level and unbroken before them. The glow of the stars silvered the sage and gave to the land an ethereal look. They kept to the wagon road. There were always prairie dog holes for the unwary, and the wind of swift passage grew in Rip's ears, and the taste of it was on his lips and was good. It came to him that he hadn't lived these past years. He had turned himself into a mechanical man, involved with books and learning, but now he was taking up where he had left off, and it was like being born again. And it came to him also that he hadn't come home until this hour. Not really. It was the difference a saddle horse made to a range-reared man. They rode stirrup to stirrup, holding to a high gallop, and the prairie blurred past them and was endlessly the same. Yonder across the miles lay Campbellton, and sometimes Rip fancied he could make out the huddle of buildings, but he knew this was an illusion born of expectancy. Only the lights were real. Midway to town, as Rip calculated it, Wallace pulled to a halt, dismounted, and loosened the cinch of his saddle, letting the horse blow, and Rip did likewise. In this brief recess, Rip said, "There's been a question pestering me, Bat. You were in town and knew what was happening, but it didn't matter to you one way or the other, and you rode out. Now you're backing me in whatever play is to be made. Why, Bat?" Wallace gave this careful consideration. The labor of thinking showed in his leathery face. "I don't know," he said at last. "Maybe in town I figured it was none of my business one way or the other. Then when you spoke of how a lynching might just be the beginning, I saw it different. Hell will bust out soon enough without giving it a head start." A good man, Rip reflected. Wallace's way had been to take orders, to let the Campbells do the thinking, but when he got his teeth into a notion, you could count on his backing you till his belly caved in. The Hourglass was lucky to have him. Damned lucky. Wallace fumbled with cinch. "Time's a-wastin'," he observed. Then they were riding again, and shortly Rip knew that he could indeed make out the huddle of buildings. First he identified the church spire and the blotch of darkness against darkness beneath it. And as they drew nearer, the blotch took on shape and substance and became the town. When they rode into the street, there were still more buckboards and saddle horses here than was usual, though the town had lost its crammed look of the morning. They racked their horses at the first hitch rail that would accommodate them, and they stood for a moment indecisively. Rip wondered if they were too late, if the thing had already been done, and the thought took the rigidity out of his knees. "Just listen to them," Wallace said. "They're set for the kill." The Rialto was the nearest saloon. From it came a splash of light that lay upon the boardwalk and made the dust beyond something yellowish and alive. A low and constant rumble boiled from the saloon, the blending of many voices, and there was a note in it that a man hearing once would never forget. It was compounded of anger and hate and a nameless blood hunger. It was made from the latent violence in men and the searing touch of 60 rainless days. Farther up this same street was the Gilded Lady, and across the way stood the palace. The same voice came from each. Men were liquoring in all 3 saloons. The hour was near. And yet there was none reality to this. Violence didn't blossom in Campbellton, not any more. The town had outgrown a turgid past, and now it was reverting. And that was the unbelievable. Bat Wallace shifted his gun to a more comfortable position, and the gesture was real enough. "You figure to make them a speech?" he asked. From the jail steps, Rip said, and not until now had he had a plan. "It's the only way. If I go into one of the saloons, I'm likely to still be talking when they start marching from another. Where do I fit into it, Rip?" "Wander around the saloons and keep an eye on things. If anybody gets ready to explode, run to the jail and fetch me the news. There's a light in Strand's office, I see. Maybe he's got a notion or two on how to stop this thing." Wallace spat into the dust. "Maybe," he said, but there was no conviction behind it. He climbed to the boardwalk, and his boot heels beat a cadence along it. He shouldered among men and was lost to Rip's sight. Turning toward the jailhouse, Rip cut diagonally across the dust, and in this manner passed before the palace. Horses stood there. He read the Circle Bar's brand and the hash knives and the wagon wheels. These were near neighbors who depended upon Campbell Springs and owed the Hourglass allegiance. A few men loitered beneath the saloon's wooden awning. The bat wings parted and a man stood silhouetted, a big and ungainly man, and by his bulk Rip knew him to be Old Man Cobb. You couldn't mistake Cobb. He was like a boulder, solid and impregnable. He stood looking upon the street. If he saw Rip, he gave no sign. The bat wings creaked again, and a second giant shaped up behind him. This was one of Old Man Cobb's sons. He stood at his father's elbow and said something, and the two turned back into the saloon. Here, then, was the living proof that the tomahawk was in town, and Rip's first thought was that if Cobb Money had hired the gun of Mike Garrett, then Cobb and his sons could be counted on to help stop the thing that was shaping in poured whiskey and rumbling talk. But there was no real satisfaction in the tomahawk's presence in town. But now there was one faction and the other, and from this proximity could come the beginning of a war. Better that Mike Garrett should die than that the Cobb should be here to defend him. Rip reached the boardwalk and began pacing along it. The jail was towards the outskirts of town, isolated and removed from other buildings by a futile belief that Campbellton would grow out toward it. Each step took him farther around, and the way grew darker. But before the locked door of a feed stable, a man lounged. He was taking his ease here, yet there was a strained alertness to him, as though all his faculties were bent upon the 3 saloons. He said softly, "Good evening, Campbell." In the first moment he was only a shapelessness in black with the white of a waistcoat glimmering softly. But he had a cigar in his face, and when he pulled upon it his sensuous features stood sharply revealed. Rip said, "Good evening, Price." "A hot time in the old town tonight," Price observed. "It's got the making," Rip admitted. "I'm on my way to see Strand. Is there any county law in town?" Another drag at the cigar revealed Price's half-smile. "Not any more, Campbell. The sheriff used to keep a deputy here, but the fellow only grew fat. A couple of years ago, the sheriff decided that Strand could handle anything that happened. Now a deputy comes only when he's sent for." "I was thinking," Rip said, "that Garrett could be moved to the county seat, at least until this blows over." "I'm surprised at your interest. When I first spotted you just now, I supposed you'd come in to see Martha. She's still pretty shaken." "What's Garrett, one way or the other?" Price said. "I wonder," Rip said. Rowdy Price tossed the cigar away. His face was lost now in shadow. He said, "Probably it will all blow over anyway. They'll drink and they'll talk, and some will drink too much and fall on their faces. People as a whole are a pack of fools." "I wonder," Rip said again. He brushed on by, wanting no more of this kind of talk. He knew that ever since his return to the range, the sight of Rowdy Price had stirred an animosity in him. There was something now in the calloused indifference that whetted that animosity. Or was that merely a cloak to cover another feeling that had grown out of the man's constant attentiveness to Martha? "You're jealous, you fool," Rip thought, and was angry with himself. The jail building shaped up ahead. Logs hauled from the hills made its foundation. The superstructure was frame. It was a long, low building with the office to the front, and a lamp burned in the office. The barred cell windows were so many blank eyes. This building often stood empty. Its commodiousness was the planning of an earlier day. 4 steps led up to the office door. But before the door was a small platform, and here a man could make his stand when the mob came spilling up the street. He had to be above his listeners, Rip observed, and there was an advantage in this, remembered from a public speaking class he had attended. He had to smile now. The instructor had said nothing about stopping lynch mobs. He mounted the steps and turned about, facing back toward the street, and listening to that muted roar. His thought then was stark and disconcerting. Suppose they were only using the insult to a Campbell as an excuse for all the madness that was in them. Suppose that when he tried to stop them, he was only a man in their way. He remembered Granddad Campbell saying that a man hadn't lived who hadn't loved and hated, and found a cause that was more important than his life. Here, then, was the cause, but there was nothing in it to inspire martyrdom. He didn't want to die that Mike Garrett might live. Rowdy Price had been right about one thing. Garrett wasn't much, one way or the other. Yet there was no turning back now. A man might think his thoughts, yet he couldn't go drifting off into the shadows, putting his back to this thing. Not now. Today he had no choice but to fight Garrett. Tonight, by that same weird inevitability, he had no choice but to defend the man. There was no explaining it. The books had had nothing to say on this subject. So thinking, he set his hand to the door and pushed it inward, and entered Abe Stram's office. He remembered the office. It had been the same under a half-dozen town marshals, and he had known it from his childhood. His father had fetched him here once, and there had been that same spur-scarred, cigarette-burned desk centering the room, the same swivel chair and battered filing case, and possibly the same fly-specked, time-yellowed reward dodgers modeling the wall. But there was this difference. Abe Strand hadn't been stretched upon the floor. a big, ungainly shape with the consciousness gone out of him. The door to the back of the room, the door giving into the cell corridor, was slightly ajar. Rip crossed the office in a bound. Whoever had done this damage to Strand was back there in the corridor. And when he entered its gloomy length, lighted only by a single overhanging kerosene lamp, he saw the figure at the door of one occupied cell, the figure who fumbled with Strand's keyring. And seeing her was like a heavy blow, for he had never seen her before, but he knew her. "She's 19, Clayton Stone had said. "Usually she wears Levi's and a shirt, and she might pass for a boy, but only at a distance. Her hair is black and hangs to her shoulders. Her eyes are black. She's pretty. As pretty as the devil's own daughter would be if he had one." But the words had been too meager. They didn't account for the perfection of April Stone's features, or for something else tangible that struck a man upon seeing her. Hers was a primitive wildness, the wildness the fawn caught unawares, the wildness of the high hills, of singing pine and unfettered stream. She looked at him with her lips slightly parted, her breasts heaving. She looked at him as a trapped beast might have looked. She would turn and run, he was sure of that. But she didn't run. She fumbled the harder with the keys as he came bearing down upon her. She was here to free Garrett, to save him from the mob. But he didn't want Garrett saved in this manner to ride away free as the wind. Rip reached the door and grasped at her, trying to pull her away from the lock, but she had freed the door and it swung open. Garrett had stood close to the bars, encouraging her probably. He came out charging. His fist swung wildly at Rip and caught him on the point of his chin. This, then, was Rip meeting with April Stone. His first meeting, and his first parting. He had the picture of her, her eyes startlingly wide, to carry with him as his knees gave away, and he went down into the blackness of oblivion. Chapter 6. He struggled up towards consciousness like a man climbing from the blackness of a well. He became aware of light, sharp yellow light, which beat against his eyeballs and hurt them, but that was much later, after an infinity of shadows. Then he heard voices and movement. These were intangible things that swirled around him and yet remained remote from him. The only reality was pain, a steady soreness of jaw and ribs, and his head throbbed ceaselessly. There was something wrong about his ribs hurting. He knew that, but it took forever to grasp why that was wrong. He guessed then that Garrett had kicked him after Rip had been knocked down. He used that thought as a man might use a rope, pulling himself upward, and he opened his eyes and saw faces. He raised a hand to shade his eyes. "Take it easy, Rip. Just take it easy," Doc Carson said. He was stretched upon the horsehair sofa where Martha had lain this afternoon, but it was the medicinal smell of Doc Carson's office that first identified the place. From where he lay, he could see Carson's framed diploma. Time had yellowed the certificate, and the glass was fly-specked, and the frame hung slightly awry. He had an urge to get to his feet and cross the room and straighten that frame. It seemed a most important and necessary thing to do. He got himself up on one elbow, but the pain beat through him with the effort, and he gave it up. Bat Wallace moved into his vision and said, "How you feelin', boy?" "Done in," Rip said. "What a wallop!" Martha was here. She stood looking down at him, her face strained, her eyes somber. Rowdy Price was here, too. He leaned against Carson's desk and gave a proper look of sympathy on his face, but Rip wondered irritably if the man went with the furniture or what. Abe Strand sat in the swivel chair, his fat face gray, his chin cupped in his hands. Rip knew how Strand felt. Strand had got it, too, and his head was probably beating like a tom-tom. Doc Carson said, "Don't talk unless you feel like it, Rip. But we're all hoping you know more than Abe knows. Somebody sneaked up and got him from behind. He never even had a glimpse of who hit him. The sign says someone fetched 2 horses into the weeds beside the jail. Garrett and the other party took off on those 2 horses. One of the cayuses was stolen. It was a tomahawk mount that Mace Cobb had left in front of the palace. The old man is frothing. Remembrance came back to Rip now with a rush. The marshal's office, the heaped body upon the floor, the girl in the corridor, the swung fist of Mike Garrett. He tried rising again, and this time he got himself into a sitting position. "How much start has Garrett got?" he said. Wallace shook his head. "Hard tellin'. Enough to clear town, anyway. It was me found you, Rip. I came up to the jail to tell you that it looked like the boys were ready to start marching. How long you'd been knocked out then, I wouldn't know. Might have been 20 minutes. Abe was just coming alive. The last I remember is that I was just going back into the corridor to have a look at Garrett. I was nervous as a cat with that mob talking itself into trouble down the street. I had my back to the front door when I got it. Whoever clouded me must walk as quiet as a shadow, Strand said. Rip brought his fingers to his chin. There was a welt. I can't tell you much, he said. I walked into the office and found Abe on the floor. That stampeded me a little, I guess. I dragged open the door leading to the corridor and ran smack into Garrett. He used his fist on me. It was a lucky punch. He only had to hit me once. Someone must have been with him, Strand said. His broad face nodded with the workings of his thoughts. The party who clouded me got the keys. They were on my desk when the lights went out for me, and they were in the cell door afterwards. Did you only see Garrett in the corridor? If there was someone else, he must have been behind Garrett. Everything happened so quickly. All I remember is that fist coming at me. Rowdy Price said, That's strange, Strand. Didn't you say you found the gun lying near Garrett's cell door? Here it is, Strand said, and dragged a Colt .45 from his belt. Yours, Rip? Mine, Rip admitted. Garrett must have dragged it from my holster and thrown it back along the corridor so that if I came out in a minute, I wouldn't be able to lay my hands on a gun. Damn the gun. Probably it had fallen from his holster as he went down. And damn Price's quick way of putting the pieces together. Afraid of what his face might be showing, Rip said, What about the mob? Some piled onto horses and lit out, Price said. They'll ride around in circles for a while, trying to cut sign on Garrett and his partner. And then they'll give it up. Most of them are still here in town talking it over. They lost the victim for their little bloodletting party, so they lost their enthusiasm. I told you, Campbell, that they're a pack of fools. Strand wagged his great head. It's beyond town law now. It's work for a deputy from the county seat. Price's eye lingered on Rip's face. The gaze held and became steady and compelling and built an anger in Rip which he knew he mustn't show. He closed his eyes again. He had to do that or lower his gaze, and he asked himself why he had lied. He remembered the girl vividly, that trapped wildling in the corridor, but he also remembered Clayton Stone and his visit to the Hourglass. He recalled the cynicism of the man, his open contempt for his own daughter. He thought, I've got to play this out in my own way, and tried to find an excuse for himself in the thought. But he knew the truth went deeper than that. He knew that some instinct had held him from delivering her name to the law, and because he couldn't name the instinct, his conscience smote him. He opened his eyes again and returned Price's unblinking stare. He swung his legs around and planted his feet on the floor and came to a stand. For a moment the room revolved. The faces were a swirling blend, and then he took a tottering step and another and got command of himself. He lifted the gun from Strand's lax fingers and dumped it into the holster. He said, I may need this, unless the law has claim on it now for evidence. Garrett helped himself to his own guns from my desk before he lit out. A man like him wouldn't want any gun but his own. Likely he lifted your gun to play safe, just as you said, Strand said. That gave Rip a bad moment. Strand believed him because he was a Campbell, and a Campbell wouldn't lie. Not to the law. His anger rose against April Stone, a strange, formless anger that was in reality an anger with himself. The little tart. She was in love with Garrett, of course. Rip, are you sure you're all right? Martha said with genuine concern. A night's sleep is what I need. He looked at her. She was steadiness and dependability. She was an arm upon which a man could lean. He said, I meant to ride into town tonight to talk to you. This lynch business threw me off the track. If you're going home, I'll see you to the cottage. I'm going home, Rip, she said. Rip looked at Price, but spoke to Strand. Anything else tonight, Abe? Reckon not, Strand said. We both drew blanks, I guess. I'll hang around till you're ready to ride out, Rip. Pat Wallace and Martha took Rip's arm. He crossed from office to anteroom with her and paused in the doorway and bade the others good night. He opened the door leading to the covered stairway and preceded her down the steps. Sometimes a drunk picked this pocket of darkness in which to do his sleeping. Upon the boardwalk they strolled in silence. The night air was kind to him. It caressed his face and dulled the throbbing in his head. The hitch rails seemed less crowded. The mumble still rose from the saloons, but it had a different note to it. Before the palace, he ran his eyes over the standing horses. There were several brands, but the Tomahawk was no longer one of them. He found himself smiling. The little vixen. She had had to steal a horse in order to get Garrett away once she had freed him. But a Tomahawk horse? The nerve of her! Martha sighed. I'm tired, Rip, she said. It's been too much for one day. He groped for her hand and squeezed it, but he was still thinking of April Stone. Beyond the busier part of town, the buildings thinned out. Here were the better residences, and the cottage of Doc Carson was one of them. It was small and white, and a picket fence surrounded it, and near the gate stood a giant cottonwood, older than the memory of the oldest man. The cottage was Eastern respectability transplanted. It was Doc Carson and his daughter personified in frame and paint. Rip and Martha came silently to the gate and paused there. Starshine trickled through the cottonwood's shivering leaves and laid a lacy pattern upon her face. An awkwardness came between them in this moment. Each stood waiting for the other to speak. How about it, Martha? About what, Rip? You and I. She lowered her eyes, saying nothing, and he watched and waited and felt an odd detachment, as though it concerned someone else who was a stranger to him. She said at last, About the wedding, you mean? I suppose, don't you think it's best we keep on postponing it? At least till this trouble is over? If that's the way you want it. She drew in a deep breath. Rip, you've changed. Oh, I expected you'd be different after 3 years at school, but the way you've changed is what startles me. That gunfight today, and then the fight in the jailhouse tonight. Oh, I know both those things were forced upon you. I've lived too long in this land to know a man can't very well sidestep a fight. But it seems that you've become some sort of a magnet that attracts violence, and that's a little hard to get used to, Rip. Can't you understand? I was your fiancé when I went away, he said. I'm a stranger now, is that it? She said, Maybe I've just got to get used to you again. But it can't be done in a day. Or perhaps I'm the one who's changed. I don't know. Things don't look the same to me anymore. I used to love this land. I used to watch for the first wildflowers and see the changing seasons and wonder why all the artists in the world didn't hurry here to paint our prairie. Now even the land looks savage. It almost reaches out to claw at me. If only it would rain. He said aghast, Martha, the drought hasn't turned you crazy too. Call it that if you wish, she said. He put a long moment's reflection on all this, but it seemed hard to keep his mind at the task. He was tired, he decided, very tired. He said, Once we were a couple of people who met and liked each other so much that the liking grew into something stronger. Couldn't we start all over? I'll try reaching out for you again. I hope you'll try too. How about that? But even as he spoke, he sensed that this was merely a forlorn hope, wrapped in adequate words. Old Man Cobb was another who hoped to turn back the clock. An old man Cobb would fail because time moved only forward. Yet he wanted this last hold on what there had been between himself and Martha, and the tension held in him until she said, "It's a good bargain, Rip, and I'll try." She put her hand to the gate, and he wondered if he was to be permitted to kiss her good night. That wouldn't be going back to the farthest yesterday as he had just proposed, but he made the try, his arms enfolding her. She lifted her lips, and they were as cool as he had remembered them, but the surrender had no sweetness in it. It was the kiss a dozen close friends would have gotten afterwards if there had been a wedding day. "Good night, Martha," he said. When he went back up the street to where he had left his horse, Wallace moved out of the shadow of a building and stepped up into saddle at the same time. They wordlessly wheeled their mounts and picked their way along the street. When they were upon the prairie and the night had pocketed them, they lifted their mounts to a trot. But this jogging motion seemed to drive Rip's spine upward through his aching head. He reined down to a walk, and Wallace did likewise, and the communion of silence stayed between them until they were abreast of the prairie dog village and the stars were beginning to fade. "Rowdy Price saw through it quick, didn't he? About you claiming to have fell at one spot while the gun was found at another," Wallace said. Rip gave him a sharp glance. "And you know better, eh? It was me found you in the jail, remember? By the cell door, Rip. I dragged you out as far as the office, then decided I better go get Doc Carson." Rip stiffened with sudden understanding. He had been stupid, he decided angrily. He had even forgotten how to think. Naturally, Bat had known the truth, known it all the time. He said, "Thanks for keeping shut." Wallace shrugged. "Nobody asked me any questions. They were all too excited, except Price. He helped tote you to the doc's office. When you spilled your piece, all I had to do to back it was keep my mouth shut. Here is a man loyal to his salt." And Rip said, "You've got the truth coming to you, Bat." "I got nothing coming that you don't feel like shelling out. You know the Stone girl, the daughter of the fellow who took over Sam Martin's place?" "I've seen her a time or two when I was riding fence," Wallace said. "Wild as a hawk." Wallace had seen her, which is more than Jax had, Rip reflected. Jax hadn't even known Stone had a daughter. But at least one man on the Hourglass hadn't been completely blind. "She's the one who sprung Garrett out of jail," Rip said. Wallace gave this silent consideration. "Then you figure Abe Strand wouldn't be interested to know that?" he asked pointedly. "I know where I'll find Garrett. Somewhere around the Stone place. I'm taking that trail tomorrow. I want Garrett before the law lays hands on him again. I want to wring the truth out of him. Maybe then I'll quit being the kind of magnet that attracts violence. If I'd talked up tonight, half the town would be riding toward Stone's right now." Wallace said, "I savvy what you mean." Did he? Rip wondered if he savvied himself. He had told a pat story and Wallace had believed it because Wallace was like all the rest. He had never doubted a Campbell. But Rip could have told the truth to Strand and Doc and Price and asked them to keep it from the rest of the town, and they would have. He looked across the night, looked to the north where the hills hemmed the horizon, looked and tried to penetrate the darkness and the distance, knowing that somewhere yonder Mike Garrett and April Stone rode stirrup to stirrup. He had lied for the girl, and he couldn't deny it. A man might be dishonest with Abe Strand, but he couldn't be dishonest with himself. Tomorrow, he had to take the trail. Chapter 7. In mid-morning, he stood in the ranch yard, his horse saddled and ready to ride, and while he shaped up a cigarette and took his time at smoking it, he let his mind check the preparations he had made, testing them for adequacy. He might have slept longer, he reasoned. The bed had been hard to leave, but habit had clamored louder than any alarm clock. He had donned range garb, helping himself indiscriminately to whatever was his or Jax's. He had strapped the gun belt around his middle, placed a pair of binoculars in the saddlebag. debated about toting a rifle and decided against it. The question of a pack horse had required the greatest consideration. He might be in the hills many days. He might finish out his search before the sun went down. He had decided to travel light. Charlie had prepared food for the saddlebag, and that would do him, that and the saddle blanket. The horse stood in the shade of the cook shack. Already the day's heat had accumulated intensity, and the saddle leather would quickly grow too hot to touch. The crew, come home sometime during the night and up at the crack of dawn, was gone about its business. Bat Wallace was gone with the others. The ranch seemed to slumber. The clatter of dishes in the cook shack was the only living thing. The horses stood listlessly in the corral. The dogs were sleeping somewhere. Rip carefully put out the cigarette, setting his heel upon it and grinding. Jax came across the yard, taking his time. He said, "Riding, kid?" "Just to look over the country." "Back for supper?" "Likely." "You'll make it before midnight," Jax insisted, and looked to the north. "Cobb's deadline, eh?" Rip said. He had completely forgotten it. "If you're riding that direction, you could drop in at the Tomahawk and speak for both of us." Jack shrugged. It was a gesture of tired futility. "I'm sick of thinking about it. Whatever you want to tell the old man will be okay with me." "I'll make the decision, eh?" Rip thought. "And if it's against Cobb and means war, then Bat Wallace will lead the Hourglass in the fighting." "You too sick for that too, Jax?" Granddad was right. We talked of a better breed of cattle, but what this range needs is a better breed of men. Jax, what's done this to you? The drought? "I'm riding north," Rip admitted, "but I'll not be going to the Tomahawk, Jax. Not for that, anyway. The day hasn't yet come when the Campbells ride to the Cobbs. Let the Tomahawk come to us for the answer. I'll try to be back by midnight." Jack said, "I don't like you riding alone, Rip." Rip said, "I guess I've been doing it for a long time, Jax." He stepped up into the saddle and lifted his hand in salute and sent the horse across the yard in a walk. He looked back once. Jax was slowly heading towards the house. Someone called, "Rip!" but it wasn't Jax. Rip raised his eyes. Granddad's head sprouted from the upstairs window of his room. The old man beckoned. Rip wheeled his horse and brought it to the shady side of the gallery and dropped his reins. He came into the house. At first, it seemed so cool here that it was reinvigorating just to be inside. Before he had ascended the stairs, he knew this was only an illusion. When he stood framed in the open doorway of Granddad's room, the old man was in his chair, the blanket about his knees, the cane beside him. Rip wondered how Granddad could stand the blanket in this weather. He grinned. "Another caning, Granddad?" "Not that you haven't got it coming," Granddad said testily. "What is this about your gunfighting in the streets like some common rowdy?" Now, how had Granddad known that? He wasn't talking to Jax these days. Then Rip remembered Bat Wallace. "I was pushed, Granddad," he said. "I pushed back. I'm not proud of it." The old man's face was uncompromising. He had bluffed his way through 1,000 poker games in his time, had Granddad. He said, "Garrett was on the porch of the Rialto. You backed across the street to the far boardwalk. When it was over, they toted Garrett to jail, and Doc Carson came there and put a patch on his shoulder. You didn't do much more than break his skin and shock him. At that distance, you should have drilled him plumb center. You're a hell of a tribute to my teaching, Rip." I tilted my gun at the last moment. I didn't want him dead. A storm gathered in Granddad's eyes. "Have you no brains at all? You humbled a man like him, but you left him alive? Don't you savvy that he'll have no rest till he sees you in his gun sight? You had your chance to finish him, and you played the fool." Rip's lips drew tight, and he said, "When I leave a dead man behind me, I want to feel in my bones that he deserved to die." The gathering fury faded from Granddad's eyes. His glance softened and his voice softened. "I could only teach you how to handle a gun," he said. "The rest you had to learn for yourself. But some have to notch their guns and have a parade of dead men between them and their sleep before they learn that there's a place for mercy, even in a gunfighter's code." His eyes turned bleak again. "You were riding north when I called you back? On your way to knuckle under to Cobb's?" "To hell with you, Granddad," Rip said softly. The old man grinned, but only briefly. "Your wedding's postponed. Decided not to marry her after all?" "I'll marry her when this trouble's over." "Bah," Granddad said and scowled. "If you loved her, you'd have picked her up in your arms and toted her back to the church if there wasn't any other way of getting her there. I built too much hope on what happened between you and Garrett. You still ain't alive, Rip. It's like you said. You got pushed and you pushed back. A coyote would show that kind of guts. Nothing's changed." "I wonder," Rip said. "Get on your way," Granddad said brusquely. "Leave an old man to his miseries. What good's thinking if you can only think for a fella like Mike Garrett?" "I found one of those 3 things you mentioned, Granddad." Rip said, "I found a cause." "Ah," Granddad said again. "Would you know one if it bit you? Get on your way." The one step still creaked when Rip came downstairs. It had creaked last night when he'd come in so late. Granddad had stirred in his room. Jax was somewhere in the house when Rip reached the lower floor. He could hear him prowling about. He went wordlessly to the gallery, climbed the railing, and dropped into the saddle. And he didn't look behind him this time as he headed out of the yard. Chapter 8. To the north, the prairie was the same unbroken expanse of sage, such as lay between Campbellton and the Hourglass, except that the land had a more noticeable tilt to it. Coulees and ridges dipped and rose to form a barrier for him as the miles fell behind. The heat was a steady hammer. Rip's shirt grew sticky between the shoulder blades, and his sweat became a stench in his nostrils. He was surprised to find that he was not as stiff as he had expected to be. He let the horse choose its own gait. He rode loose in the saddle, sparing himself, and even balanced, sparing the mount. He kept his sombrero brim low enough to shade his eyes. The reflection of sunlight upon the metal trimmings of his bridle was blinding when it struck him. He rode slowly, sometimes not even thinking. He liked this aloneness. Sometimes he dozed. In the early afternoon, he came to Campbell Springs. He had seen the sunlight reflecting from the barbed wire across the last long miles. Drawing closer, he made out the movement of cattle around that wire and the figure of a man. It was an Hourglass rider. Rip recognized him as he rode up. He was called Pete, and if he had a last name to go with it, he'd kept it to himself. He was one of the older hands, and he greeted Rip with no show of surprise, and only the shadow of a grin to indicate any appreciation for company on a long and lonely vigil. "I handled the gate," he said, indicating the fence with a jerk of his thumb. "We water so many a day, share and share alike, but I reckon you know that." The cattle gathered around the fence wore the Hourglass brand. They bawled piteously, steadily smelling the water and thirsting for it, and a man had to raise his voice above their discordance. Pete said, "Let 'em in and they bloat themselves. Haze 'em away and they only drift back. It's plain hell, ain't it?" "It's plain hell," Rip said. He looked at the water bubbling up out of the ground. The spring seemed smaller than he had remembered it. Around the edges was caked earth, mud dried hard in the sun and dented by many hoofprints. He dismounted and crawled through the wire and stretched himself prone and sucked in the water. It had a good, clean taste. There had been no water like this in the East. He led his horse through the gate, loosened the cinch, let the animal drink a little, pulled it back from the water with an effort, then let it drink a little more. He came through the fence again and mounted. He sat his saddle looking upon the water, looking upon the miracle of it. 5 of these with the proper piping, and this range would be a garden. Got to be riding. So long, Pete. Beyond the springs, the country lifted out of its flatness. Now the foothills of the rimfire spread before him, and an occasional tree stood stark and lonely. The sun grew pitiless. Heat ran its shimmering waves over the land, and a jackrabbit, bounding from a sage clump and jumping away, seemed to be disembodied, floating in the haze, losing himself to Rip's sight. He got his gun out when he saw the rabbit. He had the gun tilted when he thought better of the act and restored the weapon to its holster. He thought, you and Garrett. Jack. But still there was no real regret in him. He became aware of hunger and ate, never leaving the saddle. The way lifted ever upward. He found himself upon a promontory and rested his horse here. Below him the range spread to the eye's limit. He could see Campbellton, a fairy town, seemingly suspended in the distance. Nearer was the Hourglass. He could pick out each building and put a name to it. And nearer yet, the sunlight caught the glint of Campbell Springs and made it a bit of a diamond in the drabbed, burned setting. He saw it and identified the circle bar, the hash knife, and the wagon wheel. All three spreads lay to the west of the Hourglass. Behind him, the hills reared. They had promised coolness from the distance, but there was no coolness. He remembered Granddad Campbell. Granddad had first found his way to the range here at its north end. He had sought a pass through the rimfires and spilled a few thousand longhorns down into the lush grays. He tried seeing this land as Granddad had seen it that long-gone day. He erased the town and the ranches from the picture and gave a greenness to the prairie in his mind's eye. And he was Granddad, sitting a saddle and looking upon Trail's End. Granddad had been alone, and here was what he had been seeking. At first, there had been only Granddad, and then the cobs had come and holed up in the hills. Was that what made a Campbell, being first? But he knew there was more to it than that, and more to it than owning the springs and having all the neighbors beholden. He knew that leadership had been made of something that bore no name, something that a man was born to or never achieved, something that could be dying. And he knew now why Granddad sat in his chair from day to day, brooding and bedded each night with bitterness. He wheeled the horse and rode on. It was not until he was climbing again that he sensed that he was running from the thoughts he had had on the promontory. Presently he came out upon the rim of a gorge and looked down upon the purgatory, that most useless of rivers. The high hills yonder gave birth to the purgatory, sired among the peaks and lunging downward, wild and tumultuous. Across the span of ages, it had cut itself a deep canyon which narrowed to a long, impassable gorge at this point, and here the rapids thundered eternally. As a boy, Rip had heard that tumult. It had held a sinister note. It was a giant running rampant down a mountainside. Now it spoke of other things, of wasted water, of what might have been a solution to all problems, a solution that was ever present but just out of reach. Though the canyon widened below, it remained always a scar across the length of the range. There were very few places where its walls were not too precipitous to allow the watering of cattle. Far to the south, on another range, the purgatory gave life to a thirsty land. Here it was nothing but a clamor and a defeat. Riding along the rim, Rip dismounted and walked out upon an overhanging rock which thrust outward like a thumb over the edge of the near wall. 100 feet down lay a deep pool, just below the brawling, white-capped stretch of rapids through the upper canyon. Rip stretched himself out upon the rock. The heat of it bit through his shirt and made him wince. He looked downward. The purgatory was shallower than he ever remembered it. He could see ledges of rock below that had been submerged in other seasons, and he saw the man who worked his way along the ledges. At first Rip knew stark terror. Was the fool trying to kill himself? He could think of no reason in the name of sanity why a man should have descended into the bottom of the gorge. Yonder, flat against the face of the near wall, he saw the means by which the descent had been made, a knotted rope anchored to a stunted tree that grew on the lip of the gorge. He peered again at the man. There was no identifying him. He remembered the binoculars. He went back to the horse and got the glasses from the saddlebag and stretched himself out again and had a look. Now the man leaped at his vision. He was tall and thin and angular, but oddly it was the crisscrossing suspenders that identified him to Rip, for the man was stooped, feeling his way along the ledge with his back to Rip. It was Clayton Stone. Now what was Stone doing on Hourglass land, Rip wondered. And why had he worked his way down there? He tried adjusting the glasses for better vision. He worked at them and at last got Stone into clear focus. The man had straightened up. He stood peering about, and he was holding a torpedo-shaped instrument that was attached to the end of a line, an instrument that appeared to be about 2 feet long. He edged around a bend in the ledge and was momentarily lost to sight. When he showed himself again, he had managed to clamber down to the water's edge. From above it, it looked as though the water lapped hard against the canyon walls. It was obvious now that this was not so, at least in this dry year with the river down. The man vanished around another turn. Pulling himself to a stand and backing from the rim, Rip restored the binoculars to the saddlebag and mounted. There was something about that torpedo-shaped instrument that tugged at his memory, but he had ridden a half-mile before the recollection blossomed into fullness. He remembered college and a man he had roomed with his second year, and a friend of his roommate, a red-haired fellow. The redhead had been an engineering student, and he had one of those instruments. Rip had examined the thing once and asked what it was. A current meter, used to make hydrographic surveys. The horse balked. It had grown increasingly skittish ever since they started paralleling the gorge's rim. Rip fought its fractiousness absently, his hand at the task, his mind elsewhere. Now the north line of Hourglass was behind him, and he was toiling up Tomahawk Pass. Once this had been a game trail, no more than that. Usage and crude engineering had widened it to a wagon road. But it was a poor sort of road, for the passage of many cattle had crumbled the ruts. The cobs spilled their beef down this ancient highway every fall to trail them south to the shipping pens at Campbellton. And even at this season, there were the signs of recent movement. Cattle fetched down to Campbell Springs to share the water with the others, Rip decided. The pass was a giant stairway with levels and steep pitches, and not as many switchbacks as a man might expect. It was an avenue open to all. This stretch of it was on Sam Martin's holdings. Above lay the Tomahawk Ranch. Now Clayton Stone owned the land upon which Rip rode. Stone, who was at the bottom of the Purgatory Gorge with a current meter in his hands. Timber stood thick to the left of the trail. Lodgepole pine built a solid barrier that would permit only erratic passage. Rip had looked to the trees with longing the last miles. They kept the sun from him now, but the heat seemed more intensified. The woods had a tinder-dry smell to them and a tinder-dry look to them. It was a wonder there hadn't been forest fires this season. He began being very careful about his smoking and to space his cigarettes farther apart. The tobacco was dry and tasteless today. It gave him little comfort. Needles paved the trail, but this did not make the slippery, spongy underfooting he remembered. Once dismounting, he scooped up a handful of them and felt their brittleness and shook his head. Within an hour he crossed 2 creek beds, one bone-dry, the other with a mere thread of water. He left the trail a few miles above the gorge, where a road had been cleared through the timber. He knew this road. It had cost Sam Martin many weeks of labor. Back in here was the old Martin place, and the timber gave way to small meadows and grassy coulees where the beef could thrive. Martin had never been a large operator. He had made a poor man's living and seemingly been satisfied with it, and it had been something of a surprise when he sold out to Stone. Rowdy Price would likely know the ins and outs of that. Price had handled the sale, or so Jax had once written. The buildings that lay ahead were still screened from the eye, but Rip knew that any moment now he would burst upon them. He had become a manhunter since leaving the pass trail, yet he rode with no attempt at silence. He rode as a man would ride who was making a call upon a neighbor. That was why he had decided against the rifle. He had based this trip upon the theory that April Stone would have brought Mike Garrett to the hills, but he had not forgotten the contemptuous references Clayton Stone had made concerning his daughter the night before. They were enemies, those two, father and daughter, and April wouldn't dare bring Garrett to the place. But she would hide him out somewhere near here. She would need food for him, and perhaps medicine. There was that bullet wound, and thus the old Martin place would be the hub from which any real search should be made. And Clayton Stone was away from the ranch. Here was the perfect time for April to be stealing food for the man she was hiding. So thinking, Rip rode into a stump-mottled clearing and reined up before a sagging, peeled pole fence that enclosed a log house sprawled aimlessly in the center of the yard. Scattered about were various outhouses, all of them made of logs, all of them looking in need of repairs. Sam Martin had had a greater pride in appearance than the new owner. A few chickens scratched disconsolately at the clearing. Flies droned about. The lowering sun beat down. Rip dismounted and let the reins drop. He came through an opening in the fence and crossed the sagging porch of the house and rapped smartly upon the door. The droning silence held. He had expected no answer. He had inspected, instead, a soft scurrying, a furtive betrayal if April were alone inside. Frowning, he moved along the porch until he stood before a window. When he first tried peering, he could see nothing. He ventured nearer and finally leaned towards the glass, placing his hands to the side of his face and shielding his eyes. The living room into which he looked still held Sam Martin's furniture. It had gone with the place. He came down off the porch and led his horse to the yard to the pump. He worked the creaky mechanism until the trough was a few inches full. He let the mount drink, then put his mouth under the pump and slaked his own thirst. Pulling the horse away from the trough, he looped the reins around the top bar of the fence. He walked toward the barn. Its door was open, and he strode into the dark interior and paused there. He had the feeling of being watched. It grew upon him until his shoulder blades tingled. The ladder led to a loft. Would she have dared to bring Garrett here? He climbed the ladder as silently as he could, but it creaked underneath his weight. He poked his head carefully through the opening. The loft was empty. He would lie another week or two before haying began. He came back down the ladder and stepped out of the barn. Around this place the timber pressed. Across the brassy vault of sky overhead, a hawk wheeled. A man out there with a rifle, or even a six-shooter, could pick him off like a clay pigeon in a shooting gallery, he realized. He grew suddenly sick of this furtive gumshoeing. He crossed back to the house boldly and put his hand to the door. It gave to his touch, and he shouldered inside and closed the door behind him. The room held a musty, stifling hotness. There was a centering table, a few crude chairs, some strips of faded carpet upon the bare boards of the floor. A map lay spread upon the table, its corners held down by rocks. Upon one wall, a fly-specked calendar, 3 years old, was tacked. A few books stood upon a shelf on another wall. For a long moment, Rip stood listening. "Hello?" cautiously, and got no answer. He crossed the room. A faded curtain hung in a doorway, and he swept this aside. Beyond was a bedroom that had been Stone Martin's. Now it was April's, Rip judged. The wall was covered with pictures clipped from magazines and pinned there. He looked at these. 3 were of stage actors of international fame. The rest were city scenes, carriages on Broadway, Delmonico's restaurant, women promenading in fashionable clothes. Backing from the bedroom, he looked into the kitchen. He saw a rusty range that had been Martin's, a table, cupboards. Beyond the kitchen was a lean-to, also screened by a curtain. In the lean-to was a cot, with a tangle of blankets upon it. Whoever slept here had not made his bed. Beside the cot was a small stand, and upon it a book lay open. Rip had a look at the book. It dealt with hydraulic engineering. This, then, was where Clayton Stone slept. Rip came back into the living room and looked closer at the books upon the shelf. These, too, were engineering books. He bent over the map on the table. It was a topographical map of the upper range, showing Purgatory River and the gorge. Along the margin were notes made in a cramped, precise fist, all of them couched in technical language that was so much gibberish to Rip. He had his back to the door as he bent over the map. He didn't hear the door open. He only heard Clayton Stone say in that soft, modulated voice of his, "Raise your hands." He raised his hands before he turned around. He remembered that sensation of being watched, and he thought, "He knew I was in here. That's why he came cat-footing." Stone stood loosely in the open doorway. He had a six-shooter in his hand, and his thin, bloodless lips were drawn in a straight line, and his eyes were bleak and cold. Over his left arm he carried a lariat coiled. He said, "Turn around again, and put your hands behind your back, your wrists together." "Now see here." "Turn around," Stone snapped. "Do you think anybody would hold me to account for shooting down a man I caught breaking into my own house?" Rip obeyed. He felt a loop fitted over his wrists and drawn tight. It was wrapped again and again. Stone tripped him then, throwing his shoulder against Rip at the same time. He went down to the floor and Stone came down upon him, his knee in the small of Rip's back. Rip flailed his legs, not caring now about Stone's gun, but the rope went around his ankles and stopped his wild threshing, and in a moment he was hog-tied. Stone lifted the gun from Rip's holster and laid it carefully upon the table. Rip rolled over on his side and glared at the man. Stone looked at him remotely, neither interested or disinterested. The man seated himself upon the nearest chair and laid his gun on the table beside Rip's. "Well, Campbell?" The man must have been just about finished with his business in the gourd, Rip concluded. Even so, how had he gotten back here so quickly? But a man familiar with the lie of the land would have his own shortcuts. Obviously, Stone had approached this place from a different direction and seen him from the timber and bided his time, waiting to see what Rip was doing. Rip said, "You're new to this country, I know. You don't jump a man for walking into your place. That's why doors are left unlocked on the range. Suppose you tell me what brought you here." "April," Rip said. Stone gave this full consideration, his aristocratic face hardening with the run of his thoughts. "Maybe I've got two reasons for shooting you," he said. "You were looking for her last night. I might have come to find out if you'd found her. A lost girl could be any man's worry." Stone's lip curled. "That's a poor bluff, Campbell." Anger needled Rip. "And you're a poor sort of father, Stone." "So?" Stone said. "And what would you know about it, Campbell?" He pulled himself from the chair and crossed to the bookshelf and took down one of the engineering books. From its pages he shook a photograph. He fetched this across the room and knelt and held it a few inches before Rip's nose. It was the picture of a woman's face. It might have been April Stone's, except that this woman's hair was piled high and there was a petulance about her mouth. It was the mouth of a woman spoiled by a knowledge of her own beauty. Stone said, "That's her mother. The face of an angel and the heart of a devil. Have you ever considered a woman and her place in the world, Campbell? Behind any successful man you'll find a woman. Remember Abraham Lincoln's statement about his mother? But what all the mealy-mouthed philosophers have overlooked is that women are back of all evil, too. Have you ever heard any orator point out that for every man who's failed, There's been a woman who contributed to his failure? She was your wife? I told you last night, Stone said, that my daughter's way with men was an inherited trait. How would you like it, Campbell, if a woman ruined your life and you counted her dead, and then saw her born all over again? There was a streak of madness in him. That was it. He was insane on this one subject. His wife had put this kink in him, so he hated the daughter. Rip had found the core of Stone's weirdness, and there was no comfort in it, no reality to the moment. This was like something from a bad dream, lying here upon the floor drenched with his own sweat, and trussed up like a hog while a man made mad talk. Stone restored the picture to the book, and said then, as though he had aroused himself from a reverie, "You were away for schooling, Campbell. Just what did you study?" "What does it matter?" Rip countered. "It matters a very great deal." "A lot of things," Rip said. "Engineering?" "None of that." "I was once an engineer," Stone said. "But you've probably guessed as much since you were looking at the map when I opened the door. It's only a hobby now. I'm a gentleman rancher by choice. You've seen my place. There's no use in my telling you that I am a very inept rancher." Rip understood then. Here was a man with a secret, a deadly one. Stone didn't know that Rip had seen him at the bottom of the gorge, but he did know that Rip had seen the map. That was why he was worried whether Rip knew anything about engineering. And that was why Rip was tied up now. If Stone thought he knew too much, then Rip wasn't to ride away from here. Rip had known humiliation and anger in this brief encounter with Stone. Now, for the first time, he tasted fear. "Look, Stone, I'm not some saddle bum who broke into your place to steal. I knocked and no one replied. Maybe I had no business coming inside, but you had no business jumping me with a gun. Loosen these ropes and we'll call it quits." Stone lifted his own gun from the table. For a long moment he stood looking down upon Rip. He said nothing, and there was no guessing the run of his thoughts. He turned toward the door and he looked back then, a genuine regret in those intelligent eyes. He said, "What the devil did you have to come snooping for, Campbell? Now I've got a devil of a choice to make." Rip said, "Think twice, man. Don't you suppose I'll be missed?" Strong in him was the feeling that he was arguing for his life. "Do you want all the Hourglass riders swarming up here?" "I'll be back," Stone said, and left the house, closing the door after him. Rip heard the man's boots beat across the yard. He thought he heard the jingle of a bit chain, but he couldn't be sure. Had Stone left a horse in the timber? The man had gone riding, but where? And why? When it came down to it, Stone had two choices: to free Rip or to kill him. Why hadn't he done one or the other? Rip lay waiting an interminable time, not moving, just listening. He became conscious of a clock ticking. It was in April's bedroom, he guessed, though he couldn't remember seeing it when he had looked in. He struggled with the ropes. It was a waste of effort that brought the sweat down into his eyes. He tried rolling. To do so, he had to press his face against the faded carpeting. It smelled of ancient dust, and he almost choked. He could maneuver himself across the room if he wanted to put forth the effort, but what was to be gained by it? He lay still, his heart pounding, and he had to look around, trying to find somewhere in the room an article that might be used to free him. There was nothing. He thought of the kitchen. Surely there'd be a butcher knife out there, and perhaps he could get his hands on it. But it would take a lot of struggling to reach the kitchen. With his heels drawn up almost to his wrists, there was no way of coming to a stand and hobbling along. The sinking sun laid a patch of light through the window and upon the floor. He watched this patch crawl and listened to the clock tick and tried to gauge the passage of time. He tired of this and decided to try for the kitchen. At least it would give him something to do. There was enough slack in the rope between his heels and his wrists to allow him to draw his knees up a little further. He got on his knees and started inching on them, but it was slow work, and when he tried too hard, he threw himself off balance and fell sideways to the floor. He was angry for a while, and he voiced his anger until he realized the childishness of this. He looked again at the patch of light and decided that Stone had been gone for an hour. It had seemed like 3. He heard the tread of footsteps upon the porch then, and panic clutched at his throat. He heard the hand at the door, and he knew that in a moment the door would open. He thought, he's made up his mind now, one way or the other. And he thought, too, that this would be a mighty poor way to die, trussed and helpless and not able to lift a hand in his own defense. Chapter 9. Rowdy Price had breakfasted earlier than usual that morning, and that was significant, for he was a man of meticulous habits. Of the 3 restaurants in Campbellton, he favored the Chinese. He had at one time and another surreptitiously inspected the kitchens of all 3, and the Chinese man's was the cleanest. Also, the Chinese never badgered him with small and useless talk while he ate. In this establishment, he could occupy a solitary table, unmolested while the talk of the other patrons went on around him. He had long ago learned that the man who listens grows wiser than the man who talks. This morning he took his time with his food. Men greeted him as they came through the doorway. 2 or 3 crossed to his table and passed the time of day. Price commanded a respect in Campbellton. He had nursed that respect and carefully reared it across the years. It was a stock in trade, worth more to him than admiration or the camaraderie that some men commanded. Price had never consciously cared whether people truly liked him or not. Breakfast finished, he came to the boardwalk. In this golden hour the town lay mellow, some of its harshness softened by the first light. Yonder on the prairie, a meadowlark sang until its music was lost in the creaking of a pump. Price sighed, thinking that the day promised to be hot again, for there was a ride he had to make. He smiled, remembering that he wanted it to be hot at the end of that ride. He had been an opportunist all of his days, and this drought was the greatest opportunity he had known. One cloud in the west might spoil everything. He began pacing the street, as was his custom. He always took a turn up one side and down the other each morning. Walking off my breakfast, he had said to anyone who was curious. But this was in reality his way of keeping his fingers on the town's pulse. He made a fine figure as he strode along, a tall man in black, his suit conservatively cut, the heavy gold watch chain, the only sign of opulence about him. He was entirely conscious of how he looked against the setting of Campbellton. He had chosen his garb with care, and the watch chain had been a studied afterthought. These things, too, were part of his stock in trade. Abe Strand lounged before the open doorway of the blacksmith shop. "Good morning, Strand. A bad night last night?" Strand instinctively raised a plump hand to his head. "A hell of a night," he agreed. "Any news of the fugitives?" "Those that rode out from town rode back," Strand said. "They cut no sign. But most of them were so drunk they couldn't have seen a horse track if they'd been drinking out of it. I sent a wire to the county seat about the matter, but a whale of a lot it will do. After all, Garrett was only in for disturbing the peace. County law will think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill." "Garrett's probably headed over the rimfires," Price said. "This range has seen the last of him." "I hope so," Strand sighed. The street, so crowded yesterday, was almost deserted this morning. A few horses stood languidly at hitch rails. A few men moved aimlessly along the boardwalks, their boots beating an echoing cadence in the early hush. Price moved on, but he did not cross over when he came abreast of the last business establishments. Instead, he walked onward to where the buildings thinned out, coming in due course to the cottage of Doc Carson. Price looked upon this small, white building with an approving eye, and he put his hand to the gate. He passed beneath the giant cottonwood and climbed to the porch and rapped on the door. Getting no answer, he skirted the house and came to the yard behind it. "Good morning, Martha," taking off his hat and bowing ever so slightly. The Carsons had a garden back here, made possible by diligent hauling of water from the pump. It was a sorry sort of garden this season. There were some blighted-looking potato plants, a row or two of corn, withered and scrawny, some peas and beans. Martha was picking peas. She wore a gingham dress and a sunbonnet to match it. She straightened herself, holding the peas in her apron, and her smile was both warm and wan as she recognized the man. "Good morning, Rowdy. It's going to be another hot one." I knocked at the front door. "Dad's still sleeping. I'm afraid yesterday was a little trying for him." "And for you," he said, putting the proper amount of sympathy into his voice. She sighed. "I'm probably not the first bride who was left waiting at the church, even in Campbellton." "Campbell rode out last night?" The question went deeper than the words in which it was couched. He was sure she would sense the depth of it. "We had a talk," she said. "There'll be no wedding, at least not for a long while." "Did he seem different to you, Rowdy? Changed in a hard sort of way?" He made no answer to these questions. He stood looking at her for a long moment, weighing the possibilities of the moment with his hat in his hand. He had a high crown of black hair that curled at the temples, and there was just a hint of gray in it. The sun had never given him the leathery hue it gave others, nor had it squinted his eyes. He knew how he must look to her, something civilized in a savage land, a man of means and promise. "I would never have spoken of this, Martha, while you were pledged to him, but I think you've known how I feel about you." She dropped her eyes, sudden confusion bringing a rush of color to her cheeks. "Yes, Rowdy, I've known," she said. He looked about him. A hedge separated this yard from the next, cutting off the view. They were alone, and he could have stepped forward and put his arms around her. He debated for a moment, wondering if he should, and he decided against it. There was a day for making that ride he had to make, and this was the day. There would be a day for taking her in his arms, but that day hadn't come yet. "I don't expect an answer now, Martha. You haven't even been free to think about such a thing. I'll wait. In the meantime, please keep remembering me as your friend, at least. Whenever you need me, call on me. It's only you that's made this town worth staying in." He left her then, but he paused at the corner of the house and looked back and smiled, making of the smile a warm and intimate thing. She smiled back, and in her smile was half a promise. His stride was longer and springier as he headed back toward the busier part of Campbellton. Before his land and loan office, he fished a key from his pocket and let himself into the little frame building. To the front of this building was his office, a cubicle furnished with a desk and chair and files and a small iron safe. Giving from this room was a door leading to his living quarters. He used this office only for the transacting of paper business. Most of the work of buying and selling land was done out on the range. He took his mail from the inner pocket of his coat and placed it on his desk. He had picked it up at the post office on his way to breakfast and scanned it while eating. He had a daily calendar on his desk. He picked this up and tore off a sheet and looked at the new date, staring at it for a long time. "This is it," he thought, and his eyes showed satisfaction. He stripped off his coat, and from a desk drawer he lifted a shoulder holster and a belt with a late-model Colt's .45. He strapped the weapon under his left armpit and donned the coat again, and picked the "Back Soon" sign up from the top of his desk. When he had let himself out of the office and locked the door, he hung this sign upon the handle. He lifted his hat to Lily Greer, the spinsterish proprietor of the millinery, who was sweeping the boardwalk before her establishment, and he headed up the street to the livery stable which lay between here and the jail. He had a saddler of his own, but no place to stable the mount, so he kept it at the livery. It was a buckskin gelding, a big, dependable horse that had carried him countless miles. He had the hostler do the saddling. A man marked himself by whether he did his own menial tasks or left them for the hands of others. He climbed into the saddle and took the alley behind the Chinese's, and stopped and picked up 3 empty tin cans from the top of the trash barrel and stowed these in the saddlebag. He followed the wagon road out of Campbellton to the north. The sun was making itself felt before the first sage-dotted miles were behind him. He let the horse choose its own pace, and thus kept it to a steady, mile-eating gait. He stripped off his coat before noon and tied it behind the saddle. He left the road near the prairie dog village and cut diagonally across country to where a coulee grooved the terrain. Chokecherry bushes grew here. In other years there had been a creek, which was only a dry scar of gravel today. He took the 3 empty cans from the saddlebag and lined them up upon the ground at the coulee's bottom after dismounting and leading his horse down here. He paced away from the cans, counting his steps. At a distance which satisfied him, he let his arms hang slackly, then raised his right hand, snatched at the gun, spun on his heel with the same motion, and fired. He sent 3 shots in such quick succession that they might have been 1. The sound blended and it was a steady roll, and the cans leaped into the air. He walked back to them and had a look, using his thumb to measure the distance from the top of each can to the bullet hole. He nodded, smiling a grim smile. He lined up the cans again, turning them so that an unblemished surface was exposed, and repeated his performance. He spent over an hour at this, not always shooting, but sometimes sitting upon a large rock that had once perched upon the bank of the creek. Sitting there and staring at the cans, or just drawing the gun and sighting it without firing. He had practiced in this manner on every solitary ride he had ever taken. He had gained a skill that would have amazed Campbellton's citizenry. This was his secret, and this was his insurance in a land that had presumed its violent days were behind it. To the livery stableman who had once glimpsed the gun beneath Price's armpit and remarked on it, Price had said, "I carry it in case I run across a rattlesnake." He had smiled then and added, "Do you suppose I could hit one if I were standing over it?" When he mounted and rode out of the coulee, the cans were shapeless and beyond any further use for his purpose, and the supply of bullets he carried in the saddlebag was half depleted. The sun stood almost at zenith. The land had taken to undulating and there was no breath of air, and he would have given $5 for a drink of water. He thought about the heat. It was insidious. It was like something a man talked about in the morning, just as he might talk about the meal he would eat when he grew hungry, but not really caring about it, not having more than a remote interest. But like the hunger, the heat grew on a man with the passing hours. It built itself slowly into something almost tangible, something ever-present, something clamoring and pitiless. In the early afternoon, he reached the Caprock rim and paused here, putting on his coat, and then he topped the rim and he came down the shale-mottled slant to the Hourglass buildings. The dogs came charging to greet him, their sharp barking bringing Jax to the gallery. An edginess gripped Jax. Price saw this instantly. "Oh, it's you," Jax said, both relieved and disappointed. "Light and rest your saddle. Had dinner?" "How's a man to work up an appetite in this heat?" Price said as he stepped down. He led the horse to the watering trough and was careful that the mount didn't drink too long. Price himself had a drink from the pump and walked back to the gallery. "Come inside," Jack said. "It's a little cooler." They stepped into the big room with the cavernous fireplace. Jax waved his visitor to one of the chairs, and seated himself facing Price. There was an open curiosity in Jack's. He had played the host, but all the while he had been wondering what fetched Price. Seeing this, Price wasted no time with prelude. He said, "I'm out here to ask if you folks would consider selling the Hourglass." Jack said, "Who the devil would buy it?" "I thought you'd be surprised," Price said. "Everybody wants to sell this season, but nobody wants to buy. Here's a stroke of luck for you. I've had correspondence with a group of Eastern investors. They were looking for a big place with certain qualifications, and the Hourglass fits to a T. They plan on developing a sort of summer resort place for Eastern visitors who will be paying guests. They want prairie where the guests can go horseback riding. They want hills nearby where they can hunt and fish. And here's the funniest thing of all. They were enraptured over my description of Purgatory River. It's the most useless river in creation by anyone's standards. But to them, it's scenic. Can you imagine that?" "How much will they offer?" I suggested $100,000. They didn't seem to think it unreasonable. 100,000? Good heavens, man. The Hourglass is worth 3 times that much. In a good year, yes, Price admitted. But what's the drought doing to this range? And you're counting the cattle. My buyers would be interested only in the land. Besides, there's more to think about than price, if you consider selling." "I'm not sure I know what you mean," Jack said. Price spread his hands in a patient gesture. "Look, Campbell, there's no use of you and I beating around the bush. It's common knowledge that old man Cobb wants a lease on Campbell Springs. It's likewise known that you've got to give him an answer by midnight tonight. The whole range is hanging on your answer. Most of the small outfits are confident that you'll tell him to chase his tail and that the water will still be available to everyone. But if you buck him, Cobb isn't going to take it lying down. You're in for trouble. Here's one way out of it. You could sell to my people." In Jack's now was the birth of a hope. It showed in his eyes, and Rowdy Price read the sign. And the moment ran on into a lengthy silence that built a singing tension. Then Jack's shoulders sagged, and the old weariness rode him again. And he said, "I'll have to talk to Rip. He's gone riding today, and he's got something to say about this." "And I've got something to say, too," Granddad Campbell spoke from the doorway. He stood there, a lean, stooped figure, his weight upon his cane. How he had negotiated the stairs would be forever a mystery. How long he had stood listening was something that could only be guessed at. A high anger was in him, and he said, $100,000! 100,000 for the sweat and blood and dreams of 3 generations of my family. $100,000 in the selling out of our neighbors? That's what you're offering, Price." Price came to his feet. Dawning respect, dawning patience. "I'm acting only as an agent for people with a legitimate proposition, sir. Most ranchers in this section are anxious to sell. Their places don't meet the requirements. I thought I was doing this family a favor." "A favor," Granddad snorted. "When did your money-grabbing breed ever do anybody a favor? You let good men settle the land and leave their scalps to dry in Indian lodges and their bones to bleach on the prairies. And your kind came along when the land was settled and the towns built and fastened onto them like leeches and tried sucking them dry. A parasite is the kindest word I can think of to tag onto you. Now get off Hourglass land and take your stinking proposition with you." "Granddad," Jax cried aghast. Price stood still, the red creeping up from his collar line. But he looked at Jax and managed a smile. "It seems I'm not wanted here. Good afternoon, gentlemen." Granddad had turned and limped out of sight. That one step creaked beneath his weight as he negotiated the stairs again. Price came out upon the gallery, Jax at his elbow. "I don't know what to say. He's an old man and he's been ailing. We have to put up with his abuse every day. But I didn't think, Jack said awkwardly. Price smiled and laid a hand upon Jack's shoulder. Never mind, Campbell, I understand. He crossed the yard to his horse, Jack still trailing him. The proposition's still open, Price said, and it's still a way out for you. Talk it over with your brother when he comes home. Couldn't you stay for supper? Jack said helplessly. Thanks, no, but I do appreciate the invitation. I don't hold this against you, Campbell, nor against him, really. As you say, he's an old man and ailing. Price offered his hand. Jack took it, and Price stepped up to saddle. From the top of the Cap Rock rim, he looked back and lifted his hand to Jack's, who stood still in the yard, the sun strong upon him. But once over the rim, the smile died on Price's lips, and a cold fury shook him, and the horse felt his spurs. He let that anger ride with him for a mile. Through his mind ran a steady stream of silent profanity, and then he recovered himself and hauled the horse down to a walk. He had learned patience long ago. Yet he was still grim of lip when he rode into Campbellton at sundown. He gave no more than a grunt to the hostler's observation that the day had been a scorcher. He went to the Chinese and ate morosely, and came up the street to his office in the gray of twilight. When he let himself into the building, he wished he had remembered to pull the shades before departing. The little cubicle held all the piled-up heat of the day. He was sitting at his desk, the lamp unlighted, doing nothing, when he heard the knock at the rear door. It was not a furtive knock. It was loud and insistent, and compounded of many things, and a frenzy of impatience was one of them. Price crossed through his living quarters and opened the rear door, and looked at the man who stood framed there. A surprise put a rigidity in Price, and left him wordless for a moment. Then, "Stone," he said, "you fool, don't you realize it's not quite dark yet?" Clayton Stone had the dust of hard riding upon him. It coated his clothes and made him look ghastly. But it was his face that would have held any man's eye. Upon it was the look of a man who had wrestled with the devil across a span of time and space and found no peace. He came into the room quickly and closed the door and put his back to it and fought for breath for a long moment. Then he said, "I had to risk getting in here without waiting. Things have gone completely wrong, and there's hell to pay. Rip Campbell's up at my place, hog-tied upon the floor. I caught him in my house looking at that damn map. I can't be sure, but I'm guessing that he knows everything." "Hell!" Price ejaculated and fell back a step, and his thought was that this day, the one that had been the most promising of days, had turned sour in every respect. Chapter 10. To Rip Campbell it seemed to take forever for the door of the Martin place to open. He had rolled himself over at the first fall of footsteps upon the porch, and he lay now looking at the door. It swung inward, and she stood framed there. She made a small and frightened sound in her throat. She hadn't been expecting this, and he supposed she had to scream or faint. She came inside and swung the door shut and stood staring down at him. Her eyes were wide and her breast lifted and thrust hard at the plaid shirt she wore. There were signs of her astonishment and excitement, these only. He said, "Don't just stand there. Untie me, can you?" She didn't seem to hear him. "Dad did this." Incongruously, he was thinking that she stood the test of daylight. Her skin was clear and flawless, her eyes darker than her father's. Her lips were slightly parted, her teeth small and white. She was the woman in the photograph, but there was this difference. She was unspoiled. He wondered if this was all she had ever known, mountains and prairies and other ramshackle places like this. Why had Stone hidden her from the sight and knowledge of men, a child like her? But she was no child. He remembered Garrett. She edged around the room, circling him, then, Poised near the kitchen door, she suddenly darted from sight. He heard her rummaging out there. Drawers clattered. He said in a quiet, patient voice, "Listen to me. Do you remember me from last night? Maybe you think I'm some sort of an official because I came into the jail. I'm Rip Campbell of the Hourglass. Yes, your father tied me up and left me. But it's a mistake. You'll be doing him a favor if you free me. Can't you understand that?" Again, he felt as though he were arguing for his life. The thought persisting crept into his voice, putting a strained quality into his pleadings. He thought of threats when his coaxing drew neither word nor action out of her. He decided against that. A girl with the nerve to spring Mike Garrett from the Campbellton jail wouldn't be intimidated by a man bound and helpless. He said at last angrily, "All right, leave me here. And if anything happens to me, the Hourglass will pull this place to the ground and hang your father to the highest tree in Rimfires." She appeared in the kitchen doorway. She had a flour sack in her hand. It looked to be loaded with food. He could see the bulking outline of canned goods. She crossed the room quickly, placed the flour sack on the floor near the door, and knelt and began fumbling at the knots holding his wrists. Relief turned him weak, but only for a moment. "Get a knife from the kitchen," he said. She paid him no heed, her fingers still working at the knots. He felt them loosen, and then suddenly she ceased her efforts, snatched up the flour sack, opened the door, and fled through it. He heard her boots beat against the porch, but lost the sound in his wild threshing as he flailed across the floor, struggling to finish the job she had deserted. He shook his wrist free and tugged quickly at the knots binding his ankles, and all the while he thought, "She's smart, smarter than a whip." She was on her way to take food to Garrett, and she had guessed that Rip was after the man. This way, she was giving Rip his chance and still make sure of her own getaway. And he had to smile. All this while he was working frantically. He freed himself and came to a teetering stand. Restored circulation sent needles through him, but he was oblivious to the pain. Scooping his gun from the table, he wrenched open the door and thought he caught a glimpse of her plaid shirt in the timber across the clearing. She had come afoot, and she was leaving the same way. He looked for his horse. He had left it tied to the sagging peeled pole, but the mount was gone. Of course. April's surprise at finding him in the house had been proof that his horse was no longer in the yard. He remembered thinking he had heard the creak of a bit chain after Stone had left. He went running to the barn and found his horse there, standing in a stall, still saddled. He got into the tack and came out of the barn at a high lope, heading for the place in the timber where April had vanished. The upper slope was bathed in gold. The sun hung low, the pine-clad sweep and the day's heat had lost its hard impact. He went crashing into the timber, making no effort at stealth, and he found a game trail. He put the horse along it at that same hard run. He kept low in the saddle and held his right arm crooked before his face to ward off the lower branches. He glimpsed her again around a turn of the trail. She was taking a backward look, her eyes frightened, and she was running. He overtook her, swung down from the saddle and made a grab for her and tripped. Falling, he clutched at one of her ankles and brought her down. Instantly she rolled over, trying to twist free, but he was swarming upon her, pinning her down with his weight. He got his arms around her, trying to pinion hers, and she ceased struggling then, as though the futility of putting her strength against his had become apparent to her. There was this moment when she lay in his arms, her black hair fanned out upon the ground, her heart thundering against his, and then, because he wanted to, he kissed her. There was no intent in this, no forethought. She had just become a woman and desirable, and a wantonness had swept over him, and he had surrendered to it. Her lips were warm. He had known only Martha, and he hadn't known that a woman's lips could be warm. They were warm and hungry, but that was only for an instant, and then she was fighting him, stark terror in her eyes. She got an arm free, and he felt the rake of fingernails across his face. He drew back his head, then got to a stand, pulling her up with him. He locked her wrists behind her, and he said hoarsely, "You little devil, I'm not going to harm you." She was panting hard, her breasts rising and falling. "Let me go." "Only if you promise not to run," he said, but he released her. She picked the flour sack from the ground where it had fallen. A can of beans had escaped, and she picked this up too, and restored it to the sack. "That's for Garrett?" She made no answer, and he said, "Look, you rode away with him last night. Nobody knows that for sure but me and a friend of mine who'll never tell. I could have put the law on your trail then if I wanted to, but I had nothing against you, or against Garrett either." "Then why are you up here today?" she asked. "I'm trying to find him," he admitted. "But not for the reason you think. All I want is to talk to him, ask him a couple of questions. You could take me to him, will you?" "He'll kill you." He grinned. "He tried that once. That's why he's got a sore shoulder. That bullet could have split his heart if I wanted it to. Can't you understand that I mean him no harm? Look at it this way. A great deal of trouble is shaping up on this range. Maybe if I could talk to Garrett, there wouldn't be any trouble. Take me to him, April." If she was surprised that he knew her name, she didn't show it. She stood a long moment in silence. She bit her lower lip and looked at him as though she were trying to inventory the things that didn't show. She owned her father's intelligence, he decided, and he wished now that he hadn't kissed her. He was remembering Martha, and he was ashamed, but he knew, too, that the kiss was counting against him now. It had been no way to build trust. She said at last, "Give me your gun, and you can come blindfolded. I promise I'll bring you back safe." He almost laughed. What childish game of blind man's bluff was this supposed to be? But he said very solemnly, "That sounds fair enough." He lifted his gun and handed it to her. She thrust it into the waistband of her Levi's. He unknotted his neckerchief, and she took the bandana and placed it over his eyes and knotted it at the back of his head. "Can you see?" At first, that struck him as naive, and then, because he understood that she truly trusted him and that her question proved it, he turned humble. "Only the light when I'm facing toward the sun." "Just a minute," she said. He felt her move away. A moment later, he could tell she was leading his horse along the trail toward him. She was busy for a moment, tying the flour sack to the saddle, he supposed. And then she took his hand and placed it upon the saddle horn, and he groped for the stirrup and swung up into the saddle. She said, "Will he carry double?" "I don't know." She swung up behind him and reached around him for the reins. The horse flinched, and he wondered grimly if he'd have to fight the kinks out of him, blindfolded with the branches everywhere. He reached to snatch away the bandana. April drummed her heels against the horse's side, and the mount started off at a walk. He was to remember that ride always. It was like moving through a dream. He could hear the squealing of the saddle as the horse toiled up a slant. He could feel a sickening sensation in his stomach when the trail suddenly dipped downward. He could smell the dry tang of the timber, and from these things he tried to visualize the country through which they passed. When they faced west, the sunlight was strong through the bandana. By this token, he was able to tell when they turned north or south. He tried to make a game out of it mentally, gauging their route. But it was a losing game, he knew. There was a regular network of trails back here used by the hill people. Often April warned him about low-hanging branches, saying softly, "Get your head down." Sometimes he sensed that she reached out and held a branch aside as they passed beneath it. He tried keeping track of time and found that a futile game, too. They might have been riding a half hour or an hour. Sometimes gravel rattled on the trail, and after a while this sound became persistent, and he wondered if they were out of the timber altogether. Then April was hauling at the reins, bringing the horse to a stand. She slipped from behind him and said at his elbow, "Quiet. Riders are nearby." She moved away, and he guessed that she was at the horse's head. Her hand clamped over the mount's nostrils to keep him from neighing a greeting. "Who is it?" "The Cobbs." He could hear the passage of horses on a trail. He tried to gauge the distance and the direction and failed at both. He heard the murmur of voices. There was no coherency to this sound, no words he could fasten onto. He smiled, wondering what the Cobbs would think if they should stumble upon the two of them, him sitting asaddle with his hands free, but his gun gone and his eyes blindfolded, her standing rigidly silencing the horse. A sight like that might even sober the old man up. Sound dwindled and was lost. April pulled herself up behind Rip again, and he said, because it was suddenly very important to know, were they heading up or downhill? Toward their ranch. They weren't going to the Hourglass then. They were waiting out the deadline, waiting to see if the Campbells came to them. It wasn't the showdown. Not yet. The light was fading, he could tell that. Soon only grayness glimmered through the bandana, and that was brief, the quick twilight of the hill country. Since sundown, the gravel had rolled beneath the horse's hoofs, and it seemed to be slower going, as though it were harder to pick the trail. It came to Rip that it had been a long time since April had warned him about a branch. The last time had been before the Cobbs had passed them. He was turning this over in his mind when she brought the horse to a halt again and said, "Get down." "Now?" and raised his hands to the blindfold. "Not yet." He slid to the ground and found it rocky underfoot. "Just a minute till I tie your horse to this bush." After that, she took his hand and led him along. They climbed upward, and she said, "Careful now, very careful." He put out his free hand and felt the smoothness of a cliff wall to his right. He pictured himself as climbing a tilting ledge, and something about the picture he conceived tugged at a memory. "Duck your head," and he did so, and for a moment this was like being completely blind. There was only blackness, and then he saw light through the bandana, a flickering light, and smelled wood smoke. April said, "Now." He jerked down the bandana and found himself in a cave, high and dome-shaped, its ceiling blackened by the smoke of many fires. A fire burned here now, fitful and puny, beneath an opening in the ceiling that made a natural chimney. Before this fire, a saddle blanket was spread, and a saddle and other gear lay nearby. Other than that, the cave was empty, and April, sensing this only now, let the flour sack drop from her hand and cried out in a voice of fear, "Mike! Mike!" "Here," Mike Garrett said behind them, and Rip felt the prod of a six-shooter against his spine. He raised his hands before turning. He knew now that he stood as close to death as he ever wanted to come. He saw Mike Garrett standing in the shoulder-high opening that led into this cave. Garrett said, "I heard you coming a mile off. I just moved out and up on the ledge and around a turn, April. I see you've got his gun. Good. What happened? Catch him snooping?" "I brought him here from the place, Mike," she said. "He only wanted to talk to you." "You brought him here?" "Blindfolded," she said. "He'll go back the same way." The anger faded out of Garrett's solid features, and question stood stark in his half-veiled eyes. With his free hand, he thumbed back his flat-brimmed sombrero, and then he smiled in feline satisfaction, revealing his teeth. "Back there, Campbell," he said. "Get back and sit down. April, keep away from him." Rip back to the blanket and squatted upon it. And Garrett followed after him and eased down to the floor a good 10 feet away, sitting cross-legged and laying the gun in his lap. Garrett said darkly, "Well, you're here. What's eating at you?" "2 questions," Rip said. I promised her that's all I'd ask. "First, I want to know why you hate me." "That's easy. Because you're you." "To me, that doesn't make sense." "It wouldn't," Garrett said. "It wouldn't because you're not me. You haven't drifted, hiring out your guns and eating well one day and not at all the next. I've sat hungry beside a campfire and thought of men like you, well-fed and well-kept, because somebody else, your father or his father before him, built a pile and all you had to do was be born in order to have it. This isn't the first range where I've seen men bow and scrape before junts like you, just because you were born to a name and a pile of dinero. What did you ever do to earn it, Campbell?" "I see what you mean," Rip said slowly, "and that tells me more than you meant to tell me. Now I know another reason why you hate me. Because I showed myself better than you at your own trade yesterday before the Rialto. I could have killed you, Garrett." Garrett's lip curled. "You were lucky," he said. "Plain lucky, Campbell. We'll prove that one of these fine days." April moved, her shadow casting a gargantuan figure upon the cave wall. Garrett started, his hand dropping to his lap where the gun lay. He doesn't trust her, Rip thought. Not completely. She picked wood from a pile and dropped it upon the fire, which sprang higher. She moved back to stand against the wall, saying nothing. Garrett said, "You had a second question, Campbell?" "Yes," Rip said. "Who hired you to keep picking a fight with me?" Garrett smiled. "Sometimes I work for money, sometimes just for fun. In your case, it could have been just for fun. Is that all you'll say?" "That's it." Rip started to come to a stand, but Garrett's gun was instantly in his hand and leveled. "I've asked my questions and got my answers. I could have put the law on your trail last night, but I didn't. That was for her sake, not yours. Take my advice and shake the dust of this range," Rip said. Garrett said, "Stay squatted. You're not going. Not yet." April said, "He'll be blindfolded when he goes back, Mike. He'll never find this place again. Not in a million years." Garrett said, "Look, honey, are you on my side or his?" It took her a long second to answer. "Yours, Mike," she said softly. "You know that." She loved the man, Rip reflected. Every time she turned around, she proved it. Garrett said, "This is Saturday, isn't it?" April nodded, and Garrett said, "What's your hurry, Campbell? We've got food here and a fire, all the comforts of home." "No, it's not what you're used to at the Hourglass, but it will do your immortal soul good to come down to the level of us common folk for a while. He's our guest, isn't he, April, for the evening?" Rip saw it then. Garrett knew that midnight tonight was the deadline. And he knew that the answer the Cobbs would get from the Hourglass might be one answer if he, Rip, was there, and quite another if Jax was alone. This was part of the game Garrett was playing, for himself or somebody else, the game that had started when they'd first met in the Rialto. Rip had played into Garrett's hands by coming here, and Garrett meant to keep him until after midnight. And because the Cobbs might be riding at midnight, and because many miles lay between here and the Hourglass, and time could work against a man, Rip knew that any play he would make might just as well be made now. He measured the distance between himself and Garrett and prepared to leap. Yet strong in his consciousness was one thought that couldn't be denied. No man could move faster than a bullet. Chapter 11. Some minutes are beyond measuring. This was one of them. This minute when Rip crouched, his legs drawn up underneath him, his eyes locked with Garrett's, and because Garrett's intent was suddenly stark in his face, Rip knew that Garrett had wanted it this way. He wanted Rip to try jumping him, because that would give the hired gun his excuse to gun him down. Garrett had a code of sorts to keep, but Rip would free him from it if he made the play. Thinking this, Rip hesitated. His desperate desire tempered by the knowledge that to move was to commit suicide. Anger began wrestling with the wisdom in him, and the mockery in Garrett's eyes was a spur to anger. Then April said, hysteria in her voice, "Drop your gun, Mike." Without looking at her, Rip knew how she had her back to the cave's wall, her face contorted by the wrench of emotions, his own gun in her hand, the gun she had taken from him before she had brought him here. He still kept his eyes on Garrett. He saw surprise take the killer lust out of Garrett, and then fury leaped up in the man, smoldering in his glance. Garrett only said softly, "And you told me you were on my side." It was like a whip laid across her. Rip gave her a quick look and saw the way of it, but he too saw that the gun she held never wavered. "He made a bargain, and he kept it, Mike. He could have pulled the blindfold away at any time. When we got here, I told him that was the end of the trail. He could have jumped me and come after you, but he didn't. Now I'm going to keep my end of it and take him back. There's more mixed up in this than you know about, honey. I can't let him leave. Not right away." The firelight danced upon her face. She was close to crying. "Drop that gun, Mike," she said with deadly, desperate emphasis. This was the moment when fury rose the highest in Garrett. He might have used his gun or he might have used words, and either could have disarmed her. This was killing her, Rip knew. She loved Garrett, but she loved her pledged word, too. She was hoping she could keep both. She was hoping Garrett would understand. The anger that swayed Garrett almost engulfed him. His body grew rigid and trembled a little, and then he let the gun slip from his fingers. Rip launched himself forward and fell upon the weapon. He plucked Garrett's left handgun from its holster, and with the two in his hands he broke them open and jacked the cartridges out of them. These he flung to the darkest corner of the cave, and he sent the gun skittering across the floor. And he said, "I ought to take you back with me, but that isn't what she bargained for when she made this play. So my hands are tied. I told you once to shake the dust of this range. Don't let me lay eyes on you again." Garrett looked at April and said very distinctly, very emphatically, "You slut." She began crying silently, and the tears shook her voice. "He doesn't know the weight of this cave, and I'll take him back blindfolded. Mike, tomorrow you'll be glad I didn't let you do what you intended doing. Honest you will. You just need time to think it over. I'll be back before morning." He said darkly, "I won't promise I'll be here." "You can't move till your shoulder's healed better," she said. "And you'll need food and care. Mike, can't you understand that I have to do this? Can't you understand that it doesn't need to make a difference between us?" Rip thought, no, he never will. April believed that goodness lay in Garrett because it lay in her. She couldn't understand that there was a difference between them that was wider than Purgatory Gorge. The poor, tortured, magnificent fool. "I'd like to get riding," Rip said, and started toward the cave's opening. She followed after him, watching Garrett, still holding the gun but letting it hang limply in her hand. Garrett had come to a stand. His back was to the fire, and he was blackly outlined and faceless. He said nothing. He made no move. Rip got through the opening. The moon hadn't risen, and he was in deep darkness. April crowded close to him and got his hand and said, a sob still in her voice, "This way." He knew again that he was being led along a tilting ledge. Only this time, the smoothness of the cliff was to his left. They were descending, and again memory tugged at him. and the picture stood complete, and he smiled. When they came to where the ground was level, the footing was still rocky, and he looked upward to the place they had just quit. He saw the blackness of the cliff against the blackness of the night. Turning, he made out his horse tied to a bush nearby. He untied his bandana and retied it over his eyes and reached for her hand. "I'm ready now," he said. He moved towards the horse and groped for the horn and lifted himself aboard. She climbed up behind him and put her arms around him and got the reins. For him there was only darkness, deeper than night, and that blackness was suddenly peopled by Mike Garrett. Garrett had time to find his guns and reload, Rip knew. He had a notion to jerk away the blindfold. It had become a farce anyway, but she didn't know that, and he didn't want her to know it, so he didn't jerk the mask away. They moved for a long time in silence. After an hour, she began warning him about the trees. He sensed that the moon was rising, and he sensed, too, that they were not traveling the same trail that had brought them to the cave. He began to get that earlier sensation of lifting and falling as the trail climbed and dipped. This persisted for an hour and another. He listened intently, always for hoofbeats on the back trail. Garrett must have had a horse hidden out near the cave, 2 of them perhaps. April had come to the hill ranch afoot when she had come for food that afternoon. He wondered about that and asked. "We had 2 horses," she said. "My own and a tomahawk horse I took last night. I turned the tomahawk horse loose in the hills, and I left the other for Mike when I went for food. He might have needed a horse worse than I did." That made them even, him and Garrett, Rip reflected. With both of them she had thought of herself last. Shortly thereafter she said, "Now, you can take away the blindfold." As she said it, she slipped from the horse. He jerked away the bandana and had his look. Overhead, the blackness of the sky arched, the stars wheeling, and there was moonlight, though most of it was lost in a tangle of pine tops. They were in deep shadow, but just beyond was the openness of a road, bathed the sickly yellow with the ruts grouped in darkness. This was the Tomahawk Pass road. He knew this instantly. April handed him his gun. "We're below our place," she said. "Just follow the road downward and you'll come to the flats." He smiled. "I grew up in this country." She looked back along the darkened trail that had led them to the fringe of the forest. "Goodbye," she said. He stepped down from the saddle and leaned against the mount, his shoulder to the saddle's cantle. "How long have you known him?" "Mike?" He thought she was going to cry again. "A month, I guess, maybe longer. He rode through the hills when he first came to this country. He spent a night near our place, and I stumbled upon him one morning when I was riding. After that, after he went on down to Campbellton, he used to ride up this way once in a while. We found that cave and got to meeting there. And so you fell in love with him," he said. "And when you heard he was to be lynched, you found a way to get him out of jail." "I never thought about the being in love," she said. "Not till last night. I heard about your wedding and how everyone was going to be there. I wasn't invited, but I took my horse and rode to town to see the excitement. After he got in trouble and got jailed, I heard the talk. I guess it was too much for me, thinking about him being hanged. So you stole a tomahawk horse for him to ride away with you, and you knocked out Abe Strand without Strand even seeing you. It was Mike Garrett's lucky day when he met you." She lifted her face and looked intently at him and said, "You hate each other, don't you? I wish it weren't that way." He shrugged. "He'll be clearing out of this range as soon as he's able. Will you be riding away with him?" "I don't know," she said forlornly. "I don't know whether he'll want me now. Last night he talked about taking me along, but tonight he's angry with me." He said softly, urgently, "Don't go with him, April. Don't go." She shook her head, not understanding. "You're afraid I'll marry him?" "No," he said. "I'm afraid he won't marry you." She said nothing. He looked toward the road, conscious that time was slipping away, conscious that the midnight deadline was drawing near. He held out his hand to her. Her fingers closed with his, and he drew her close then, very gently, and put his arms around her and tilted her chin and kissed her. She responded willingly. Her kiss was a child's kiss in the first moment of it, and then it ceased to be a child's kiss. She pushed away from him, panting, and she said, "I guess he's right. I'm just naturally bad." At first, he thought she meant Garrett, and then she said, "Why does he hate me so? Is it just because of her, because of my mother? I've tried not to be like her." "He's told you about her?" "Many times. He can lash himself into a fury by talking about her." He reached and laid his hand on her shoulder. It was trembling. "You kissed me because you were lonely and mixed up and afraid that Mike Garrett will be gone when you get back to the cave. It would be better for you if he's gone. Will you keep remembering that?" He stepped into the saddle again. He prodded the horse out into the road and looked back, seeing April standing at the fringe of the forest, seeing the white blob of her face. He lifted his hand in salute, and a turn of the road put her beyond his view. After that, he tried dismissing her from his mind, tried keeping his faculties pinned to his writing. He needed more light if he were to make speed, but the light was a deceptive thing. The road was day-bright in places and shadow-woven in others, where branches swept outward making an almost tight canopy. He heard the rumble of Purgatory River where the rapids muttered far below. He came to the overhanging rock, where he had looked downward that afternoon and seen Clayton Stone. Remembering the man, he wondered if Stone had returned to the Martin place to find his prisoner gone. And thinking of this, he thought again of April. Poor kid. She had 2 places to go, 2 men to turn to, and neither really gave a damn about her. He rode down through the foothills and out upon the flats. Now the moon was much higher, and the sage clumps stood silvered, and the land reached ethereally and endlessly. Hungry, he probed the saddlebag for the remainder of the food and ate while holding the horse to a walk. Afterward, he lifted the mount to a gallop. The stars told him midnight was past. He pushed the animal hard, and impatience growing in him. At last he saw the moonlight glinting on the barbed wire that surrounded Campbell Springs. He saw the cattle which crowded close to the wire, and drawing nearer, he made out the shape of a horse tied to the fence. Not until Rip was close enough to smell the water did he see the man squatting upon the ground cross-legged. Rip said, "Pete?" tentatively, but it was the voice of Bat Wallace that came back to him. Wallace said, "I recognize you by the way you sat your saddle." And Wallace took a gun from his lap and eased it back into his holster. Rip reined short and stepped down from the saddle. "You're spelling, Pete? Is this a day and a night job?" "I sent Pete back to the Hourglass," Wallace said. All the pent-up tension of these many hours put an edge to Rip's voice. "Damn it, man, is something up?" "Not yet," Wallace said. "When I came in from riding fence today, the ranch was as peaceful as a ladies' aid meeting. But Jacks had been working with pen and paper. I took a look at that paper. It was lying on the table." Rip thought, "I can guess." He said, "An agreement to turn Campbell Springs over to the Cobbs." Wallace nodded. Maybe he was just drawing it up in case. Maybe he didn't intend to use it unless he had to. Maybe he was waiting for you to show back. "I got delayed," Rip said dryly. "The Cobbs haven't come?" "Not yet," Wallace said. "Midnight's past. They'll be coming any time now, but they'll have to come this way." Understanding smote Rip then, hitting him hard. "And that's why you're waiting here," he ejaculated. Wallace said, "I'm only the foreman. It ain't for me to say whether papers are to be signed or not. But nobody gave me any real orders. If a ruckus was to start between me and the Cobbs before they reached the Hourglass, it might blow the lid off without any palaver about papers. Maybe I overstepped myself. Do I draw my time, Rip?" What was it Granddad had said about this man? "Then Bat Wallace could have given you a better lesson than any you got from your Eastern teachers. He's out in the bunkhouse these days eating his heart out, because the spread he's worked for would rather sidestep than fight Cobb." Rip looked at Wallace, seeing a little man, short and stocky, and warped by too much riding. Seeing a man loyal to his brand and loyal to something else, to a principle that allowed for no running when a challenge was laid down. And knowing what Wallace had intended doing here, Rip squatted down by the man and lifted a hand to Wallace's shoulder. "Draw your time," Rip said. "Not if I've got any say you won't. Pile on your horse, Bat. We're heading for the Hourglass. We'll do our talking to the Cobbs there when they show up. If there's a fight, you'll get your share of it, but a Campbell is going to have the privilege of starting it." Wallace grinned. "You saddle it, I'll ride it," he said. Rip stiffened. "Hoofbeats," he said. "Hear them?" Wallace listened. From the south, he decided. "It's not the Cobbs, just one rider." "I see him now," Rip said. The hoofbeats grew louder. The horse and rider shaped up like a charging fury, the man tall and angular sitting unsteadily in the saddle, weaving to and fro in such a way that Rip's first thought was that Clayton Stone was wounded. Then, as the man blurred past them, so intent upon his riding that he didn't even glance in their direction, some instinct told Rip the real truth. Stone was drunk, so drunk he could scarcely sit his saddle. Wallace said, "He'll break his fool neck once he gets into the hills." Rip said softly, "So, he needed whiskey to nerve himself for the job. Is that what took him away from Martin's?" Then to Wallace, "Let's be riding, Bat. I've got worries of our own." Chapter 12. The moon was gone, and the stars nearly faded when they came to the Hourglass. The ranch lay cradled in the darkness before the dawn. The buildings were vague and shapeless, but the dogs were awake, and there was a light in the bunkhouse, and another in the frame ranch house. Sleep hadn't come here. Rip could feel the wakefulness that pervaded the place. It sang in the night. It was a wire drawn tight and thrumming. A man shaped up in the bunkhouse door as they dismounted, the bulk of him almost blotting out the light. He held a rifle in the crook of his arm, and he had his look and sighed explosively and said, "Oh, it's you, Bat." Rip said, "Will you take care of my horse, Bat? It looks like Jax is still up." Jax was in the big room, burrowed deep in a chair before the empty fireplace. He had hauled off his boots, but otherwise was clothed. He looked haggard. He looked like a man who could use a drink, but would find one drink not enough. Standing in the doorway and studying his brother, Rip reflected that Jax had never been more than a sociable drinker, a fellow who hoisted one with the crew and walked away afterwards and forgot about it. He was glad now that it was this way with Jax. He said, "Good morning." Jack started visibly and said with an edge of irritation to his voice, "Where the hell have you been? I've been thinking of sending the crew looking for you." Rip thought, "But you were afraid to do that. You were afraid to have the ranch unmanned." He said, "My yarn will keep. Anything happened here?" "Rowdy Price rode out. He offered to buy the place for some investors who are interested. They want to make it a vacation spot for Easterners. His offer was a good one, considering the drought." Rip crossed to the table. A pen lay there and an ink bottle and a piece of paper. He read what Jax had written upon this paper, and he said, "Price's offer wasn't so good that you'd prefer to take it and run out. All this needs to give Cobb what he wants his 3 signatures. Jack said, "How did I know whether you'd get back before the Cobbs came? I expected them at midnight. I had to have that ready in case it was needed." Rip said, "You couldn't have gotten a majority. You'd never have got Granddad to sign it." Jack's jaw grew tight. "I'd have signed it myself if I had to. I can't see where Granddad's vote counts for much anymore. And you weren't here." Rip grinned. "You tell Granddad that?" Jax made an angry gesture with his hands. "We've got 2 choices. We can sell to Price, or we can stay here and buck Cobb. That's all there is to it." "We've got a 3rd choice," Rip said. "We can fight. That will be Granddad's vote, and it will be mine." He tore the sheets of paper across and folded it and tore it again, and let the pieces flutter to the table. He turned and started for the stairs, and Jack said desperately, "Where are you going?" "To bed," Rip said. "The Cobbs hoped we'd come riding to them. They wanted that feather for their hat, too. Midnight has passed, and they haven't come. They won't come until tomorrow. I need sleep." That one step creaked under him as he climbed the stairs. The upper hallway was dark. Granddad's door was closed, and no light showed under it. In his own room, Rip stripped off his boots and belt and stretched himself upon the bed. All the weariness of the crowded days since his homecoming rose and engulfed him. He saw through the window that the sky was paling in the east. He thought of April and wondered if she were back at the cave and how she was faring with Garrett. The poor, tortured, magnificent fool. The thought was bitter and the thought was sweet, and he took it with him to sleep, into oblivion. He awoke many hours later by the touch of Jax's hand. Jax was shaking him, and the heat lay heavy in the room, and the sun beat at the window. He looked up at Jax and wished that Jax would go away, and then, as clarity penetrated into his sleep-fogged mind, he said, "The Cobbs?" They seemed to be living constantly with the Cobbs, with the threat of them, and he was growing mighty tired of it. Jack said, "Martha's coming. I spotted her to the south through field glasses. No, the Cobbs haven't showed up yet. I let you sleep. You were sleeping like a dead man." Rip said, "Thanks. I'll be down pronto." She had just reached the gate when he got to the gallery, his face raw from hasty shaving and his hair slicked down and still wet. She rode a livery-stable horse with a stock saddle, but she sat side-saddle fashion, her skirts billowing. He came running and reached and got her under the armpits and eased her to the ground. She was once again coolness in a parched land, minted gold to an impoverished lover. But the memory of their talk at her father's gate, the bargain they struck, put a restraint into him. He laughed to cover the awkwardness that had crept into this moment, and he said, "I slept in. Will you have a second breakfast with me?" She was graver than he had ever remembered her. She said, "I had to come out to learn how things are. The whole town is wondering this morning. You see, everybody knew last night was the deadline. The Cobbs haven't come for their answer," he said. "They'll be along before the day's over, I'm guessing. Come to the gallery where there's a little shade. Will you have that second breakfast?" "Perhaps a cup of tea," she said. "No one on Purgatory Range can make tea like Charlie Wong." Jax greeted her as Rip led her up the steps. Jax gave her his hand and said, "You'll find the house a little cooler than the yard, but not much. Lord, will this heat ever let up?" Dan went seeking the Chinese. Afterwards, Rip and Martha and Jack sat in the big room, and this made it a state occasion. For Jax it was the midday meal, but he'd had no relish for the food. His lack of appetite was all too noticeable. Only Charlie, who served, was himself. Martha had always charmed him, and her magic had lost none of its potency. She drank the tea and said then, "You can understand why all the folks are wanting to find out what decision is reached about the springs. It means so much to everyone. Including Rowdy Price, it seems, Rip thought. He said, "How would you vote if it were up to you?" He hadn't meant to ask that. It was a reaching out to older days, an attempt to recapture a closeness that had once existed among the three of them. Often they'd sat in this very room and talked about Rip's proposed schooling, and spun plans and dreams, and Martha had been as much a part of the Hourglass as those hewn rafters overhead. Rip thought, "I wonder if it will ever be that way again," and wondering, he awaited her answer. She pursed her lips thoughtfully and took a long time at replying, and then she said, "I just don't know. But bloodshed seems so useless." He had known somehow that her answer would be like this, yet he had hoped it would be different. He could hear a clock ticking. He made a guess at the time and wondered when the Cobbs would be coming, and found himself wishing that she'd leave before they arrived. But she lingered. The three of them made small talk, and time drifted on, and the heat built with the passing hours. It grew to envelop the house, to press it with hot hands. A stickiness dwelt in the air, and Jax, who'd worn his coat to the table as a concession to Martha's presence, stripped the garment away. A thermometer was fastened out on the gallery. Jax went to have a look at it, and returned shaking his head, making no pronouncement. And then Bat Wallace clumped up the gallery steps and stood in the doorway looking at the three of them, a little man freighted with news. He inclined his head to Martha. "Riders to the north. 6 of them. They've come." "You'd better stay inside," Rip said to Martha. But she followed him to the gallery, and his brother came along too. Jax took a stand at Rip's left shoulder. Wallace ranged himself to the right. The three of them were this way, standing, waiting out the last tag end of waiting, when the Cobbs roared into the yard. The 6 lined up before the gallery, sitting their saddles, the old man and his sons. Jax said nothing. Rip kept his lips pressed together. There was no invitation for the Cobbs to light down. Rip thought, so this is it. Old man Cobb sat with his sons on either side of him. He had more than enough whiskey in him today, and more than enough petulance. He sat there big and burly, with his ragged beard falling to his second shirt button. He sat there, arrogant and dangerous. "Midnight is a hell of a long ways past, Campbell. Did you think we were bluffing?" He was speaking to Jax. "We've thought it over, Cobb. It has to be share and share alike. The tomahawk is welcome to water cows at the spring, the same as anybody else. But we're not signing the springs over to you." Cobb's lips writhed in what might have been a grin. "You've thought that over damn well?" "We've thought it over," Jack said stiffly. "You've got our answer." "I tried to make it easy for you, Campbell. Hourglass and Tomahawk could have got through this dry spell together. But you wouldn't listen to sense. We're heading back to the hills to get our crew and round up our cattle and to fetch them down to the flats. We're taking over Campbell Springs." The anger that ran away with Rip was compounded of both ice and fire. He had known another moment like this, that moment when Mike Garrett had spat upon his boot in Campbellton, the day of the postponed wedding. Yet still the hate wasn't in him. This was as impersonal as Garrett's insult has been. He said in a voice that sounded strange in his ears, "That's enough, Cobb." "Another Campbell heard from." "You've got decent treatment from the Hourglass, Cobb," Rip said. "That wasn't enough for you. You wanted to hog the water. You had the guts to set a deadline for the Campbells, to expect us to ride up to the Tomahawk and grovel because you had happened to growl. You've got the guts now to sit there and tell us you're taking over our water? I'm here to tell you you're not that wide across the britches. You can still water your quota of cattle. No more, no less. I wouldn't want to see a cow suffer because the man who owns him is stupider than the cow. Now get off Hourglass land and stay off." Cobb's 5 sons had held silent. This was their way, to let their father do the talking. Now Mace spoke. He was the one who sat at his father's right hand. He was neither the oldest nor the youngest of the sons. He was 30, perhaps, but he was the biggest of the 5. He was old man Cobb with a quarter of century sloughed away. He was his father's arrogance and his father's ruthlessness. He said, "He talks big for an Eastern dude, Pa. He's the one who talked Jacks into bucking us. He's grown a set of guts because he was lucky with a gun in town the other day. Shall I haul him over to his own horse trough and cool him off?" Cobb grunted. "Will you climb down off that horse, Mace? Will you climb down and shuck your gun?" From farther along the gallery, where Martha had taken a stand, her voice rose. She said, "Don't," but it was a puny straw to stem the tide of Rip's anger. He cleared the gallery steps without touching them. He crossed to where Mace Cobb sat in his saddle, and he got his hand inside Mace's gun belt and hauled the man from the saddle. And he slapped Mace hard, his fingers leaving red streaks across the man's face. Mace fell back a pace, looking at Rip with eyes that didn't believe, looking at him with anger that grew and boiled over and exploded. He fumbled woodenly at his gun belt and unlatched it and let it fall. He came at Rip with a roar, his huge fists flailing, a berserk animal filled with one consuming lust. Rip caught him full in the mouth with his left fist. He buried his right in Mace's body just above the belt line. He heard the gusty wheeze that came out of his lips. He saw the man's head snap back. He bored at Mace again, but this was Rip's mistake. There was too much resiliency in that mass of bone and muscle. Anger might have made Mace clumsy, but it hadn't lessened his power. His fist caught Rip above the ear, filling his head with a wild buzzing. Rip went down to his knees and, falling, clung grimly to consciousness. He saw Mace bearing down upon him, a wild triumph in the man's face. Rip lowered his head and charged like a bull. He caught Mace in the midriff and broke that charge, and this gave Rip time to get his feet again. Now it became a wild trading of blows. Some instinct whispered to Rip that he must keep Mace at a distance. He mustn't let the bigger man wrap those great arms around him or get him to the ground where weight could make all the difference. He was content, then, to merely fend off Mace. He did this by raining blows upon Mace, but he took blows in return, and there was a rock-like quality to Mace's fists. For Rip, the world had narrowed to this man. He was only remotely aware that the other Cobbs had pulled back their horses, giving them ground before the gallery in which to fight. He knew the Cobbs were cheering on their kingsman. He could hear the voices but make no coherence out of the words. His own supporters were on the gallery. He had a blurred impression of Jax's face and Wallace's, and he saw Martha's, a white mask of a face. Why hadn't she stayed inside like he'd told her to do? That stolen look almost cost him the fight. He had this one unguarded moment, and Mace's fist caught him high and hard again, and his legs tangled, and he went down. He saw Mace come at him. He saw Mace's boot raised to kick him in the ribs. He clutched desperately at that boot and twisted, hoping to bring him to the ground. Mace fell, and Rip rolled over on top of him, and they were a writhing mass rolling over and over. He felt the man's fingers at his throat, and the man's thumb trying for his eyes, and the pressure tightening against his windpipe. Out of the dust and the chaos, he heard a strident, lifting cry. "Get to your feet, you damn fool! You got no chance on the ground." He thought, "That's Granddad," and wondered how Granddad had got to the gallery. He had fought this fight to keep himself out of Mace's grip, but desperation and tiredness and pain had robbed him of wisdom. Now he knew again what he had to do. because Granddad had just told him. He got Mace beneath him and broke free of Mace and struggled to a stand. He was reeling unsteadily on his feet, his fists cocked, when Mace clumsily arose. He let Mace get up, but he gave Mace no more time than that. He came at him with the last shreds of his power, concentrated on the task and the need. He flung his fist at Mace's jaw. He felt his knuckles smash against that jaw. He saw Mace go down and lie in the dust of the yard with his arms flung out and his legs twisted, making no move. He lay there, motionless, eyes glassy bright and cold-looking. Rip stepped back, sobbing for breath. His shirt was a ruin, and one eye was swollen, and his lips hurt. He stepped back, calling hoarsely to Mace to arise, and not understanding why Mace didn't. He turned and looked toward the gallery. Bat Wallace had a gun out and level in his hand. The Hourglass's foreman was as he had been that day in the Rialto, when he'd broken up Mike Garrett's play. "All right, Cobb. Pick up your man and hang him across his saddle. Rip's already told you everything you need telling. Now get," Wallace said. Old man Cobb looked towards where Mace lay. He looked and was a man who saw but could not comprehend what he saw. He climbed heavily from the saddle and crossed to Mace and dragged at one of Mace's arms. "Get up, you poor damn fool," he said with great disgust. "Hob, Ring, give me a hand." Rip didn't watch them load Mace upon the horse. He was only vaguely conscious of their spurring their mounts and galloping out of the yard. He was looking toward the gallery. He saw Bat Wallace, a man grown in stature in these last few minutes. He saw Jack's, and in his eyes was sympathy for a brother hurt, sympathy and a new respect. He saw Martha, but he didn't want to look at her. He didn't like the sick horror that was in her face. He didn't like remembering that he had put it there. He saw Granddad leaning heavily upon his cane. Wallace says, "That's that. But they'll be back, just like they said, with all their cows trailing along. Just a minute, Rip. I'll help you up the steps. What came over you? If ever I saw a man licked, it was you when Mace got you down. Yet you broke away from him and laid him out. I'd like to know about that." "Ask Granddad," Rip said, and his lip curled into a smile. He looked at Granddad and saw Granddad's grin, and he grinned in return, a broken, battered grin. He took a step forward, and the ground seemed to tilt and the horizon to revolve. It was too damn hot today, he decided. He would have fallen, except that both Wallace and Jax were suddenly there beside him, giving him something to lean against. Chapter 13. They got Rip up to the gallery and inside the house. They eased him into one of the chairs in the big room. It was good to sit down. It was good to let the chair hold him. It soothed the pain that spread through him. He looked at his knuckles. They were skinned and bloody, and he wondered if they were broken. Jack said, "Where the devil is Charlie? We'll need hot water." Bat said, "And a piece of beefsteak for that eye." Granddad came limping in. He stood to one side of the doorway, leaning heavily on his cane. Out of his chair and with the blanket gone from around his legs, he looked a great deal thinner to Rip, but his face wasn't as gray as Rip had remembered it. There was fire in Granddad. There was a new vigor to him. He frowned at Rip and said, "Didn't you know better than to try tangling with a bigger man from the ground? You were lucky today, just plain lucky." Rip said, "I licked him, Granddad. You know doggone well I did." "Ah," said Granddad. "You don't know any more about handling your fists than a steer knows about square dancing." "To hell with you, Granddad," Rip said softly and grinned, but it hurt his lips to grin. Martha came in and stood near the doorway. In this past moment, Rip had forgotten about Martha. She came as a ghost comes, soundless and pale. She said in a small voice, "I'll have to be going back to town." Rip said, Give me a few minutes to take the kinks out of myself, and I'll ride with you." She looked at him in stark horror. She had looked at him in this manner once before, that moment when she had lain in her father's office in her wedding gown, and had opened her eyes to see him standing over her, with Bat Wallace's gun hot in his hand. She was afraid of him. She was as much afraid of him as though he were Mike Garrett or Mace Cobb or somebody like that. Thinking this, he was sure he had lost her forever, and the regret drove deep into him and was more painful than the havoc Mace's fists had wrought. "I'm sorry you had to see the fight." The revulsion was still in her eyes, but anger came there too. She said, "It was so brutal, so unnecessary. You made your say and the Cobbs understood you. Just because that big hulk made a childish challenge, you didn't have to be like a schoolboy who had a chip knocked from his shoulder. You don't understand, Rip. You just don't understand at all, and I'm afraid I never will. Not long ago I said that you seemed to attract violence. Now I know that you go out looking for it." Jax had gone elsewhere in the house. Rip had heard his voice calling out for Charlie. He had heard this without hearing it. Jack shaped up in the doorway. He looked at Martha and said, an edge of annoyance to his voice, "He's just had the stuffings pounded out of him. I think that any talk about it can keep till later." Charlie came in, his face ludicrous with concern. He bore a pound of beefsteak, and his hands forced Rip back into the chair, and he laid the beefsteak upon Rip's left eye. He had a cloth with him, wrung out in cold water, and he placed this on Rip's face, molding it carefully around his nose. Jack said, "We'll want to get those hands of yours into water and stop the knuckles from swelling." Rip felt Jax's fingers on his knuckles and winced. "Nothing broken, I guess," Jack said. Rip could sense that all of them were hovering about him. He heard a flurry of hoofbeats out in the yard, and half raised himself from the chair. Jack said, "That's Martha. She's gone toward town. Take it easy, kid. You can square yourself with her later." I did it up brown all around. The cloth was lifted from his face. Iodine stung at the open cuts, and the cloth was replaced. His knuckles were being wrapped. Rip said, "Well, we gave Cobb his answer, and we blew the lid right off. You did the speaking, Jax, but I'm the gent who made up your mind for you." "It doesn't matter." "You're not sorry?" "It's like a load was lifted from my shoulders, Rip. I guess the tough part of it was not knowing what to do. That and waiting for the deadline to draw nearer. Now that the choice has been made, I feel like a free man. It's a good feeling. We know what we're up against." Rip said, "You're a good man, Jax. We'll get you over to the couch where you can stretch out. No, leave that cloth on your face. We'll help you." The move was made, and Rip eased himself upon the couch, and someone tugged at his boots and removed them. He heard that one step creak, and he said, "Granddad?" "Gone back upstairs, Rip. I guess he can't stand being on his feet too long at a stretch." Rip said, "You can't fool around here messing with me. We've got to get ready for a fight. Cobb will bring his cattle down from the hills just as he said he would." Wallace's voice came from somewhere nearby. Hourglass's foreman said, "We can beat the tomahawk to the gun. We can carry the war into the hills." "No," Rip said. "He'll have to start it if he wants his fight. Bat, you'd better move the whole crew to Campbell Springs. Have Charlie fetch the chuck wagon out there. We'll guard the water and wait it out. If Cobb brings his cattle, he'll find us ready to fight." Wallace said, "I'm on my way. How many rifles we got around this place?" Jack said, "Charlie can take care of you, Rip. I'll go see what I can do to help Bat." "Sure," Rip said. "I'll get going." He heard Jax's boot beat toward the doorway. The room turned silent, and a fly buzzed somewhere. This was the hottest part of the day. The heat smothered Rip, surrounding him and gluing his clothes to him. He grew drowsy. He fought against sleeping. There was so much that needed to be done. He could hear an anarchy of sound out in the yard, horses squealing and men calling to one another. His spread was riding to war, while he was lying here like a newborn baby. He resolved to be on his feet and ready to go with them before they stepped up into saddles. He was conscious of Charlie's coming with fresh cloths for his face and knuckles. And then, in spite of himself, he slept. He awoke and there was darkness, and he spent a moment wondering what time it was. The darkness came from the cloth over his eyes. He reached and took it away and remembered April, and those 2 blindfolded rides through the hills. He sat up and found the gray of twilight in the room. The house still held some of the day's heat, and he arose and walked to the gallery. And the coolness there was like a benediction. His body was not as sore as he had supposed it would be. He wondered how Mace Cobb felt, and knew a certain sympathy, not having any hate in him. He came back into the big room and discovered bread and cold meat upon the centering table. Good old Charlie. He tugged on his boots and ate the food and felt better. The ranch lay swathed in silence. He went out into the yard and found bunkhouse and cook shack empty, and the chuck wagon gone from the shed. He got a rope and went to the corral and laid a noose over the neck of a horse and got gear onto the mount. It was labor to get this done, and pain climbed with him into the saddle. He headed north, holding the horse to an easy gait. He looked back and saw no light showing in the ranch house, not even in Granddad's room. He had much to think about on that ride towards the springs, but his thoughts centered upon April, and from them grew a need for a decision. This he tried putting from his mind. He remembered her as he had last seen her, standing beside the pass road, there on the fringe of the forest. He remembered Mike Garrett and Clayton Stone. But what kind of damn fool notions were these? He had started a war for his outfit today, and they were ahead at the springs, waiting for the tomahawk to strike. There was nothing he could do for April. She had doomed herself the day she had set eyes on Mike Garrett. She had ridden away with Garrett because that's the way it was with her. Rip couldn't live her life for her. He put his horse to a gallop, trying to outrun his thoughts. He came across the flatness with the dusk closing in on him and the hills losing their shape and the first stars showing. Soon, he saw the firelight ahead. He had expected that the crew might have a fire going, but there were 3 fires, spaced a few dozen yards apart. As he drew nearer, he made out the high outline of the chuck wagon, and then saw there were 2 other wagons as well, and a good many more men lined up against the fires than drew Hourglass's pay. He didn't understand this at first, but when he rode into the group, he recognized faces and responded to greetings. 4 outfits were represented here: the Hourglass, the Circle Bar, the Hash Knife, and the Wagon Wheel. Rip stepped down from his saddle in a knot of men and said, "Where's Jax?" Jax said, "Here, kid," and came shouldering toward him. Rip grinned bleakly and said, "The news got around, didn't it?" Jack said, "Martha must have made a fast ride to town, and the word went winging from there. That kind of news was bound to travel fast. Jim Satterwhite met her on the road south. Him and his wagon wheel outfit were here before we showed up. The rest came later." Rip said, "Send them back to their spreads, Jax." Jack shook his head. "I don't grab onto that, Rip. They're here to help us." "Send them back," Rip insisted. "It's our fight." "But they've got a stake here too, kid. It means no water for them if Cobb grabs the springs. Rip, I just don't understand you. A couple of nights back, you were burning leather into town to save Garrett from being lynched. You talked about a spark and a powder keg then. You said that the lynching might blow the lid off. Then you held out to fight Cobb, and that really lifted the lid. Now you want to turn fighting men away. It's our water, and it's our fight. Yes, I know we'll be fighting so that the rest of them can use the water. But the thing I've been afraid of ever since I got home is a full-size ranged war. Today it shaped up as a fight between two spreads, the Hourglass and the Tomahawk. Let these men stay, and Cobb will have more than he can chew. The next thing, he'll be importing gunmen by the trainload. He'll be doing that because we'll be giving him no choice when we stack the odds against him. Then we'll have red hell loose on this range. Send these men back, Jax, Rip said. Barney Wallace made an unobtrusive appearance at Rip's elbow. Wallace said, "He's right, Jax." Granddad Campbell said, "Of course he's right. I tried to tell you the same thing, Jax, when we first rode up and found the wagon wheel here. But you didn't even savvy what I was driving at." Rip said, "Granddad," in vast astonishment. "What the devil are you doing here?" Jack spread his hands in a weary gesture. It was his own idea. I tried to talk him out of it. He ordered Bat to saddle up a horse for him, and Bat did. I thought Granddad would fall off of it before we got here. Rip said sternly, "You can pile on that horse again, Granddad, and go home. This is Campbell Springs, and I'm a Campbell. What you said about the others doesn't hold for me," Granddad answered. "There's one thing you might as well get straight right now, Granddad. I give the orders here, or Jax gives them. And you've got your orders. Get back to the ranch where you belong." They looked at each other across the space that lay between them, and they were never more alike than in this moment. It was not only a likeness of tallness and looseness and height of forehead. They were alike in their stubborn determination, and they were pitted now, one against the other. And it had never happened before, not like this. Rip expected anger. He saw it building in Granddad's eyes. He expected abuse. He saw it trembling on Granddad's lips. There was this one long, drawn-out moment when yesterday glared across the distance at today, when age stood ready to dispute the way with youth. Then Granddad said, "I got to rest a while before I can make that ride back. Confound it, Rip. You know I ain't as young as I used to be. You ought to show some respect for my years. You're laughing inside you, damn you." He crossed and laid a gentle hand on Granddad's shoulders. "You know you can't handle a rifle and that cane at the same time. And somebody had better be at the ranch, Granddad, you know that." Granddad said angrily, "Tell me right out that I'm too old for fighting. Boss me around just because I ain't got the strength to turn you over my knee. I'm a hell of a long ways from dead yet. You can hit me with the cane again, Granddad, if it'll make you feel better." A grin grew on Granddad's face. "I don't need to. It already turned the trick. I wish your dad was here to see you tonight, Rip." Jack said, "Somebody riding up from the south." Granddad looked and said, "It's a mite early for the vultures to be gathering." Rowdy Price rode into the rim of firelight. He sat his horse well, and his back was straight, but the dust of hard traveling was upon him. He gave no greeting. He said, "I got the news from Martha, so I came out. It's to be war, is that it?" Rip walked towards Price. "Martha rode fast, and you rode fast. I'm wondering just how long it's been since you started patterning yourself after each other." Price frowned. The firelight washed across his face and made a mask of it. The news became common property. "I'm here on business, Campbell, not to discuss personalities. I made Jax an offer yesterday. He had hoped to talk it over with you. There's still a way out of this fight. Sell the Hourglass to the people I represent, and it won't matter about Campbell Springs. You can stop the bloodshed." Rip said softly, "Now I know who's been doing Martha's thinking for her." Granddad said, "I gave him his answer yesterday, Rip." A revulsion grew in Rip, and he wanted Price out of his sight. Rip said, "What Granddad told you should have been enough, Price. You're wasting your time, and ours." For a moment the mask was stripped away, and the studied affability was gone out of Price, and he said harshly, I've waited a long time to see the high-handedness taken out of you, Campbells. I won't have to wait much longer. When the Cobbs have beaten you to your knees, come crawling to me, and I'll trade you railroad tickets for what's left of the Hourglass. You better go, Rip said coldly. Silence hung over the crowded men of 4 ranches, and from this silence an animosity arose that was almost a clamor. It beat against Price, not moving him, not for a long moment. Then Price wheeled his horse about. He used his spurs savagely, and the silence broke to the beat of hoofs, and the night claimed him. A man cursed and said, "Well, he sure showed what side of the fence he's camped on." Rip thought, and now the cards are faced. All of them. A weight was lifted from him, and he knew how Jax had felt today when the Cobbs had come, and the peace had been spoken and the die had been cast. He walked to his own horse and hauled himself into the saddle and looked down at Jax, who had followed him. "I've got a ride to make," Rip said. "There's something that needs doing. The way I figure it, the Cobbs won't come before late tomorrow. They'll need that much time to comb their cattle out of the hills. I'll be back before then." Jax said, "You're not headed north again?" Rip nodded. "I suppose I should tell you why I'm going, especially at a time like this. There aren't any words which would make it sound like sense, not even to me. When I come back, I'll try telling you about it. Meanwhile, see that Granddad gets home, will you, Jax? He'll try to outfox you. He wants to be in on the fight." Jax said, "I can't let you ride away like this, kid. If there's a reason why you mustn't take me along, take Bat." Rip said, "It's my affair, and I've got to ride alone. Do you remember Sam Martin's place very well, Jax? Remember that cave back in the hills a few miles west of his house? I found it when I was first old enough to go riding alone, and I used to call it Pirate's Cave and go there to play. Mind the time it rained so hard and I had to stay there all night, and you and Bat came looking for me the next morning? I remember. I'm going to that cave, Jax. If something happens and I'm not back by noon tomorrow, you can send Bat there after me." Fear built in Jax's eyes, but it was not for himself. That was the difference today had made in Jax. He said, "You'll be riding almost to the tomahawk fence. You'll be shot out of the saddle if the Cobbs sight you. Rip, do you have to make this ride?" "That's the hell of it," Rip said. "I do have to make it, and I couldn't tell you why, because I don't know myself." Chapter 14. Clayton Stone, riding northward past Campbell Springs the night before, had not seen Bat Wallace and Rip Campbell by the barbed wire, for Stone, as Rip had surmised, was a man too drunk to be in command of his faculties. He had had a tired, nerve-wracking day. He had descended to the bottom of Purgatory Gorge, a feat to take the stomach out of a man, and engaged in certain observations down there. And he had made the ascent to return to the Martin place to find Rip Campbell prowling about. He had got Rip under gun and tied Rip, and that was when the worry had really begun. The worry and the need for a decision. His life had been a life of making decisions, but they had been impersonal decisions. They involved mountains and rivers, and there was a good education in engineering to help him make these decisions. With people, it was different. He had never known people, not really. He had been shy and scholarly as a boy. He was the autumn child of parents who had had no other children. He had married a woman who was his opposite in every respect. He had loved her with the ardor of the love-starved, and had had the heart burned out of him when she ran away with another man. No person had owned any part of Stone's affection after that. He had grown bitter and cynical and more brooding with each year. He had grown away from people and more uncertain of himself. And today, he had looked at Rip Campbell, trussed and helpless on the floor, and seen in Campbell the shape of calamity and known what had to be done. He had known and turned his face from the hideous truth, the hideous need. He had wanted another to make the decision. And so he had ridden hard to Campbellton and came to the office of Rowdy Price. They had talked for a long time, he and Price, though mostly Price had talked and he had listened. Price had spoken of many things: a prize at stake, the need for a man to be strong when the stake was so high, the inevitability in what had to be done. Price had argued and Price had threatened, and Price had pointed out that when a man got a certain length along a certain trail, there was no turning back. Price had been logical, and an engineer could understand logic and make no defense against it. In the end, Price had said what he had said at the beginning: Campbell's got to die. There isn't any choice about it. I'm as sorry as you are, Stone, but we can't risk his knowing. And all the sign says that he knows. Whereupon Clayton Stone had set himself to the task of getting very drunk before riding back to the hills. He had never been a drinking man. He had lived in rough camps on the far fringes of the frontier. His work had taken him to such places, and he had known all the cravings of men who lived too much alone. But he had been master of himself. He could take the past bottle, or he could leave it alone. He had been toasted by soft-handed, well-dressed men who put up the money for the engineering products that were given birth by his skill. He had drunk the toast and tossed his glass over his shoulder and thought no more about it. But tonight had been different. He had stood at one bar and another, drinking morosely, talking to no one. He had drunk, and his tiredness and his bitterness had been his allies at the task. He had ridden out of Campbellton scarcely able to sit his saddle, and he toted a quart of Valley Tan in his saddlebag, knowing he would need this reserve to sustain him across the miles to the work that had to be done. The riding had sobered him a little, and he'd almost got sick. When he felt sobriety coming on him, he uncorked the bottle he carried. He made a game out of doling it out. He had ridden to Campbellton too many times not to know all the landmarks, and he had had a drink at the Prairie Dog Village and promised himself another when he was beyond the Hourglass. He took his third drink as he began climbing the hills. They were deep, hearty pulls, those drinks. They burned down into him, and the fumes rose and numbed his brain again. And that was good. He thought, why, this is how a man really gets away from the world. He climbs inside his own skull and peers out through his eyes. He almost met with disaster upon the trail up Tomahawk Pass. He was pushing the horse hard, and he took a sharp turn in this fashion and might have sent the mount headlong into the timber, but the animal balked, and Stone's chin snapped hard against his chest. He shook his head and was cold sober for a moment. He took another pull at the bottle and let the horse choose its own gait. He thought, got to be careful, and was surprised to find that he had muttered it aloud. After that, he dozed in the saddle, and he might have missed the turn to Martin's, but the horse, out of long habit, took the road Martin had cleared, and Stone awoke to find himself in the stump-mottled space before the log house that was now his home. The house lay dark, and that was as he had expected. He had not seen his daughter for 2 days, and he was suddenly cold with the certainty that he would never see her again. Yet he was glad she had not come home. He was glad and sorry and all mixed up, and he turned to the bottle again. He drank steadily, holding the bottle up to the moonlight and gauging the fall of its contents. He climbed down from the horse, letting the mount stand, and went groping to the barn, almost stumbling. He thought, I'm too drunk to hit the floor with my hat. Now it seemed hilariously funny, and he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He giggled, and his hands went probing in a certain corner, and he found a shovel and a lantern. Some instinct told him to light the lantern outside. He'd have had to be careful, or he'd have burned down the barn. He came to the doorway and got the lantern burning, and thus he never noticed that Rip Campbell's horse was gone. This would have made all the difference to him. This would have told him that Campbell no longer lay tied in the house. He went walking with the lantern swinging in one hand, the whiskey bottle in the other, and the shovel tucked under his arm. His shadow scissored along beside him. It was a silly-looking shadow, and he giggled again. He took a trail into the timber, the same trail where April had run that afternoon, and Campbell had overtaken her. He held the lantern high as he lurched along, and he found a clearing to one side of the trail and set the lantern down upon a stump and scraped away the fall of dry leaves and attacked the ground with the shovel. The dirt was soft and easily worked, the hole gray. Before it got too deep, he stepped out of it and surveyed it blearily by the lantern's light. A grave was supposed to be 6 feet deep, but he couldn't remember how wide or how long it should be. He recalled that Campbell was a tall man, and suddenly he was very sick, but it was not a sickness of his body. He took the quart and drained the last of the whiskey in a series of breathtaking gulps. He climbed into the hole and put himself to the task of digging, determined to work too hard to think. He made the dirt fly, and at last he climbed out of the grave, his task done, and he turned back towards the house. And suddenly, he was a defeated man. His work with the shovel had brought the sweat, boiling the whiskey out of him and leaving him sober. He had planned carefully, the studied drinking in town, the quart to sustain him afterwards, the rationing on the ride, but he had not counted on what the work would do to him. He was sober again, sober and sick to the stomach and sick to the mind. Anger grew in him. He should have brought a second quart. Remorse rose and began choking him. He marshaled logic, the careful logic of Rowdy Price. He remembered Price's argument about a man going a certain length along a certain trail and not being able to turn back. He forced himself upon the porch and set the shovel against the wall and moved the lantern to the left hand and opened the door. He held the lantern high. He saw the table and the crude chairs. He stared down at the strips of faded carpet, and Rip Campbell was not there. Only the tangled rope lay there. He carefully set the lantern upon the table and slumped down into a chair, and surprise gave way to fear, and fear gave way to a strange elation. He was a man who had walked with a shadow a long, long way, and now the shadow was gone. He was sober, but it was a weird sort of sobriety. It left him tired and with tangled thoughts. He wanted to giggle again. He thought of Rowdy Price, picturing Price's face as it would look when word reached him that Rip Campbell had escaped. And then Stone laughed. Later, much later, he lurched through the house to the lean-to. He managed to get one of his boots off, and he fell upon the cot and kicked the tangle of blankets to the floor and lay there. He lay there, and it was like being in a hammock. The room swirled slightly, and his stomach tried to betray him, and at long last he slept. He awoke with his mouth dry and bitter, and the sunlight was strong in the lean-to, and the heat had already taken a hard hold. He sensed dizzily that it was midday. He came out into the kitchen and dipped water from a bucket. It was stale water, tepid and tasteless, but he drank a great deal of it. He went out to the pump for more water and washed his face and thought of food, but the thought was distasteful. He walked into the front room and looked at the rope upon the floor. He sat in a chair and remembered the grave he had dug, and he put his hands to his face and sobbed dryly, saying, "Lord, oh Lord." And he was this way when April opened the door. He looked up at her and saw the change in her. She still wore the Levi's and plaid shirt, and her hair still hung to her shoulders, and she was a wilding, but she was unafraid. Scorn was in her, and she was an adult now and his equal. This drove fear into him. He wanted to run from those eyes. He wanted to hide from them. He could do neither, so he sought refuge in habitual anger. He said, "Where the hell have you been these last few days? I ought to use a whip on you." She said, "You always cut much deeper with words. That's why you never used a whip." She crossed the room and entered her bedroom. He made no attempt to stop her. He could hear her moving about, bureau drawers opened and closed. She was not gone long. She came back to the front room with a suitcase in her hand. It was an old suitcase, battered and much traveled. He said, "Where are you going?" "As far away from you as I can get," she said. He said, "I'm your father. I'll stop you." But it sounded rather helpless and futile, even to his own ears. She said, "You're not my father. Not anymore. I was here last night. I had 2 places I could go. I came here because of something a man said to me that made me think." He gestured toward the rope on the floor. "Him?" he demanded with sudden understanding. "So that's how he got away." "Yes," she said. "I freed him." Defiance flared in her. "I happen to love him." Now he had something he could fasten onto. His lip curled, and the scorn in his eyes matched hers, and he laughed, and it was not pleasant. He said, "You fell in love with Rip Campbell. You picked a man who's engaged to another woman. But that won't matter, and you'll twist him around your finger. You'll know how to do that because you're your mother's daughter." She stepped to the shelf of books and took down a certain engineering book and shook the photograph of her mother from its pages. She looked at the picture for a long moment, and then she tucked it into her pocket. He half rose from the chair. Her eyes drove him back. "Did my mother ever leave a man tied upon a floor? Or did she go out in the woods in the middle of the night and dig a grave? You see, when I came back last night, I went to the hayloft to sleep. I was afraid to come into the house, afraid you might be waiting, afraid of the things you'd lay on me with your foul tongue. I heard you stumbling around in the barn. I followed you when you went with the lantern. I saw what you dug, and I knew who you were digging it for. And I laughed, knowing he had got away from you." His mouth was very dry. "You saw me?" he said. "That's why I just packed up," she said. "But I waited until you were awake. Before I left, I wanted to tell you why I was going." He said desperately, "Believe this, April. I was glad, do you understand? When I found he got away, I didn't want to do it. I just didn't have any choice." She said, "I don't know what deviltry you're mixed into. You've been up to something sneaking ever since we came into this country. It looks like murder would have been part of it. You've lashed at me about my mother. You've told me I've come to no good end. You got me to believing I was bad. Maybe you were right. Maybe I am bad. Maybe you thought it long enough to make it so. But if I'm bad, now I know why. It's because I'm your daughter, not because I'm hers. I see now why she must have left you. Maybe you dug another grave, and she knew about it." He said, "It's not so. It's not so." Lifting the suitcase, she crossed to the door and opened it. He knew he should get out of the chair and stop her. He knew, too, that he couldn't stop her, that she was gone from him forever. He knew he had brought this about. He said, "Where are you going?" "To a man," she said. "No, not Rip Campbell. He belongs to somebody else. You see, I was in town the other day. He was supposed to get married. The man I'm going to is the kind I'm used to, the kind I had for a father, a killer. Maybe I can change him. Maybe I can do some good for him, and doing it, do some good for myself. It doesn't matter about me, not after last night." He said, "You're getting married?" And suddenly he understood, and his eyes widened. "To Mike Garrett. You're the one who got him out of jail. Never mind how I know." She said, "I could do worse. Remember the taint in my blood you've talked of so many times?" She opened the door and stepped beyond it and closed the door. He still wanted to go after her, but he knew no words to call her back. He heard her footsteps recede, and this was his moment of greatest agony. He thought, she's mine. She was born of my passion. He remembered her laughter. There'd been so little of it. He remembered those clippings she had cut from magazines and pinned upon her bedroom wall. He knew her hunger now and her loneliness. He knew she lived with a hope and a fear when she had lived with him, and the hope had been for one kind word, one caress. She had been within reach, always, and he had shoved her away from him. And so he sat through the long afternoon, sat and looked back at the parade of years and let his remorse fester. Sometimes he remembered April, and sometimes he remembered his wife, the one becoming the other, and he knew that it all might have been different. He went to the dipper for water whenever his thirst grew too great, but always he came back to the chair and sat staring. And so he grew to loathe himself. He looked at himself now as April had looked at him today. He had been bitter and cynical, a man with no heart in him, but he had never been crooked, not until he had come to this purgatory country. He turned this over in his mind until a new hate came into him. But he couldn't put all the blame into Price. He hadn't had to listen to Price's proposition when they first met, and he hadn't had to listen last night when Price had sent him back here to do murder. The long hot day ended. The dusk came creeping, but still he didn't stir. The darkness flowed into the room and turned each object hazy. The heat still held here, more oppressive with the darkness. The hours passed, and he heard hoofbeats in the clearing. His thought was that here was Rip Campbell, returned with the Hourglass crew behind him to demand an accounting, but he refused to care. Someone knocked at the door. He let this knocking grow more demanding, and then he said, "Come in." A man stood silhouetted in the open doorway. He was a nondescript man, a hanger-on at one of the Campbellton saloons. He said, "Stone?" Stone nodded. "I was paid to ride hard and bring this note to you," the man said. He groped forward and laid a sealed envelope on the table. He backed from the room, closing the door after him, and the hoofbeats rose again and then receded. For a long time, Stone let the note lie. Then he stirred himself and got a lamp to burning, and he ran his thumb under the flap and shook out the note and read it. It had no salutation, no signature, and even the handwriting was slightly disguised, but it was Rowdy Price's. It said, "I know Campbell got away on you. He was out at the Hourglass today. Don't be worried. Campbell won't count much any longer. The Hourglass turned down the Tomahawk, and Cobb has gone back to the hills to bring down his cattle and take over the springs. The Hourglass will fight, but it will be a losing fight. The water is just as good as ours." He read the note and read it again, but never with any real interest. And then a thought took hold of him and grew. He had lived too long with hate to lose his taste for it in a day, but now the hate had turned inward, blighting him, and the hate grew to encompass another, and that other was Rowdy Price. He came to a stand and moved out upon the porch. He remembered April. He remembered her declaring her love for Rip Campbell. He looked in the direction in which the Tomahawk lay. He had to stop them. He had to stop the whole Cobb outfit, all by himself. And then he began walking, his scheme shaping itself. There was this thing he could do for April, but April would never know about it. Therein lay the bitterness and a magnificence beyond measuring. Chapter 15. Rip came through the night. He came at a hard tilt while the flatness was before him, staying with the main trail until it began climbing upward. After the first timber, he rode more cautiously, sparing his mount, sparing himself. He could feel the havoc that Mace Cobb's fist had wrought upon him. His body ached as the riding became harder, and he dismounted then and gave his horse a blow. Afterwards, he walked, leading the horse behind him. He had to keep himself from stiffening up, he reflected, at least for a day or two. It was here now, the showdown. It was Hourglass and Tomahawk in a finish fight. On that high promontory where he had paused the day before and had had his look at the country and remembered Granddad Campbell riding in on a roundabout trail from Texas, he halted again. Night made a difference to the vista. Night softened it and made it a fairyland of silver and purple. He looked back towards the springs. He could see a fire winking, but there was only one fire. Jack's, then, had sent their neighbors home. Remembering the loyalty of the hash knife and the circle bar and the wagon wheel, Rip's throat tightened. If Cobb took over the springs, they'd take up the club against him, and he wondered then if he had made a mistake in not letting the three spreads buy into a fight that might become theirs anyway. But he remembered Granddad saying, "I wish your dad was here to see you tonight, Rip." And he knew now what Granddad had meant. It wasn't the range that counted, or the water. It was whether a Campbell remained a Campbell. And thinking of this, he remembered Garrett, in the cave, speaking of the kind of man who was born to a name and a heritage. He remembered Garrett asking, "What did you ever do to earn it, Campbell?" And Rip knew now the real reason why he had spurned his neighbor's help. He began climbing again, still leading the horse. He could hear the lost voice of the purgatory. Soon he was to where he had looked down upon Clayton Stone. The jutting rock was naked in the moonlight. Rip veered away at this point and found a game trail leading into the timber that flanked the pass road. Mounting, he followed this trail toward the west, glad to be done with openness, glad to be beyond the reach of the moonlight. The Cobbs might be expecting the war to be fetched to them. The Cobbs might be posted along the pass road, but they couldn't watch all these backcountry trails. Once Rip thought he heard a faraway shout, or its thin echo. He listened intently, hoping for a repetition, but there was none. He was getting jumpy, he decided. The timber pressed around him, and the darkness was so thick he felt he might rub it between his finger and thumb. He felt he might gather a handful of it and stuff it in his pocket. Sometimes, when the canopy boughs overhead was not so tightly laced, a little moonlight trickled through. It freckled the trail and told him he was keeping to it. But quite often he had to light matches. He was very careful with these. The way was comparatively level now, so he always climbed back upon the horse, keeping low in the saddle, keeping his right arm crooked before his face. He kept veering steadily westward. Somewhere in this direction lay the cave. It had been a good many years since he had followed a trail to that cave, discounting the blindfolded trip he had taken yesterday. He tried to remember all the landmarks, and his thoughts grew twisted with the trying. He recalled how he and April had come toiling up that tilting ledge to the cave's mouth, and how he had sensed then a picture that tugged at his memory. He had known the cave, of course, when he had stepped inside it, and the blindfold had been whisked away. He had played there as a boy. He had come with a bandana wrapped around his head and a sash wrapped around his waist, and he had carried a butcher knife in the sash. He had stolen that butcher knife from Charlie Wong, and Charlie had been vociferously angry about it, showing no tolerance for a pirate's need for a cutlass. But Rip had talked of repelling boarders. He had pointed out the need to defend treasure from anyone who might try to wrest it away from him, and Charlie had let him keep the knife. He smiled now at the remembrance, smiled across the years at the small boy with the bandana and sash and butcher knife, and then he smiled no more. It had been a grim game then, and it was a grimmer game now. It had the Cobbs mixed into it, and the Stones, and Mike Garrett, and a lot of men could die because of it. The country was roughening, and he found himself riding the crest of a ridge. He led the horse down into a ravine, crossed over, and climbed to the next ridge. He didn't remember this terrain from his childhood days, and he frowned, wondering if he had veered in the wrong direction. Then he struck another game trail. It led westward, and a mile along it he came upon the ruin of a log and shake cabin. Nothing was here now but the shell of what had once been a home to some prospector who had known this country before the Campbells had known it, who had lived here and vanished from sight and knowledge of men, leaving no name behind him, leaving nothing but this cabin. But Rip remembered the cabin, and remembering it, knew he was on the right trail. He wondered if he had passed the cabin blindfolded last night. Now the underfooting became rockier, and the timber thinned out, and there was much more moonlight. He grew thirsty. Night had banished the plague of heat, and a man might need blankets in this high country before dawn, and this coolness was good, but still he was thirsty. He put his mind from the need. Shortly he crossed what had once been a roaring creek. The gravel was bone dry, and there was not a trickle of water. He damned the drought. He crossed the creek bed and came up to a strip of timber. The darkness closed and enfolded him again, but he was through the strip quickly, and beyond it lay one of those mountain meadows, grassy and forgotten, where Sam Martin had grazed his cattle. This meadow was a pool of moonlight. Across it a man came riding, not pressing his horse, but letting it choose its own gait. Rip had never seen this man in a saddle before, but he knew him to be Mike Garrett. Rip drew his own horse back into the deeper shadows at the fringe of the timber. He took his gun from his holster and held it loosely in his hand. He sat thus until Garrett was near enough to see that he could see the solidness of his features, and he rode out then, the gun held ready, and said, "Raise 'em." Garrett's astonishment gave way to recognition, and then to anger. He raised his hands and sat with his eyes bleak and half-veiled, and his lips skinned back from his teeth. "You play it safe," he said. Rip reached and plucked Garrett's guns one after the other and tossed them aside. He said, "Where is she, Garrett?" One of Garrett's eyebrows twitched. "April? Who else?" Garrett shrugged. "How should I know? She rode away with you last night." Rip said, "You're running out on her, eh? I don't know that horse you're riding, but I know its brand. It belonged to Sam Martin. Stone must have bought the stock with the place. That must be the horse April rode when she came to Campbellton and got you out of jail. She turned Cobb's horse loose." Garrett said, "Maybe she gave me the jughead. She had to do a thing like that for me. Is that what's eating you?" Rip said, "Where is she, Garrett?" Garrett said, "So you've fallen for her. Fallen hard." "She needed a friend," Rip said. "I could see that. She saved my life yesterday. Twice, probably. I came back to make sure no harm came to her. But you wouldn't savvy that." Garrett said, "Then it's her you're looking for, not me. Get out of the way. You're blocking the trail." Rip thought, he's making a cat and mouse game out of this. That's what he's doing. He hates me and he wants to bedevil me, so he means to tell me nothing. Anger choked the last patience out of him, and he stepped down from his saddle and walked out into the moonlight and reached and got a hard hold on Garrett's belt and dragged him from the horse. Rip's jaw tightened, and he said, "Talk, damn you. I've asked you twice. Where is she?" Garrett's teeth shone white in the moonlight. "Don't work yourself into a lather," he said. "She's at the cave. She didn't show back last night, but she came late today and she fetched her suitcase with her. Her and her old man had some kind of fight. She came to ride away with me." "But two on one horse made slow traveling, eh?" Rip said. "You didn't want to bother with her. You gave her some kind of a story about coming back for her, and then you rode out." Garrett said, "It's getting to you, isn't it? About her and me. You don't know what there's been between us, and it's worrying you because you're in love with her. You've been wondering about night before last when we hid out in the cave together. You've been picturing us in the darkness, and it's eating the heart out of you, and I'm laughing because I got a knife in you and I'm turning it around." Rip hit him. He struck out wildly with his left fist, and Garrett saw the blow coming and pulled his head to one side, and Rip's knuckles glanced against Garrett's ear. It dumped Garrett to the ground, that blow. He sat there, staring up at Rip, and hate was naked in Garrett's eyes. He said, "You've got a lot of guts when you've got a gun in your hand." Rip dropped the gun into his holster and reached and hauled Garrett to a stand, and kept his hand wrapped in Garrett's shirt front. Rip said, "Talk now or start swinging your fists. I haven't got time to fool around." They were this way for a moment, toe to toe and eye to eye, and the hate was still in Garrett. But the fear crept into him too, and showed in his face. He said, "I might have taken her with me, but she held out for a wedding ring. That's when I walked out. She'd have had been good company for a week or a month, but why the hell should I have saddled myself with her? Besides, she wasn't going to ride away with me for her own sake. She was going to do it for mine. I never could abide a reforming woman." Rip said, "Is that all of it?" The hate flared upward and consumed Garrett. "No, damn you. I could have treated her like a squaw if it hadn't been for you. She was crazy enough about me to bust me out of jail. But she saw you while she was doing it. That changed everything for her. I knew it the night before last in the cave, but I couldn't show her who was the boss. I needed her to steal grub from her old man. Maybe I should have taken her along even if it meant a wedding ring. Maybe I should have done that just for the sake of beating you." Rip hit him again. Garrett went down. Rip reached for him once more and hauled him to his feet. Rip said, "I owed you one for that clout you gave me in the jail building. That one just now was for her." Garrett's voice turned deadly. "I never was handy with my fists, and you're still the man with the gun." Rip crossed to where the moonlight danced on one of the guns he had taken from Garrett and tossed away. He picked up this gun and walked back and thrust it hard into Garrett's holster. He stepped backward a dozen paces from Garrett and said, "Now, damn you." They stood this way, looking at each other across the moon-silvered distance. They stood there, and Rip was remembering the sun-drenched street of Campbellton, and Garrett under the wooden awning of the Rialto, and the silence and the first betraying flicker of Garrett's eyes. He thought, "Here we go again." And there was no fear in him. He had bested this man once, and he knew he could best him again. He looked at Garrett and waited, and he saw Garrett die. Not with a bullet in him. There was no play at guns. He saw the heart die, and the courage of Garrett shrivel. And the man said then hoarsely, "To hell with you." But there was no iron in it. There was only a quavering cry. Rip strode toward him. Garrett stood waiting, watching Rip with eyes that were afraid. Garrett said, "What are you going to do?" Rip said, "Last night I would have settled to let you ride out of the country. But you're a Cobb man. You proved that when you planned to keep me in the cave until after the Cobb deadline. The war's on, Garrett. Now I'm going to make sure of one gun less against the Hourglass. There's a cabin back a piece. I'm taking you there and tying you while I go on to the cave. When I come back, I'm collecting you to turn you over to Abe Strand." The blood drained out of Garrett's face, and he was something craven, sickening to look upon. He said, "You'll leave me tied up for hours, with a fire eating through the hills?" "Fire!" Rip ejaculated. Garrett swept his arm to the northeast. "It's back there, can't you hear it, or smell it? Some fool with a cigarette, I suppose. There's no wind and it isn't coming this way, but it might. You can't leave me tied up in this timber country. You can't do it." Rip said shh and paused, listening, his ears strained. He heard it then, the distant crackle. It was miles away, and it wasn't much of a fire, not yet. There was no wind. A wind could spread the fire fast. He listened, and horror rose in him and choked him, and he crossed quickly to his horse and heaved himself into the saddle. He glared down at Garrett and said, "And you rode out and left her afoot in the hills with a forest fire burning? I ought to kill you. But I can't force a fight on you, and I can't shoot you down. Once a man made the remark that you were nothing one way or the other. He was right." He wheeled the horse and headed it at a hard gallop across the meadow. In this manner he put his back to Garrett, and Garrett had a loaded gun, but there was no concern in Rip. Not about this. Garrett might like to shoot him in the back, but the man would be afraid to try. He had to be afraid Rip would be expecting such a play, hoping for it. And then he forgot Garrett, remembering only the cave and the girl alone, and the flaming beast that had been unleashed in the hills. Chapter 16. Rip thought with terror in it. The thought of April back yonder in the cave, with the fire sweeping through the hills to entrap her, was like a lash laid upon him. But once he was across the meadow and into a timber-fringed trail, he put down this fear, knowing it could numb a man, knowing it could make his judgment uncertain. He mustn't let himself be stampeded. He mustn't let this panic him. He marshaled logic, but all the while he was still forcing the horse with the recklessness of desperation. It couldn't be much of a fire, he told himself that over and over again. If the fire had a real start, he'd have seen the glow of it while he was still down on the flats. The fire had got started only recently, and maybe it was in some isolated gulch and would burn itself out. He looked aloft to the pine tops prayerfully. There was no wind to speak of. He could hear the distant sound of the fire, the insidious crackling that spoke of a slow eating of trees and underbrush. He fancied he could smell the smoke. He tried to determine the exact location of the fire. He gave up this as fruitless. He mastered himself, besting the fear. He mastered the horse, pulling it down to a walk. But the fire was still there, in the hills, in his consciousness. Some fool with a cigarette, Garrett had guessed. Rip wondered about that. Hill people knew the dryness of the woods. Hill people would have been mighty careful. And there'd been no storm, no lightning to have set the forest aflame. Had they expected the war would be carried to them, and thus started the fire to rear the barrier of it between the tomahawk and any invaders? He discounted this at once. The Cobbs couldn't run such a risk, not when their cattle grazed back here, and a rising wind could make the fire a Frankenstein's monster. He thought of Garrett, who had known of the fire and said nothing until his own skin was in jeopardy. Garrett had that kind of poison in him. Garrett would not have been above setting a fire. But for what purpose? Let the wind rise, and Garrett might die in these hills even yet. Clayton Stone crept into his consideration. Stone drew a poor man's living from the wooded acres that had been Sam Martin's, and Stone's holdings might be wiped out before the night was through. He thought of Stone and feared for the man, but it never seriously crossed his mind that Stone may have set the fire. There was a madness in Stone, but it wasn't that kind of madness. The man was no witless vandal. The man had intelligence and would have been thoughtful of his own skin. Below, on the flats, where the Hourglass kept vigil at Campbell Springs, they'd be seeing the glow against the sky. They'd know that for what it portended. They would be remembering that Rip Campbell was up here somewhere, and they would be afraid. Perhaps some of them would come riding in search of him, Jax or Bat Wallace. A thought struck Rip. Had the Cobbs set the fire hoping to draw the Hourglass into the hills, away from the springs? But there were too many ragged edges to that kind of reasoning. The tomahawk had not yet had time to gather its cattle. The Cobbs would want their herd bunched and beyond the fire line before planning such a coup. And where would the Cobbs have found any assurance that a fire would draw the Hourglass into the hills? They hadn't known that Rip Campbell would be riding the high country tonight. So thinking, he came upon the fire. He had been aware that the sound of the fire was much nearer. He had been aware of the smoke. Now the trail topped a ridge to parallel its crest, and humping over the rise he found a wooded gorge below him, running east and west, and in this gorge was smoky chaos, with white ash slowly rising and hanging listlessly in the air. The fire was a ground-hugging monster, a creeping thing, showing its red teeth intermittently. Sometimes it reared upward with startling force, wrapping itself around the base of a tree, setting a bush blazing vividly. The heat rose and smote Rip. The low, ominous roar was steady in his ears. The smoke made him weep. His horse became fractious, snorting and sidestepping, and it took all his power to hold the mount to the trail. He glanced back, trying to gauge the extent of the fire. It seemed to follow the gulch's contours. This would fix the cobs, he reflected. They couldn't get through now until the fire burned itself out. But there was no consolation in that. He began to sweat. The sweat drenched him and plastered his shirt to him, and cinders landed on his clothes, and once he had to beat out a spark. The smell of smoldering flannel stayed with him, but the smoke was the worst thing. It got in his throat, it blinded his eyes. He looked to the left down into another gorge and wondered if he could lead the horse there. He decided to stay with the ridge. Soon he came to the end and dropped down to level country, and now he was skirting the fire and could look into the heart of it. If only it didn't crown. He had seen a crown fire once. He remembered the flames writhing upward to the treetops, leaping from tree to tree, spreading with devastating rapidity. Now he was a man pacing a tractable lion, which kept its distance and offered him no real harm, but which could suddenly turn upon him and become many lions surrounding him. Deer broke out of the bush, not half a horse ahead of him. It stood for a moment, frozen in its panic, the fire reflected in its eyes, and then it was gone, running into the far brush. The horse again tried to bolt. He supposed he'd have to blindfold the beast. The air grew stifling. The heat pressed down and was relentless and ponderous and almost tangible. The mount's panic became a contagion. For a moment, terror swept over Rip, and his impulse was to turn and find another trail and put himself as far from the fire as possible. He remembered the deer. Those animals knew. He wondered how far he was from the cave. Nothing was familiar anymore. There were no landmarks. There was only heat and smoke and the lurid flames to his right, and the drifting ash in the air. He fought a new panic, fearful that he was going in the wrong direction. The smoke brought on a fit of coughing, and he reeled in the saddle, clutching at the horn, and almost lost control of the horse. The ground became rocky underfoot. He saw a dark outline ahead. Relief swept over Rip. The cave was inside that hill, and on the far side of the hill he would find the trail that climbed the ledge to the cave's mouth. He went forward blindly through swirling smoke. He kept a steady hand on the reins, but he let the horse pick its own way. Skirting the hill, he put the rise of the earth between himself and the fire, and thereafter he was in darkness again. When he was able to peer upward and dimly discern the cave, he dismounted, glancing about in search of a bush stout enough to anchor the frightened horse. He found one, and wrapped the reins around the stalk and stumbled to the ledge and began climbing it. It had been easier going when he'd made the ascent blindfolded. The smoke was seeping around the hill. The smoke was here. He looked down upon brush and stunted trees. If the fire crept around and set all that ablaze, what then? He got to the cave's mouth and stumbled inside. No fire burned in there as there had been when April had fetched him to the place. Blackness enveloped him. He cried out hoarsely, "April!" Only then did he allow himself to think that perhaps she wasn't there. Perhaps she had dared the woods and been trapped between the cave and Martin's place. Horror made him lightheaded and took the strength out of him, and he thought for a moment that his knees would not sustain him. Then there was a rustling movement to the rear of the cave, and she came groping toward him, her hand reaching out and touching his arm. "Rip," she said. He leaned against her, his arms fumbling for her. "Oh, Lord," he said. "I tried to go home," she said. "The fire had me cut off. I came back here. I've been lying with my face to the floor." He could smell the smoke. It had crept into the cave to writhe in the darkness. He said, "I've got a horse." He took her by the wrist, and they groped toward the entrance and got out upon the ledge. He was careful on the descent. The smoke had become a pall blotting out the stars. He set one foot ahead of the other and tested each step before he took it. He got to the bottom of the ledge and moved to where he had left the horse, and the horse was gone. Falling to his knees, his eyes smarting, he groped with his hands and found where the bush had been pulled up by the roots. He said dismally. He got panicked and bolted. This was the worst moment for him. She said, "Shall we go back to the cave?" His first impulse was to say yes. He looked about him. The fire had crept around the north side of the hill and flowed into the levels. A juniper suddenly became a torch. It stood out starkly for a moment and then was blackened and nothing. He thought how it would be in the cave, hugging the floor, feeling the heat, fighting the smoke, gasping for air and making that vain fight until they had no strength to fight any longer, and suffocation came. He said no, and it was a shout. Odd how curiously hard it was to make yourself heard in this lowering atmosphere. He got her by the wrist again, and they went running and stumbling to the south. The fire came creeping that way too, around the base of the hill. A burning brand arced through the air. Another followed it. Flame roared up a pitch-covered tree trunk, and a lofty hemlock became a pillar of flame. The fire spanned itself from this tree to another, and Rip sensed that there was a wind. Lord, he thought, it's crowning. He went running hard, dragging April along beside him. They got beyond this section of timber and began clawing their way up the ridge. From its crest they paused, looking up on the spreading inferno behind them. Snapping branches were like a barrage of rifle fire. Then they dropped over the ridge and went stumbling and groping downward into timber, into weird darkness. They found a trail. It led eastward, and they followed it. That was all the planning there was left in Rip, to head east or south. Either way led out of the timber. They ran until they could run no more. They paused, sobbing for breath. They felt the heat and saw the fire glow bloodying the sky. This ravine was like a horizontal chimney sucking the hot wind. "It's here," April said. "It jumped the ridge." Rip said hoarsely, "Damn it! Damn the fire!" It was going to get him. He knew that now. It was wily, that fire. It was a monster playing a stalking game with him, making him run till his lungs burst, making him hope for safety when there was no safety. It was made of dryness and madness. It was the drought taking a tangible form. It was all the rainless days concentrated into a blazing club that would beat him down. It had long ago gotten old man Cobb. It had dried up Cobb's mountain creeks and turned the man's selfishness into a lust for Hourglass water. It had worked on Jack's, too, shriveling the courage in Jack's and turning him old before his time. It had even changed Martha, making her a stranger to the man she was to have married. But Rip had stood impervious to the drought. He had laughed at it and told the others that a little rain would wash away their madness. But that drought had bided its time. It had contemplated this puny mortal who derided it, and it had laughed its dry, silent laughter and waited. And now it had him trapped. April said, "What did you say?" Only then did he realize he'd been talking aloud. He dragged his sleeve across his face. He dashed away the perspiration and swept some of the madness from him with it. He said, "We'll have to run for it again." In the eerie, flickering light, he looked at her, seeing the black soot on her face. He looked at her and smiled, then reached for her hand and led her along the trail until the trail petered out and they found themselves in the maze of an old windfall. Now they had to climb over ancient logs that sometimes were piled high and crisscrossed like jackstraws. He gave her his hand when he could. He had better go easy here, he reflected, or he'd break a leg. The heat was upon them, and the roar of the fire was in their ears, and the smoke had them both weeping and choking. And he wondered just when the enemy would burst into the windfall and surround them. His desperation whetted. He grew careless of risk. At least the fire put a light in here, and that helped. Progress was painfully slow. It was a matter of climbing and crawling and clawing along. It was like moving in a nightmare, expending effort and sweating, yet seeming to get nowhere. Brands had been sailing overhead. Now they began dropping in here. The tangle of logs was thinning out. Rip looked back and found April toiling behind him. He said, "Here, and gave her his hand, and then they were stumbling into a gravelly creek bottom. There was a trickle of water. Rip came to his knees and sucked at it and loosened his bandana and soaked it and mopped his face. April had a drink. She lay prone and exhausted, and might have stayed here except that he dragged at her and got her beyond the creek and went stumbling into the brush. It took forever to find a trail, but the trail led eastward. He could still cling to that one need, move east or south. But the fire seemed to be on two sides of them now and behind them, and it was moving faster than a galloping horse. The smoke strangled Rip and was like thumbs gouging at his eyes. The smoke made a swirling haze through which they groped blindly. Rip was afraid he might go unconscious. He wondered how that would be, just dropping down and giving up the effort and letting the drought win. He said, "Do you know where we are?" He shouted it. April shook her head. He pressed onward. The woods grew light as day, and the trail wound ever eastward. A steer came lumbering out of a thicket. It charged wild-eyed and almost bowled them over in passing. It crashed into the brush opposite the trail and was gone. It had worn a tomahawk brand. Rip had seen it in the lurid, unearthly light. He thought of his bolted horse. He hoped the horse had won through to safety. Then he and April were stumbling out upon a road, and there was no sense to that until Rip suddenly realized it was the Tomahawk Pass Road. Just beyond was the gorge. He hadn't heard the rumble of the purgatory because the roar of the fire was in his ears. Across there was safety, and his eyes spanned the gorge in futile hope. But at least he knew now where he was. He went lurching down the road, April beside him. He reached and took her hand again. If they just kept going this way, they were bound to reach the flats, he reasoned. But now, through the wall of timber flanking the road, he could see the firebrands sailed out here and fell upon the road or spanned the river to drop down on the far side of the gorge. Rip's desperation grew. They'd almost won through, and now were they to be trapped? The fire rode high and the fire crept low. The massing pines beside the road had ceased to stand starkly silhouetted against the fire behind them. The fire had reached the road and turned the timber into torches. The brands fell more thickly, and April pressed close to him, saying nothing, but he felt the fear in her. They moved to the far side of the road, and the danger was that a misstep might send them plunging into the chasm. Then Rip saw the jutting rock ahead, the rock that thrust outward like a thumb over the edge of this near wall. He reached the rock and moved out upon it. He wondered if they could make a stand here, but he knew the burning brands would get them, or the heat and the smoke. He could see the road below. There was fire already down there. A tree exploded and fell blazing across the road. He looked at April and said, "Can you swim?" She nodded. He drew her close to him. He didn't want to have to shout. His throat was raw. He looked at her, and all the questions he had wanted to ask came crowding, but he never voiced them. She had come to some sort of a decision tonight, he knew. She had tried to make a bargain with Mike Garrett, but it had had to be a certain kind of bargain. He remembered now that she hadn't been surprised when he, Rip, had appeared at the cave. She hadn't asked him why he had come. He shook these things from his head. This was not the time for talk. He said, "We've got one chance. The river is below, but it's a mighty long drop. We're below the rapids, and there's a pool straight down. It always looked like a deep pool. If we jump from here, maybe we can swim on south to safety. It's a long chance, but a better one than we'll have if we stay here and let the fire close in on us, or if we try to break through it. What do you say?" Her face was oily with perspiration and streaked with soot. Her face was calm. "I'd rather drown than burn." He looked toward that wall of fire, and looking, shuddered. Brands fell all around them, and one touched his shoulder, and he patted frantically at the smoldering flannel. The light washed the far wall of the gorge. It painted the rock lividly. but it didn't show down into the black depths. He stripped off his gun belt and let it drop. He seated himself and tugged at his boots, and April did likewise and succeeded in removing her own. His refused to budge, even when she gave him a hand. His feet were too swollen from walking, and he gave up the effort. He came to a stand and stepped towards the edge of the rock and smiled at her and said, "Are you afraid?" She took his hand. "Not with you." There was no need for waiting, no sense in it. Waiting might drain the courage out of them. He said, "Here goes." His fingers tightened on hers and they stepped out into space together. Only then did he hear the voice of the river. Chapter 17. Terror rises in a man on a long, plummeting drop through space. It takes the stomach out of him and fills him with a sick dread. And it was thus with Rip. He knew the pool was directly below, the silent, dark pool, but he remembered how shallow the purgatory had looked yesterday. Supposing the pool was only a few feet deep now. He knew that striking the water would be like striking a wall if he hit awkwardly. He struggled in midair, keeping himself straight, and he struck feet first, April striking after him. The impact was savage. It drove the wind from Rip, and he went far beneath the surface, and he was conscious then of the coldness of the water and the smothering pressure of it, conscious of that and the fact that he'd lost his grip on April. Panic had its way with him, and he fought it down, clawing blindly and fighting toward the surface. It took forever before he felt air against his face and sucked it in. He called, "April!" frantically, desperately. The roar of the rapids was in his ears. The fire-lighted sky above wheeled wildly. The canyon walls became a rushing darkness. The current had him and was sweeping him downstream. He stroked along. It was instinct to keep his arms and legs moving. Something smashed out of the darkness, grating against his ribs. His hands flailed out, his arms wrapped around the trunk of an uprooted tree that had been plucked from the higher hills and sent hurtling downstream. He clung hard and rode with the tree. His worry was for April. He strained his eyes against the spray-filled darkness and called her name, knowing how futile it was to try to outshout the rapids. An undertow seized him and sucked him beneath the surface, tree and all. He lost his grip on the tree and struggled to break water, and when he did, he was close to the wet wall of the canyon. Ahead and to his right loomed a rock. He set his eyes on this rock and paddled wearily toward it, sobbing with exertion. The rock seemed to recede from him until a wild, patternless eddy swept him at it. He was going to hit hard, he realized, but there was no strength in him to prepare for the impact. He caroomed against the rock and reached out and clutched for it. Water-polished sandstone slid under his clawing fingers, but he got his hold. It was then he found April. She was here too, holding fast to the rock, her face a white, strained glimmer in the darkness. He shouted at her, but wasn't sure he made himself heard. He cried, "Let's try for the west wall." He knew they couldn't remain here. He knew the river's tearing hands would pull them away when their strength was spent and send them hurtling with the current. He could see the wall. It loomed tantalizingly close. It was 1,000,000 miles away. He let go and struck out diagonally toward the wall. April did the same. He got to her and tried to lend her a hand. He found that this wasn't necessary. It came to him as something of a surprise that she was a better swimmer than he was. He lost her again in the darkness. Under the overhang of the wall there was no reflected light from the lurid sky above. He felt his knees grate against sandstone. He reached out and found a rough grip on a stub of rock and hauled himself upward. A hand reached out to help him, and he half lifted and was half pulled to one of those ledges that broke the smoothness of the canyon's walls. Spray dampened the ledge. The surface was hard and rough, and he sprawled spent and shaking, sucking in air with great gasping sobs. He found April beside him, and they lay like this. He wondered then what wisdom there had been in choosing the river to the blazing forest. This was just the reverse of the old saying. This was out of the fire and into the frying pan. He lay for a long time trying not to talk. He felt the strength come back into his limbs, but his body ached. He had been taking too many beatings of one kind and another lately, he decided. He sat up, and April did likewise, crowding closer to him. He felt her shiver, and he put his arm around her, and his lips close to her ear, and said, "It was quite a ride, wasn't it?" She nodded, and he said, "Possibly we could work our way along these ridges, but it will be pretty risky without daylight." He left her and edged cautiously along hands and knees, padding carefully ahead of him before he put his weight down. He crept back and said, "This one seems to peter out. We're going to have help to get off here. Do you want to try the river again?" She shuddered. "I'm a good swimmer while I last, but I can't keep it up long." He said, "If we wait, the Hourglass will come looking for me once the fire burns out. They might be able to make it along the rim by daylight. They might not be able to get anywhere near here for a week. It will depend on the fire. And they'll look in the woods for me, not in the river. There's only one thing to do. I'm going on downstream and try to get our crew. Then I can lead them to you." She crept close to him. She crept into his arms. She said, "Don't go." And she was like a little child, terrified at being alone. She was quiet for a long time. He held her close, trying to comfort her, wondering how to comfort her. April said then, "You'll have to go, of course. I'll wait until noon tomorrow. If you're not back by then, I'll try the river before I get too weak from hunger." "Good girl." He tried tugging at his boots. They still resisted him. He took her in his arms and kissed her. "So long." Trying to make it sound cheerful, "Here goes nothing." He let himself off the ledge and into the water. The current caught him, swirling him away. He had one last glimpse of the white blob that was her face, and then it was lost to his sight. This time he tried no fighting. He let the current sweep him along, and he worked only at keeping above water. To conserve his strength, he played a game with the river. He was going to outwit the river. Sometimes floating trees swished past him. Twice he was dashed against rocks and clung to them, getting his breath, getting his strength. Each time he let go reluctantly, wanting to stay fast but knowing that disaster lurked in the notion. The walls still rose above him, but the night sky was no longer fire-lighted, and he knew he must be below the timber. The walls grew farther apart, and the current lost its racing buoyancy, and after an interminable time he paddled awkwardly toward the west wall and found a shore here, wide and sloping upward. He pulled himself toward the shore and lay for a long time just resting. He was far below the gorge. He knew this when he began feeling his way along the wall. It was not so precipitous here. It was broken in many places, and he clambered onto one of those fissures and found stunted bushes growing from its sides, and he began clambering with the help of these. Sometimes he slipped. Once he rolled a dozen yards, but there was no sheer drop, no real danger. The last lap was the hardest. The rim was a sandy cut bank, and he had to dig handholds into it and struggle to make the ascent. He might have explored and found an easier way, but this near to the top he grew impatient. At long last he pulled himself over the rim and lay upon the prairie with the stars wheeling above and the hills off to the north of him, so many miles away that he was astonished at the distance he had covered. When he had rested, he began walking. Campbell's Spring should lie about due west, the way he calculated it, and only a couple of miles away. But the darkness before him had closed down upon the land, and he could only go by guesswork. The fire still raged in the hills. A heavy pall of smoke hung yonder, and the sky was red as from weeping, and he could orient himself by that ghastly light. His feet pained him. Riding boots were not made for walking, and his were soggy from the river. He was limping badly at the end of the first mile. He was going on sheer will after that. He wanted more than anything in the world to lie down. He remembered April, and he kept moving. He was a little feverish in talking to himself when he made out the blotched darkness against darkness ahead of him, and identified it as the chuck wagon. He heard the voices and the movement of horses, and realized dazedly that they'd let the fire go out. He had counted on there being a fire. He had intended to follow it as a beacon and bring himself to the Hourglass camp at the springs. And then he had forgotten about it. He lurched forward, stumbling, trying to run. Someone said coldly, "Just stand your hand and sing out." He saw a man shape ahead of him. "It's me, Rip," he babbled and pitched forward on his face. He heard the rising voices around him. He could sense the excitement in the voices without getting any coherence of the words. He felt himself lifted. Many hands were at the task. Jax's voice reached him. Jax cried, "Rip! Rip!" over and over again in a shaky manner. Jax sounded as though he was close to blubbering. Granddad said, "Stretch him out on a blanket, you confounded idiots. Can't you see he's done in?" Granddad's voice reached into Rip, clearing the fog from his mind. Rip said, "Jax, didn't you send him home?" Jax said he wouldn't go. He just wouldn't go. Rip felt himself being lowered, and the blanket was beneath him. He said, "If somebody wants to do me the biggest favor in the world, get those damn boots off." They obliged him. He tried wriggling his toes, and they wriggled, and that seemed an important accomplishment. Jax said, "What in hell happened to you? Long after you'd left, we saw the fire. Then your horse came bolting towards the Hourglass. Bat rode up toward the hills, then tried to find you. He ran into Cobb's. They must have seen the fire too and got through while they could. They're somewhere on the lower pass road. They turned Bat back with bullets." Rip said, "Here it is, all of it." And he talked then, lying still upon the blanket and letting the words run. He told of his first trip to the hills, and of Clayton Stone and April and Mike Garrett. He told of the urge that had taken him back tonight. He told of the fire and those hideous hours of outrunning it, then of the leap into the river and the decision to risk the current a second time. He struggled to a sitting position when he was through, and he said, "We've got to get back to her. Don't you understand? She's there alone on the ledge." Jack's hands pressed him down. Jack said gently, "We can't ride up there without running into the Cobbs. Bat ran into only part of the outfit, the old man and 3 of the boys. They must have been waiting for the others to get through. When they're all together, they're going to strike at us, sure as shooting. We've got a war to fight before we can reach the gorge." "Then we'll carry the fight to them," Rip babbled. Jack said, "You couldn't possibly find her until full daylight. You know that. Take it easy, Rip. You've got to rest. Can't you get that through your head? You've got to rest." Jax was right, Rip decided. He was holding on to the feathery edge of nothing. He let himself go back upon the blanket. He let himself relax. The need for rest flowed over him and engulfed him. And for a long while he was conscious of the muted murmur of voices around him. Then he slept. He slept until daylight beat upon his eyes, but even then he might not have awakened except for the pressure of Jax's hand upon his shoulder. Opening his eyes and looking up, he saw the sky overcast by a gray pall, with the sun floating behind this hazy curtain, red and fuzzy. He saw Jax's thin, drawn face, but he saw a peace in Jackson now, a placidity. Jax said, "Time to get up, Rip. The Cobbs are coming." Jack said it so quietly that it took a full moment for the import of it to reach into Rip. He sat up on the blanket. He felt reinvigorated. He felt ready to cope with the world. He looked again at Jax, who crouched beside him. Jax had a gun belt latched about his middle. Rip said, "Rustle me a spare gun, will you, Jax? I left mine up at the pass." Jax nodded and walked toward the chuck wagon, and Rip glanced about for his boots, but he couldn't find them. Someone said, "Look at them come." Rip lifted his eyes to the north, and there, across the flat expanse, a knot of riders came sweeping through the sage, rising and falling, bobbing ever nearer. They came with no thunder to them but the thunder of hooves, and then, the distance shortened to six-shooter range. They began a wild shouting and a ragged firing. Guns were in their hands and smoke coming from those guns. A bullet pinged into the canvas tilts of the chuck wagon. A horse squealed in pain. An Hourglass rider, standing not far from Rip's blanket, half turned, his hand clasping against his ribs. He brought his hand away, and there was blood on his fingers. He stared at this in shocked surprise. This was it, Rip thought. This was really it. Pandemonium took hold of the Hourglass, but there was little panic in it. Men were running to horses which had been saddled in anticipation of this moment. Men knelt behind the wheels of the chuck wagon and rested rifles on the spokes and made those rifles talk. Charlie Wong took a frying pan and began beating upon it with a ladle, hopping about in a frenzy of excitement as he did so. What was the matter with Charlie, Rip wondered. Was that the way they made war in China? Jax came running back and pressed a gun and belt into Rip's hands. Rip flung the belt about his middle and caught the end and latched it, feeling detached from all this, feeling very much a part of it. Granddad cried, "Somebody help me into a saddle, damn it!" Someone boosted him up, and he was a horse. So was Jax. Rip saw a mount rearing with trailing reins, gun shy, and was ready to bolt. He got into the saddle and got the gun into his hand and wheeled the horse facing north. The Cobbs were almost upon them. They were attacking just like Indians, Rip reflected, waiting for daylight and then coming with a whoop and a holler. They were showing no more sense than a bunch of Sioux. Then he realized there was no choice for Cobb. If they brought a war, they had to bring it in this fashion. Sage offered little shelter. The open sweep of the land lent itself to no strategy, no cunning. It was roar up a shooting. It was make this bold play and chance the odds and win or lose on the one throw. There were 9 of them. That would be the old man, you could tell him by the beard, and his 5 sons, and 3 riders who drew tomahawk pay and gave the tomahawk allegiance. Rip remembered Mike Garrett and his certainty that Garrett was a Cobb man, and he looked for the gun hawk, but he was not there. 9. There were 10 in the Hourglass bunch, but that was counting Granddad. Rip looked for Granddad. Granddad was kneeing his horse out front. Granddad had a rifle to his cheek, and his snowy hair flew in the wind. The rifle made its sullen sound, and a tomahawk rider threw up his hands and fell backward from his horse. Granddad had been right. There had been this one last fight left in him, and he had known it. A bullet plucked at Rip's sleeve. He beat against the horse with his stocking heels and charged forward with Hourglass riders flanking him. Hourglass and tomahawk came together, and there was a shock of horses striking against horses. There were shouts and curses and powder smoke in the air, and pain and death, and the sullen sky overhead and the contested water behind them. Rip saw Jax. Jax had crashed against one of the Cobb boys. He was driving at one with his gun barrel, knocking him from his horse. Jax's face was a fighting man's face. It was their father's face, Rip thought. I hope Granddad sees him. I hope Granddad sees him. Rip was into the thick of it himself. Out of the boiling dust, he saw a rider loom close by. He saw the man's contorted face and recognized him as Mace Cobb. He felt a kindliness towards Mace. He had fought Mace one way and bested him, but that had earned him Mace's hate. Mace struck at him with a gun barrel. Rip swerved sideways in the saddle, feeling the blow along his shoulder. He brought up his own gun and clotted at Mace and missed him. Mace triggered. The flame exploded in Rip's face, the powder scorched his cheek, and he heard the whisper of the bullet. He fired then, blindly and without aim, and knew that he had missed. An Hourglass rider nearby lifted his gun, and the thunder of it was a roar in Rip's ears. And Mace seemed to dissolve before him, and was gone down into the dust. After that, the fighting was a whirling maelstrom. without sense or pattern where a man went shooting and clouding, and looking twice to tell a friend from foe. It wasn't a fight, it was a roar in the ears. It was brief and it was endless, and it was suddenly over, when the tomahawk broke and the remnants went tailing it to the north. Rip drew hard upon his reins then, fighting his horse to a stand, and he looked around him in the settling dust, and there were men upon the prairie, some stirring, and some not. He looked for Jax. Jax was in a saddle, his face powder-scorched, his face triumphant. He looked for Granddad, and found him kneeling beside a fallen giant, whose rigid beard was pointed to the sky. Rip got out of the saddle and lurched over to where Granddad was, and Old Man Cobb looked up from where he lay. He said very plainly, "Damn you! Damn all of you!" and saying it, died. Granddad said softly, "I got him. I got him, Rip. I guess I knew from the first day he came to the hills so long, long ago, that someday it would end like this." He looked old and tired. He glanced toward the south. "I want to go home," he said. Rip looked down upon Old Man Cobb, seeing the blood upon him, seeing the sightless, staring eyes, and he was suddenly sick. A bullet had done this. A bullet you could hide in your watch pocket or hold in the palm of your hand. A little bit of lead, and this was the end to Cobb's scheming and his selfishness. And thinking of this, Rip remembered Granddad's ancient belief that Hourglass calves had gone into the tomahawk's gathers. He remembered Cobb's arrogant deadline and Cobb's ruthless challenge about taking over the springs by force, and he knew that Granddad had been right, always, and that there could have been no other ending. Jack came limping up, blood on his trouser leg. To Rip's quick show of concern, Jack shook his head. "Only a scratch," he said. Rip smiled and said, "You did yourself proud today, Jax." Jack said very solemnly, "Because of you, kid. Because of your kind of guts. Or maybe it was because of Granddad, him and his insisting that he be in on the fight." Granddad looked up at him and grinned. "I should have used my cane on you as well as on Rip." Rip looked across the prairie. Far to the north, the tomahawk riders were still fleeing. He said, "What's the tally, Jax?" Jack said the old man and Mace and Hob and Ray got it. The other two boys and the hired hands didn't have enough stomach to keep going after that. They've lost face on this range forever, and I guess that the fire wiped out their ranch. And the Hourglass? Jack's face stiffened. "Pete's dead," he said. 3 other fellows beside myself got nicked. We'll give Doc Carson a busy afternoon. Bat Wallace came bow-legging up. It occurred to Rip that he hadn't glimpsed Bat in the fighting. Yet the mark of battle were upon Bat, a smudge of gunpowder on the cheek, a cut over one eye, and he wore them proudly. Rip grinned, raising a hand to Bat's shoulders, and he said, "Jax will have to be getting to Doc Carson and taking the other boys along. The rest can see that Granddad gets to the ranch once the burying is done. Me, I'm riding north again. You can do me a favor, Bat, if you'll rustle up every lariat around the camp." "I'll do that," Wallace said, "and I'll ride with you. You've been doing too much riding alone lately." He grinned and spat. "You can put your boots on now, Rip. The fight's over, and there's no chance of your dying. The Hourglass rules this range from here on out." Chapter 18. They toiled towards the pass, the two of them, riding single file beneath the bleak sky with the sun beating piteously through the haze, and the heat intensified by that low gray curtain. They rode warily, remembering that the fleeing remnants of the tomahawk had bolted in this northerly direction, though Bat Wallace had shown no real concern about the enemy. "There's a last fight for every man," he'd told Rip when they'd been stirrup to stirrup on the flats. "Your Gramp had his today, but he won his fight, so he'll sun himself on the gallery the rest of his days and remember. The Cobbs lost theirs. They'll want no more of this range, and it will be a long time before they lift a gun in anger again. They got a bellyful, Rip. Rip had nodded. What did he care about the cobs? He was remembering April on the ledge. He was remembering that she meant to dare the current if he wasn't back to her by noon. Where Tomahawk Pass tilted upward, they came into the first of the forest. The fire had swept on to the west, leaving a dead and blackened stand of skeleton timber in its wake, leaving desolation. The ash was knee-deep. The ash stirred to the breeze and raised a ghostly mist. No bird sang, no cricket chirped, no life showed itself. Rip looked and shuddered, seeing a nightmare land. Wallace said mournfully, "All that timber shot to hell and gone." Higher in the hills, the black pall blotted out the peaks. Yonder, miles away, the fire still raged. The road was passable. Sometime, though, when they began skirting the gorge, they came to where a tree had fallen in blazing ruin across the road and burned itself out. Most of these they were able to ride around. Some they snaked aside with lariats. An echoless silence held the blighted land. The roar of the river was loud in their ears. Wallace said, "Recollect where she might be?" "I can only guess," Rip said, frowning. "Remember the rock that sticks out over the gorge like a thumb a couple miles up? We made our jump from there. No telling how far downstream we went, but I'd guess she's somewhere along about here." He dismounted and crawled to the lip of the gorge and looked down. He could see the racing river and the wall. He could see the ledges above the waterline, but these ledges were bare, and his view was limited. He drew his gun and fired into the air 3 times, spacing out the shots. He listened then, hoping she might have heard and called out, but he supposed her voice wouldn't have lifted above the purgatory's clamor. Still, he repeated his signal from time to time in the next hour, as they moved slowly along the rim. Once Wallace held up his hand for silence. "Listen," he said, "a shot." Somebody heard our signal and answered. "To the west, I'd say, and higher up at Martin's place." Clayton Stone, Rip guessed, and was not interested. They continued their searching. They fired again, but there was no answering shot from the north. Rip watched the sun and saw it pass zenith and tasted despair. Then, upon his knees at the rim again, he looked down and saw her almost directly below him. He shouted, "April! April!" incoherently. She didn't hear him. He picked up a fist-sized rock and tossed it outward and saw it drop into the water near the ledge, dashing spray. She stood and raised her eyes then, searching for whoever had thrown the rock. He leaned far out and waved his arm frantically. She waved in return. He crawled back and hurried to his horse. "Bat," he cried, "give me a hand with the ropes. I've found her. Do you hear? I've found her." They brought every lariat they could find. They began knotting these lariats together, making one long rope out of them, and in the end of this Rip fastened a loop. He found a place along the rim where the rock was smooth, and there was no danger of the rope sawing in two, and he flung the rope over and watched it snake far out and fall back against the near wall. The rope reached down to the ledge. Wallace fastened the end to his saddle horn, and Rip said, "I'm coming down." "No need for it," Wallace said. "If she can reach the rope, we can haul her up." "I'm going down," Rip said again. Wrapping his hands around the rope, he swung himself out over the rim. He braced his feet against the wall and let himself down slowly. There was little resiliency in him. He had kept himself going too long and too hard. He put a brake upon his patience, making the descent carefully. He tried not to look below. At last he was upon the ledge. April was to him instantly. She looked beaten. She looked done in. He took her in his arms and held her for a moment, stroking her hair. He said, "I was afraid I wouldn't find you in time." She said, "I thought about trying to swim it, but I knew you'd come." "We'll get out of here fast," he said evenly. He dropped the loop over her head and shoulders and drew it up snugly under her arms. He looked up. Wallace was leaning over the rim. Rip lifted his arm and signaled to Hourglass's foreman, and Wallace vanished. The slack went out of the rope, and April began rising. Rip watched as best he could. He saw April reach the rim and Bat's hands help her. Shortly, the rope came snaking down again, and he caught it and fastened the loop under his own arms, and felt the tug of the cow pony at the other end of it and went spinning upward. Both Bat and April were awaiting to help him. Wallace had snubbed the rope round a tree, and the cow pony stood off at a distance up the road, its feet braced. Rip got to a stand and removed the rope and said, "Bat, this is April Stone." Wallace fumbled off his hat and extended his hand, admiration in his grin. "I've seen you before, but never up close. You're a looker, even with your hair all stringy. Pleased to meet you." Rip put his arm around her, steadying her. "We've food in the saddlebags. You must be famished." She said, "More scared than starved. Time dragged down there," she shuddered. "I kept worrying about you and him." "Garrett?" She shook her head. "My father. I remembered the fire and wondered about him." Rip said, "We'll go looking for him. Somebody signaled us a while ago." She ate, and while she ate, she talked. It was personal talk, and Wallace wandered off, displaying an intent interest in the rim and the skeleton woods beyond. She told Rip of her parting with her father and her hurrying to get Garrett and the bargain she had intended striking with Garrett. She told all this tonelessly. Rip squatted near her and told her of his last meeting with Garrett. She said, "He doesn't matter. He never did, really. He was someone who was kind to me because I was useful to him. I guess I was hungry for kindness. It's my dad I'm concerned about. Whatever he did, he must have had a reason for it. I've had a lot of time to think about that." "We'll find him," Rip promised. He helped her up into his own saddle when she was finished eating. He mounted behind her, and Wallace, who had coiled up the long rope and hung it from his saddle horn, mounted too, and they rode onward up the road. Again they had to work around obstructions. They came to the jutting rock where April and Rip had made their jump. They looked, and April shuddered and said, "I don't think I could do it twice, not even with you." Rip dismounted and walked out upon the rock. "Here's your boots and my gun," he said, and picked up these articles and put them in his saddlebag. Beyond the north line of Hourglass's holdings, they came upon a miracle. Here the barrier of lodgepole pine still stood thick to the left of the trail. Some vagary of the fire had spared this section of the hills, burning out the timber below it and to the west of it. They found the road Stone Mountain had built in from the pass to his ranch. They threaded along this road. There was heat and utter silence and a sense of oppression in the air, but the fire hadn't been here. They came to the stump-mottled clearing where the sagging, peel-poled fence enclosed the sprawling log house, and here they found Stone. He lay in his yard. He lay flat upon his back, his arms flung wide. And April saw him thus and moaned and came down from the horse and ran to him, falling on her knees beside him and cradling his head in her lap. Rip and Wallace dismounted and came forward, and Rip saw the blood upon Stone's shirt front. He said gently, "We'll get him into the house." He saw that Stone's overalls were worn through at the knees, and he wondered how far the man had crawled. Stone's six-shooter lay near his right hand. Wallace picked it up and jacked the used shells out of it and said, "Empty." That's why he didn't signal more than once. They took hold of Stone and carried him to the house, April hurrying ahead and opening the door. She said, "Put him in my bedroom, over here." Silence was in this house, silence and heat and faded carpeting and homemade furniture. She swept the curtain aside, and they brought Stone into the room with the clipping-covered walls and laid him upon the bed. He opened his eyes then. He looked about him and said wearily, "I wondered if anyone would ever come." Rip ripped apart the man's shirt and had a look at the wound. And Wallace, peering, said, "Reckon I should ride for Doc Carson?" But there was no hope in Wallace's voice. Stone said, "April," and reached out his hand, and she took it. Stone looked at the two men and said, "Don't go. I want to talk while there's still time." Rip said gently, I want to know who did this to you, but don't force yourself. Take it easy, Stone." But he was thinking that Stone was as good as dead, and that the man knew it. Stone had something he wanted off his chest. Maybe the greatest kindness would be to listen. Stone would be gone long before anyone could reach Campbellton. It was a courtesy to a dead man. Stone said, "I owe you the truth, Campbell. I owe it to you because I might have murdered you if it hadn't been for her. You're a rich man, Campbell. If you only knew it. I've got to tell you about that while I can." Rip said, "The purgatory?" Stone tried to nod. "I'm an engineer. I've been making a hydrographic survey. Maybe you guessed as much when you saw the map out on the table the other day. I was afraid you had. I was afraid the whole scheme had gone smash. A dam on the purgatory down there in the gorge would furnish electrical power and act as a reservoir to irrigate the entire range. My notes are here in the house, and any engineer can translate them for you. I prowled the country and found my site. I took soundings and drew a cross-section of the river at the point of the dam site. I found the flow with a current meter. It's a natural, Campbell." "What did you expect to gain?" Rip asked. "The Hourglass holds title to all of Purgatory Gorge. You were to be ruined and then bought out without your knowing what you were giving up," Stone said. "That was his scheme. With this drought, it wasn't hard to stir up old man Cobb to make trouble. That only took a word or two. He thought you'd sell out cheap, either before the fight or after. He's the one who guessed the river had possibilities for a dam site. He looked for an engineer who was down on his luck, one he could twist around his finger. He found me." Bitterness brought the old cynicism to Stone's voice. He found the right man for his crooked scheming. He arranged for me to take over the Martin place as a blind. All I was supposed to do was handle the survey. He had handled the rest. Stone sighed and began to cough. Rip's voice turned cold. "Now I see it. Rowdy Price. He offered to buy the Hourglass for some Eastern investors. No wonder you jumped me and hog-tied me when you found me looking at that map. And then you rode to tell him I was wise to his scheme. He said you had to die, Campbell. He sent me back here to kill you. I might have done it, but you got away. Then he sent me a note saying it didn't matter. The Hourglass had defied the tomahawk and it meant war. He was sure you Campbells would be driven out, and he was sure you'd be willing to sell at any price once the Cobbs had beaten you. That was Price's way, to work one ranch against the other and pick up the leavings." Rip said, "The war's over, Stone. The Cobbs have lost, and so has Price." Stone said, "I was willing to have a hand in a swindle, if that's what getting the purgatory meant. I didn't know I'd be expected to turn murderer before I was through. But here's the important thing, and I want you to know it. At the showdown, I lined up with the Hourglass. I'm the man who set the woods afire." "You started the fire?" "My idea was to set a strip ablaze between the tomahawk and the lower country. That way I hoped to keep the Cobbs from getting at the springs. But they saw the fire and knew they had to get through before it spread. They came riding, and I heard them coming. I made a stand against them, but I'm no man with a gun. They shot me down and rode on, leaving me. I managed to crawl back here. That's all of it." Rip said aghast, "You stood up against the Cobbs alone?" He remembered old man Cobb, his stiffening beard pointing at the sky. He remembered Cobb with no regret. Stone said, "You can thank her for anything I tried to do at the last." He looked up at April. "She walked out on me. Before she did, she made me see myself as I really was." He kept his eyes on her and he said, "I want you to know this, my dear. I didn't want to do murder. That's why I had to get drunk first. I argued with Price. I told him there must be another way. He insisted that Campbell had to die. I refused to do the killing. Then he told me he'd been standing by the jail the night Mike Garrett was snatched away. He told me he'd seen you ride away with Garrett. He claimed that Garrett was wanted for murder down in Utah, and that it would go hard against you if the law knew you'd sprung Garrett from jail. He said he had to take the truth to the law if I didn't ride back here and take care of Campbell. April came down to her knees beside the bed. She leaned close to her father and said, "Then it was partly for me. You were going to do it to protect me." He said, "I've been a poor father, but you counted for something with me always. And when you told me how you felt about Campbell, I changed sides because of it. I wanted to do that for you. I wasn't sure you'd ever know about it. I thought you were gone forever." He looked at Campbell and he said, "Take very good care of her, my friend. Very good care." He looked at April and his eyes were glazed. He called a name. It wasn't her name. It was another name. And Rip remembered that photograph in the engineering book. He remembered that woman spoiled by a knowledge of her own beauty. Stone called that name and tried drawing April closer to him. He stiffened convulsively, and the candle of his life guttered out. It took them all a full moment to realize he was gone, and then Rip thought he was going on sheer will at the last. Stone had had to tell the truth, and he had held on until the truth was out. Thinking this, Rip clawed off a sombrero he had borrowed in the Hourglass camp and worn on this ride. April came to a stand. She was dry-eyed, and he wondered if she understood, and he said gently, "We'll see that he's properly buried." Still, she didn't cry. The tears would come later. She said, an edge of hysteria to her voice, "The grave's already dug. The one he dug for you, remember? I told you about that down by the gorge." Rip said, "We'll leave you alone with him for a while." He came through the outer room to the porch. Wallace came with him, and they stood silently together, Rip's jaw rigid with the run of his thoughts. He said then, "Will you stay here and attend to the burial, Bat? Me? I've got one more ride to make." Wallace said, "Price?" "Price," Rip said. "Don't tally him as too easy," Wallace said. "No man's ever seen a gun on him, but he carries one sometimes, and he's practiced a lot. Once I watched him from the rim of the coulee months ago. He was puncturing some tin cans." Rip said, "I wouldn't want him to be too easy." He crossed the yard and climbed to his horse. He wheeled the horse about and sent it along the road leading back to Tomahawk Pass. He rode with his thoughts on the people he had left behind him. He rode with his thoughts miles ahead on the man he would face before sundown. He remembered Granddad, and the 3 things Granddad had told him he'd have to taste before he had really have lived. He had found the cause worth dying for, and he wanted peace along the purgatory, or failing that, the downfall of the Cobbs. He had found love. He had thought sometimes that he had hated Garrett, but Garrett wasn't worthy of hate. He had pitted himself against the Cobbs, but even that had been impersonal. But now there was Price, and now there was hate. Thus, he had found the last of the 3. Chapter 19. He hit the Hourglass in late afternoon, riding hard. He tarried here only long enough to change horses. Jacks and the wounded had not yet come back from town. The chuck wagon stood in the yard, and some of the men were in the bunkhouse. They had done a burying job at Campbell Springs. Rip had seen the mounds as he came past, but they had brought Pete back home to the ranch. They had Pete laid out in the bunkhouse with a blanket over him, and they would do a proper job for him later. Rip asked about Granddad. The old man was in his room and had been sleeping the last time anyone had looked in on him. Granddad could rest. His work was done. A fresh horse under him, Rip humped over the Caprock rim and lined out for town. He could see the buildings far south across the flats. He could see the high lift of the church spire, and he remembered the wedding that had been postponed. He thought of Martha and recalled her saying, "Not long ago, I said that you seemed to attract violence. Now I know that you go out looking for it." He reflected grimly that she ought to see him now. This side of the prairie dog village, he met Jax and the 3 wounded Hourglass men who had gone into Campbellton with him. Rip had watched the group draw closer to him. He had recognized them and thus rode with no fear. They all drew rein, and Rip saw that Jax was keeping 1 foot out of the stirrup, holding it stiff. Rip said, "What did Doc Carson think?" "He claims we'll all live," Jax said, and smiled. His eyes searched Rip's. "You found her, kid?" "She's up at Martin Place. Bat's with her. Clayton Stone is dead, Jax. Before he died, he talked. I'm on my way to hunt down Rowdy Price. He's the one who was behind all the trouble on this range. Bat will tell you the whole of it." Jax eyed him thoughtfully. "I'll send the boys on up to the ranch, Rip. You're out to make a fight. I'll be at your back when you do." Rip thought, he's found himself today, and he'll never run from trouble again, and a surging pride was in him. He reined closer and lifted a hand to Jax's shoulder, gripping it hard. He said, "This is a one-man job, Jax, and I'm the Campbell with the whole skin today. Better go on to the ranch. There won't be much to this." But he was remembering what Bat Wallace had told him about Rowdy Price's secret skill with a gun. Jax said, "I guess I won't be much real help at that. I'm going to have to be using Granddad's cane for a week. But at least the odds won't be stacked against you in town. Abe Strand told me that the Cobb boys and their help rode through around noon. After the fight at the Springs, they must have made a wide circle through the foothills and lined out for town. They stopped only long enough to buy grub for their saddlebags, then headed on south." Rip said, "I'll be getting along." Jack said, "Good luck, kid," and it was the way he said it that made them brothers again. Rip jogged his mount and skirted the group, giving a wave to the men who'd been wounded today for Hourglass. Not looking back, he rode onward. He saw the shadows of the sage clumps grow long and cool and purple. He saw the day die, and he came to Campbellton in the last light and rode along the grade street and tied up his horse before the Rialto, and went jingling his spurs along the boardwalk on the far side of the street until he came to Rowdy Price's office. The little building was locked, but there was no "back soon" sign upon the door. Frowning, Rip turned away. He saw the portly figure of Abe Strand coming along. He greeted Strand, and the town marshal sighed and said, "A little excitement out your way today, I hear." Rip said, "Work for you, Abe?" "I'll send a report to the sheriff. I talked to Jax this afternoon. It's just routine. The tomahawk got what it asked for. I see that smoke still standing over the hills. I reckon the fire wiped out Cobb spread. What do you suppose started it?" Rip shrugged. "We'll never know," he said, and reflected that this was the second time he had lied to the law for the sake of a stone. "I wish it would rain," Strand said. "Seen Rowdy Price?" Strand thumbed back his sombrero and thought carefully. "Not lately," he said. "Now wait a minute. He was in with the Chinese, having a mighty early supper, I thought." Rip said, "Thanks." He went on down the street. He passed Lily Greer's millinery shop. He came to the restaurant and opened its screen door. The smell of food smote him. Only then did he remember that he was very hungry. He looked at the row of stools along the counter. He looked at the tables. Quite a few men were here at this hour. Price was not one of them. He said, "Anybody seen Rowdy Price?" They had stared at him as he stood framed in the doorway. He had forgotten about his battered face, his singed and shapeless clothes. But their stares held not surprise, but respect, a new evaluating of him, and he guessed that the story of Hourglass's fight had gone the rounds. A man who smelled strong of horses said, "You'll find him down at my livery stable. He keeps a horse there, and he came in just as I was going out to eat. Better hurry. He's taken himself a trip. He wanted me to saddle up for him, but I didn't have time." Rip said, "I'm obliged." He about-faced and headed up the boardwalk. He came past the palace, and there were no tomahawk horses at the hitch rail. And it seemed odd to think there would never again be tomahawk horses there. He went on. He remembered that the last time he had walked this way had been when he had gone toward the jail building in the hope of saving Mike Garrett from a lynch mob. That had just been a few nights ago. That had been an eternity ago. Soon he was beyond the hub of the town's activity, and here was the feed and livery stable. Before this very door he had found Price lounging that night, lounging and smoking a cigar, and making a talk of what fools men were. Now the door was wide open, and he paused before it and lifted his gun from leather, and let it drop back into the holster. He took a scraping step and found himself in the doorway. He stepped into a well of quietness lighted by a single lantern set upon an upturned box. Back yonder were stalls and darkness and the slow munching of horses, the restless stomping of horses, these things and a movement made by a man. Rip said softly, "Price? Rowdy Price?" He saw the suitcase then. It was set upon the floor near one of the rear stalls. It hadn't yet been tied to a saddle. This wasn't to have been a short trip to talk over a land deal with some drought-ridden rancher. Price intended shaking the dust of the purgatory from his boots. Price moved into the cone of light cast by the lantern. He stood there with his sensuous face drawn tight by some inward strain, his eyes expressionless. He said, "Well, Campbell?" Rip said, "Leaving us?" "Some business in Helena," Price said. "There's no train for 2 days, and stage connections are poor." Rip said, "You might do business here. It's lucky that I caught you in time. You came to Jack's with a proposition, Price. I'd like to talk about that. I'd like to know if you still want to buy the Hourglass." Price sucked in a hard breath. "You don't mean it." Rip said, "You've heard. You know we beat the Cobbs today. You know we don't need a way out." "That's it," Price said. Suddenly Rip was through with this kind of talking. He had thought to play cat and mouse with this man. He had relished the thought. But now there was in him no desire but to have this over and done with. A harshness crept into his voice, and he said, "No, the Hourglass isn't for sale. We'll hold on to it and find some Eastern investors who'll be willing to put a dam on the purgatory on a shares basis. The same kind of deal you had fixed up when you set out to lay your hands on the Hourglass. It's a natural, that river. Clayton Stone said so." In a flat voice, Price said, "So you know." "Everything," Rip said. "You were afraid I did. That's why you're running out. You showed your cards when you rode to Campbell Springs last night. You thought the tomahawk would put us under and it wouldn't matter. But the Campbells have won. The Campbells are kingpins on this range now and forever. And you lined yourself against us. That means you're through here. You couldn't do much business on this range now. Not even honest business. So you're tucking your tail between your legs and running." Price said, "Is that all?" The hate grew in Rip and consumed him. And he remembered Granddad saying, "Did you ever hate a man so much that nothing could satisfy you but to lay your bare hands on him?" He said, "Only this, Price. The Cobbs wanted something that wasn't theirs, but they were willing to run a risk to get it. I can respect them for that. But you were the kind who played safe. You prodded a range war into starting. You were willing to set neighbor against neighbor and see the whole range running red just because it would give you your opportunity. You were willing to climb over a pile of dead men and not give a damn about them. I couldn't hate the Cobbs, but I want you to know that I hate you, and I want you to know why." Price said savagely, "To hell with you, Campbell." He raised his hand toward the shoulder holster he wore. Rip saw that gesture. He'd been waiting for it, and his hand jerked toward his own gun, a quick, stabbing movement. He was remembering Granddad and the Badgers again. The bullet came. It breathed hotly past Rip's face, but it didn't come from Price's gun. A shadowy stall to Rip's left had blossomed flame. A man was in there and triggering. And even before Price shouted, "Garrett!" Rip knew and understood. There were the two of them, and they had him in a crossfire, and with the knowledge of this, he went down to the spongy dirt of the runway and rolled, firing as he rolled. The lantern blinked with a concussion, wavering and almost going out. Price's gun was speaking. The bullets lifted the dirt and flung it into Rip's face, but in Rip was a thought which he held with cool calculation. One at a time. He blazed in the direction of that stall to the left. He fired at the flame of Garrett's gun, and Garrett came lurching out into the light, the gun still in his hand, the gun a dead weight in his hand. Garrett fell heavily, dropping across Rip's leg, and Garrett was dead when he fell. Now Rip turned his gun, seeking out Price, and knowing a frantic desperation because the weight of Garrett pinned him to the floor and kept him from rolling. Horses were pitching in the stalls. The one Price had saddled kicked out, the hoofs grazing Price, who took a staggering sideward step. And that gave Rip his moment. Price fired again, the bullet tugged at Rip's shirt. But Rip put a cool precision into his shooting now. He got Price in the sight and triggered, and saw Price's heavy gold watch chain leap, and Price stepped backward as though he were impaled. Price looked at him. Price's eyes were cold and fathomless, and then the intelligence was gone out of them. Price's knees gave beneath him, and he went down and lay in a tumbled heap, like a pile of discarded clothes. Rip got to his feet and stood unsteadily for a moment. The smell of burnt powder was heavy in there. He thought he heard the thud of boots along the boardwalk. That would be men drawn by the sounds of gunfire. He crossed over and looked down at Price, and Price was quite dead. He remembered himself saying to Granddad, "When I leave a dead man behind me, I want to feel in my bones that he deserved to die." He looked at Price, and there was no regret in him. He went to where Garrett lay. Garrett's lips were skinned back in a grimace, showing those teeth so startlingly white and perfect. This grimace Garrett would carry with him through eternity, Rip thought. I should have known, and found that he had said it aloud. Garrett had heard that a war was shaping along the purgatory, and he'd come to hire himself out to the Hourglass, but Bat had sent him packing. So he found someone else to buy his guns, and with this knowledge, Rip understood many things. He knew now why Rowdy Price had stood in this livery stable's doorway, listening to the sounds of building fury the night Garrett's life had been in jeopardy, listening and pretending an indifference to Garrett's fate. He knew why Price had held his tongue about the truth of Garrett's escape, and he knew why Garrett had tried from the first to pick a fight with him. Garrett had had a personal hate, but Garrett had also wanted Rip dead because Price had wanted him dead. Jack standing alone was to have been easier to handle. Garrett's horse was here in the livery stable, impounded by Abe Strand after Garrett's arrest the day of the wedding. Garrett was to have ridden out with Price, and Garrett had faded into the shadows at the sound of Rip beyond the doorway, when Rip had first come here tonight, for Garrett was a wanted man. There was another horse saddled, too. Rip looked at it, seeing the gentleness of the beast, seeing the side saddle. He walked to the doorway and through it. He felt the night air against him, and it was good. The day's heat was gone, the day's violence was done. A group of men was coming on the run, and one of them was Abe Strand. Strand saw Rip and came to a heavy stop and said, "What is it?" "Two dead men inside," Rip said. "You'll find guns in their hands. That makes it a fair fight. If you look in the alleys, I think you'll find a saddler with Sam Martin's old brand. One of the fellows inside wanted to ride out on his own horse. You can tack this onto that report you're sending the sheriff. It's all of the same cloth." Strand dragged his sleeve across his forehead. He said wearily, "Is there no end to it?" Rip said, "Don't worry. It's all finished now. All that the law will have anything to do with, anyway." Chapter 20. When he got up the street as far as the Rialto, he climbed upon his waiting horse and jerked at a tie rope. then sat his saddle indecisively for a long moment, knowing the one thing that had yet to be done and hating the thought of it. He got the horse into motion, letting it take a slow walk, and kneaded along the street until he was beyond the busier part of town, and the buildings thinned out and the better residences stood neatly spaced apart. He came to the cottage of Doc Carson and dismounted in the shadow of the giant cottonwood, looping the reins over the picket fence. He walked slowly to the porch and rapped on the door. The waiting wasn't long. The door opened and Doc Carson stood there. He looked at Rip, and surprise made Carson a little foolish for a moment. He said, "Come in," but there wasn't a great deal of enthusiasm to it. Rip said, "Martha?" And then, peering past Carson, he saw her. She sat here in the parlor, and she was part of its studied elegance. She fitted well against this background of plush furniture and Battenberg lace curtains and red drapes held by white tasseled cords. She wore that long, trailing dress of rustling stuff she had worn the day he had come home. But over it was a linen duster, and her hat and veil were in place, and on the floor near her feet a suitcase rested. She had looked up eagerly as the door had opened. Her eyes were alive for a moment, and then the expectancy that made them alive was gone out of her. Rip said, "You thought I was Price." It wasn't a question, and it called for no answer. Doc Carson stood, a man awkward and embarrassed, and Rip said, "It's all right, Doc. We talked it out under the cottonwood a few nights ago, and there were no strings on her. But Price won't be coming. He's dead." He hadn't meant to give it to her quite that way. He saw her reel, but she didn't faint. Rip said, "I meant to come here tonight anyway, to ask you to release me from whatever was left of a promise between us. I guess that was already taken care of." Martha stared at him, and her voice was empty. "He came to me this afternoon and asked me to marry him. We were to be married in Helena. He had to leave quickly, some business, he said." Her voice broke, and grief had its way with her. "Rip, Rip," she cried, "why did you do it?" "Not because of you," he said gently. He remembered Garrett. He wondered if Price had meant that Garrett was to ride away with him too. He wondered if Garrett was to have fitted into some other scheme on some other range. "Perhaps I did you a favor," he said. "There may be a day when you'll believe that." He turned toward the door. There was no more to be said. Martha looked at him. She had herself in hand again, and she said, "This is goodbye between you and me, Rip?" In the glow of a centering lamp, her face stood etched in all its perfection. There was hope in her eyes and a shrewd calculation. Odd, Rip thought, that he should remember at this moment the flowers she had carried the day of the postponed wedding, the artificial flowers. And that he should remember, too, the townsman he had once struck, because the fellow had intimated that a girl was no fool who married a half-interest in the Hourglass. But he only said, "Whenever you looked at me alive, you'd remember him dead." "Yes, it's goodbye, Martha." He stepped out through the door, and Doc Carson followed after him. He got to the horse and stood with one hand upon the horn, and Carson's face was lost in the shadow of the cottonwood. Carson said, "I'm not asking you how it happened, Rip. I'll hear soon enough, I suppose. I never felt sure of him. I want you to know that." Rip said gently, "On the outside, he looked like her kind of man. I can understand that. And his prospects were good. I hold no grudge. She's ready for traveling. Send her away for a while, Doc. That's what she needs." "Perhaps," Carson said. "She has an aunt in Indiana." Rip stepped up into the saddle. Martha would never come back, he knew. This land had been too much for her, and she had to find her kind of people and her way of living somewhere else. And she would never come back. He thought of Price, and he wondered then if Martha was another reason why Mike Garrett's gun had been hired against him. Rip's wedding night might have come off if it hadn't been for Garrett. Had Price really loved her? Was that why he had been going to take her with him on the ride out? Or was it a shred of triumph he had hoped to take, the woman who was supposed to belong to a Campbell? Rip turned this over in his mind and found that it didn't matter. He lifted his hand in salute to Doc Carson and went riding back up the street. The aftermath of released tension left him almost sick. He saw the Rialto again and wondered if he should buy himself a drink, but he knew he didn't want a drink. He took the road north, building a cigarette as he rode along, and he got some comfort from the tobacco. He looked to the lifting hills. Their high crests were blotted out by smoke. He rode numbly, almost too tired to think. And it came to him then, the full realization. He was free of everything, free of violence and bloodshed and worry, free of his promise to Martha, free to take up the dreams that were left off when he'd come home and found this mess. It was a good thought, and he carried it with him across the miles to the Hourglass. Light showed in the ranch house when he came down off the Caprock Rim, and there was activity in the yard even at this late hour. The crew had a sleeplessness in them, and he could understand that, remembering how he had wanted a drink and yet not wanted it. He gave his horse to the first man who shaped up, and he climbed the gallery then and stepped into the big living room. Jax was here, seated in a chair with his hurt leg propped stiffly before him. Bat Wallace was here too, seated in a chair with his hurt leg propped stiffly before him. Rip looked at Hourglass's foreman and said, "April?" "Up at Martin's place," Wallace said. "We got her dad buried, and she began taking it hard when the dirt fell. She wanted to be alone, so I left her. There's nothing in those hills that could do her harm now." Jack said, "Bats told me all about Price and Stone and the hydrographic survey. That explained a lot of things. Now I know why you had to make your ride tonight." "Price is dead," Rip said. "So was Garrett. He was Price's man. Either Stone didn't know that, or he didn't have time to tell me." Jack said, "You look worked over. You'll be anxious to bed down." Rip said, "We can do the rest of the talking in the morning." He climbed the stairs, and that one step creaked beneath him. He came along the hall and saw that Granddad's door was partially open, and a faint glow of light fell out into the hall. He stepped into the doorway. Granddad was in bed, propped up against pillows, but not sleeping. A lamp burned dimly on the stand beside the bed. Rip crossed to the bed and sat upon the edge of it and said, "How are you feeling, Granddad?" "How would I be feeling after a day like today?" Granddad said testily. "I had no business leaving this room, you know that." Rip said, "You'll be out and around soon. We'll need you. You've got a ranch to run." Granddad frowned. "Are you and Jax going to lean on me till the day I die? What's the matter with the pair of you running the ranch and letting me have a little rest for a change? Jack's supposed to know the range, and you're supposed to be educated. What the hell good was all that book learning if this place can't produce a better breed of cattle? Damn it, Rip, the pair of you make me tired." Rip came to a stand. Unconsciously, he raised his hand to his shoulder where Granddad's cane had struck him, and the pain was gone. He smiled down at Granddad and said, "Good night, you old son of a gun." He went to his room and stripped off his singed clothing and lay naked upon the bed without getting under the covers. The air was stifling. The heat pressed down upon him like a hard hand. He lay sleepless. He saw the outline of that trunk full of books in the corner. He had have to get them unpacked. That was one of the first things he'd have had to do. He dozed and awoke and dozed again. A great deal of the tension ran out of him. He soaked up rest. While it was still dark, he surrendered to an urge that had persisted in gnawing at the edge of his consciousness, keeping him from full sleep. He came off the bed and rustled up fresh clothing and donned it, and he crept carefully down the stairs, not wishing to disturb Jax or Granddad. The bunkhouse was dark when he crossed the yard. He saddled a horse and stepped into the saddle, and lined out to the north, riding easily. He passed Campbell Springs just at dawn. He saw the graves the Hourglass men had dug. He looked at the wire-enclosed water and at the cattle which stood sluggishly before the wire. The whole range had worried about this spring, Rip reflected. Cobb had wanted it so much that he had died wanting it. And all the while the real worth of the Hourglass had been up there in that useless river, and none of them had seen it. Not so very long thereafter he was toiling upward, and at last he was to that desolate land of dead ash and blackened timber. He reined short upon the jutting rock and listened to the rumble of the purgatory below. He tried to picture the dam that would be built. It would mean power and stored up water. They'd never have to worry about another drought. He rode on. The light was upon the land, but it was a dismal light, gray and uncertain, and the air held that same oppression he had felt in his bedroom. He turned off onto the road Sam Martin had built. He came at last to the stump-mottled clearing before the log house. He left the horse standing in the yard and stepped to the porch and pushed at the door. There was only silence and an air of desertion. And he was panicked with the thought that she might be gone from here, gone from his life. So he called her name, and an answer came to him, low and incoherent, and sounding like a sob. He crossed to the curtain at her bedroom door and thrust it aside. She lay face down upon the bed, fully clothed and crying. He sat down beside her, saying nothing for a while, and then he laid his hand upon her shoulder. He said he was just a man who took the wrong turn of the trail somewhere. When he found where he was headed, he turned back. Always remember that a lot of men wouldn't have done that. Her crying ceased. He lifted her, taking her into his arms. He looked down into her face and saw what grief had done to it. He said, "I've come to take you home." Home? He said, "I love you." I didn't dare say that before, not even to myself, because I was half promised to someone else. That's not so now. He remembered Granddad saying, "You haven't lived, Rip. You haven't known what it is to want a woman the minute you lay eyes on her, and to know that nothing could be more important than marrying her pronto." But he had known. He had known that night in the jail corridor when he had found her freeing Garrett, but he had turned his face from the truth. Now he could understand why he had lied to Abe Strand and all those others in Doc Carson's office when they'd asked him about that jail delivery. She stirred in his arms, her own kind of pride showing in her eyes, and he saw that she was trying to break free of him. She said, "I don't want your pity. I heard my father ask a promise of you in this very room. You don't have to spend the rest of your life keeping it." He got her by the shoulders and shook her angrily. "You little fool," he said. "Do you suppose I want you for anybody's sake but your own? I told you I love you. There's only one thing I want to hear out of you. Say it, April, say it." But still her pride was in her, tinged now by awe and unbelief, and a timorous grasping at a miracle. "I saw her once," she said. "The day of the wedding. She's a grand lady. The kind you'd want for mistress of the Hourglass. I couldn't fill her shoes, Rip." He laughed then, glorying in her self-pride, glorying in her humbleness, and remembering the shallow soul of Martha and the courage of this girl beside him. He groped for words to tell her how it was with him, and failing to find the words, he drew her close again. "Once before, we made a jump together," he said. "Believe me, we won't be taking a chance this time. Say it, April." "I love you," she said, and buried her face against his shoulder. "I did from the first. Dad knew that. I told him so last night. Oh, Rip, are you very sure you want me?" He made his reply in his own way, and after that she said nothing. She sighed. He held her for a long time, stroking her hair and kissing her gently. Suddenly she tore free from him again and sat bolt upright and said, "Listen, do you hear it? On the roof. Rain!" He thought, why couldn't this have come a week ago? and he thought how different everything might have been for himself, and Jax and Martha and the Cobbs, and Rowdy Price and Garrett. He thought of the hate that might have been washed away by this, and he knew then that all the things that had happened were bound to have happened. The drought had only hurried them. He said, "We better be starting. From the looks of this, it's going to keep up all day." "It will put out the forest fire," she said. They went back into the house, and he found a slicker that had belonged to Stone Martin. He wrapped it around her and laughed at the sight of her. She picked a roll of paper from the table. She said, "The topographical map and Dad's notes," and tucked it away. Outside he mounted and reached down for her and got her into his arms. Her face was very close to his, and he kissed her. She said, "Rip, I'm scared. Your folks." He said, "You saw the look on Bat Wallace's face when he met you yesterday. That's how it will be with my brother Jax when he shakes hands. But there's another that I'm most anxious to take you to. He's an old man who met you once before, long, long ago in a Comanche camp on the Santa Fe Trail." She didn't understand what he was talking about. He knew that. But the fear was gone from her face. She had placed herself in his hands. She had placed her future in his hands. He would see that she was never sorry. He drew her closer to him and jogged the horse into motion and put his back to the Martin place and went riding through the dripping woods, through the slanting rain. The end. This has been Bone Orchard, a classic Western adventure, Rip Campbell, Book 2. Written by Curtis Long, narrated by David Gann. Copyright 2020 by Curtis Long. Production copyright by Curtis Long.